Hello. It has been quite some time. I don't think I got any streaming done while I was in Amsterdam. But I'm here. I'm back. And we're going to be having a lot more streams the next 2 or so months. So I am all set up in Romania. That is the beautiful Romanian flag that you see in front of you attached to the whiteboard today. And that will proudly stay there for the duration of this trip. I'm here basically to focus on work. If you've watched a stream before, then you may know the meme that we have about Romania. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, then that's fine. I'm going to try to stay positive this time around, so we won't bring that up. You in Romania? You listening to the stream? Anywho, the sass has already started. We are doing something that on the stream we rarely do nowadays, okay? We're going to be having a little bit of alcohol. That's right. We're not doing reviews. We're not doing anything serious. I figured being back into the fold, I would have a little bit of fun with stream today. So I'm basically here to hang out with you guys. Maybe we'll watch something if there's something you guys really want me to watch, but I'm here to vibe. I have to kind of reset my whole sleep schedule. I have it on a notepad here. So basically my options are I either start streaming at 7 or 8 p.m. my time, which would be 9 or 10 a.m. your guys' time, or, the time for Pacific Standard Time, which would be right now. Or, and I think this is probably my better bet, stream at around 6 or 7 a.m. my time, which will be 8 or 9 p.m. your guys' time. But in order to get that 6 or 7 a.m. thing, I have to basically fully rework my sleep schedule because right now it's a little not near that. So what the plan is to do is stay up as long as possible all the way until the early evening tomorrow and then go to sleep because I woke up very, very, very late today. And that means that I'm going to need to tucker myself out to be tired by the time that happens tomorrow. So I figure I'll do this stream. The stream will end, and then I'll just kind of try to fart around and stay up long enough to where we can reset the schedule. Book looking like a big boy. I don't know what that means. That can mean so very many things. My hair, I haven't cut it in a while. I had the beard all kind of grown out, so I trimmed that back a little bit, but didn't shave it completely. I think it looks better shaved completely when like my hair looks decently, but I figured we should go in between with the scumbag look. And that was my plan, basically. Hello, Book. How are you? I am doing great. I'm feeling great. Feeling spry, as the youngins would say, or the old people. You know what? Let's just get started, right? This is only getting warmer. It's only getting warmer. I actually have the AC unit right on top of me, but I want it to cool the bedroom. So I'm having to endure quite a bit of cold here, waiting for it to cool the rest of the house. So that's why I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt today. Cheers. Tink. I'm here to talk about furries. Well, you sound like my kind of man. What do you want to talk about regarding furries? I'll let you guide the conversation. Nice Bing chilling stream. Yes, exactly. We'll just be Bing chilling today. Oh, man. To kind of update you guys on like what sort of work stuff I've been doing, I'm currently trying to prepare like a timeline of sorts for the Extreme Dad drama. I'm not like super interested in the Extreme Dad drama, but I kind of want to test a few things with like research and prep and stuff like that for stream. And I don't see anybody else besides Steven basically that do like in-depth timelines and breakdowns of stuff that happens, and he seems to be on track with not doing that anymore. So I figured I would take a crack at it and see if we could get a timeline down to better understand what the fuck any of that meant, because I didn't understand it when I started watching it. So that's what I've been doing work-wise. beyond that, there's been a bunch of, getting organized and getting ready for the next kind of 2 months of just marathoning work every single day. I have some goals I want to hit in terms of savings. You can kind of see the bar. Thank you. You can kind of see the bar for...
is in fact chilling. Hey, Bookie.
What up, dude? You can kind of see the bar for savings that I'm putting over here. I first need to break even on the costs for the trip, and then after that, I do think we'll hit that. Then I'll be able to continue to save money. So in the meantime, I probably need to think up some ideas for streams, or we could kind of raise some money. Probably some review streams, some drawing streams to kind of break them up and be more fun. We could do drawing today if you guys really wanted to. Will Book grab the joystick and take us flying? I could. There's this game called Genshin Impact that's been driving me nuts lately. I'm happy you're finally in public talking about the nuts you've been having to Genshin Impact, because every time I tried to talk to you, Lucifer, about all the nuts going on with Genshin Impact, you pretend like I'm crazy. So it's good to hear you finally come around with the new characters. All it took were getting some furry girls of your own, and now you're very happy with the game. So I'm happy for you, you know? You don't know what any of that means. Genshin Impact is this weird weeb game that Lucifer plays, and he and I talk in private about it, and he's never really been down for the furry characters. And, he's just been a closeted furry this whole time, so I'm very happy to hear that. In terms of things that have been going on in the Twitch world, I am sort of out of touch. So Keffels had her big thing that she did about Steven, and she got banned because her dumbass put the F slur and T slurs and shit in her thumbnail. So she got banned off of Twitch for that and then whined about it. And apparently she's just not very good at prepping things or, putting on a stream that will revolve around research and whatever. So it sounded like she just kind of fumbled her way through what little she was able to accomplish with the stream. Disappointing. Another low-key disappointing thing, but I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't want to get in trouble with anybody. So if you're hearing this, Xander Hall, just know I don't think super negatively of you or anything, but I thought it was interesting seeing Xander Hall go through his thing with his now ex-girlfriend and just being super throw her in jail and whatever about it. It's just from the guy that was tweeting about cops being pigs and stuff. It's just I think it also fits into this theme that I've been seeing more on Destiny highlights channels. In case you haven't noticed, I've been trying to keep up more with streaming stuff because I'm going to take it seriously the next 2 months to try to make some money. I've kind of noticed that he's been pointing out more and more how people's actions in the real world have no correlation to their political beliefs. And if I were to walk around in the position of God all day and watch these streamer people, I would have no indication of the things that they believe in beyond what they're posting online. And, in terms of positions about the police and reform and drug abuse and whatever, I feel like it would be difficult to discern the positions he puts forward from his actions there, which is unfortunate. Book is into the Genshin Impact girls? No. No, I'm not. I have so many cosplayers that play the less popular characters. Well, that's cool. But yeah, no, not very much. In before Xander Hall hates Book because the rest of the VGG hates Book. I don't know. I don't know why Xander Hall would have a negative opinion of me besides this, but, oh, well, people are going to dislike me. I think that one thing I really need to start thinking about is how we're going to do stuff outside of this space. I know I've been saying that a lot. I think what I'm going to start doing is dedicating more time to prepared YouTube videos and just dropping YouTube videos that might have little to do with the Twitch stream at all. Maybe the most involvement that some of these video projects I'm thinking about will have with Twitch is that I would record them on Twitch. But I think I want to kind of take Devin Nash's advice, who is this guy that like talks about marketing and social media strategy and Twitch and esports and all of that. He used to own CLG or some shit like that. About like, you want to have your multiple different platforms that you're working towards, but you also want to like work towards them natively in each, and recognize that you're like a brand that exists independent of the platforms that you're posting to. So like, if I start thinking about it, we have the brand of Booksmarts, right? And like, we could post YouTube content that is a bit different, that fits with what YouTube would expect, that doesn't have a lot to do with what we're accomplishing on the Twitch channel. And in this way, I can do the things that I find interesting on the YouTube channel, right? Maybe talking about Dunes and Warhammer and other stuff I find, you know, relatively interesting. Maybe we start a series where I just do a random deep dive on a few topics every week and do some research, because it's a lot easier to do research and to sink hours into something when I'm personally interested in it. And then on the flip side, we could still continue to do all of our React and debate review stuff for Twitch, and I'll just kind of divide the workloads accordingly in my mind, and we'll take a swing at the fences, try to get YouTube to pop off for those particular videos, and then, you know, also keep up the Twitch content every single week or whatever, and keep doing Twitch stuff and the stuff that you guys want to see. Finally, some more Bookie. Yeah, pile him into your fucking mouth. Get it while it's good, dude. I'm like the fucking crab at the buffet, okay? You better hurry up before, 15 other Chinese people beat you in line and fill their plates with me. Thoughts on the 1996 classic Dunstan Checks In? I am unfamiliar with this classic. Streaming during DGG hours? Bold. No, I think it's stupid. I simply don't check when Destiny's streaming ever. I can't remember the last time I checked if Destiny was streaming at the same time I was streaming. So I have no idea about that. But yeah, probably a stupid decision. Not bold, not intentional. Hot take, the world needs more Wayman Wang style of fighting on YouTube. Resolve conflicts with kindness. Yeah, that's actually a cool thing that I would like to... I'm sick of talking about things I would like to do on the channel. Can I make a resolution to not talk about things I would like to do and only talk about the things that I'm doing? I mean, like, when we were in Norway, I think in 1 week, I hammered out like 6 different collabs with people. So, like, when I'm working every day and, like, I'm being consistent about, like, showing up to my job every day, it's easy to keep the momentum going of like booking people for shows. Like, it's just, it has to be something you show up to do every day, because booking shows with people is like an everyday commitment, because everybody is moving at like different speeds, right? Like some people respond immediately and then they want to do shit the next day, and you kind of have to like, oh, okay, well, hold on, let me go ahead and reach out to you in 3 days when I'm ready to go then. Other people are like, they only respond every few days, and when they do respond, they don't know like when they're available, and they only have like a broad window, and you have to pester them. And like, everybody has their different communication styles. They have their things I would call flaws and their things I would call like benefits, but managing all of that, basically, if you're showing up every single day, then you can kind of be the rock that holds together these different lines of communication with different people. That's what it used to be like when I did tutoring and essay writing as well. It wouldn't matter if people were super irresponsible. Like, think about the kinds of people that pay to have their essays written for them. There are people that procrastinate to the last minute. There are people that really don't work on things before they're due. There are people that are disorganized in their life. There are people that look for shortcuts to accomplish the things that they need to do. They're not responsible people a lot of the time. So, showing up every day and constantly bugging people and calling them and putting them on the spot, because I was showing up to work every day, it was easy to kind of manage those people and be an adult in their life. But with streaming, I just randomly will take several days off, and I need to not do that. So I'm a big boy. I'm starting a big boy arc, okay? I've picked out the days that I work and the days that I'm off, and that's, stop talking about me like this because describe me so hard. I mean, honestly, and I don't know if it's just the modern age, I honest to God think this is most of us, Because let's be real, when I'm not that person, what am I, right? Like when I'm in Amsterdam and I just take like a week or two off of streaming and I'm doing like virtually nothing but looking for apartments all day, what really am I, right? Like I think a lot of us default into gremlin mode really easy. And the entire environment around us with like the internet and instant gratification and distractions, like it makes it really easy. Because like the things that we like doing are kind of designed in such a way to kill time. They're like optimized for it. They make you want to keep clicking and keep watching and whatever. Meanwhile, in the background, life slowly, or, you know, from your perspective, very quickly revolves and progresses around you. And if you mix into that situation drugs or like literally any other kind of thing, like overeating, not sleeping well, right? Like you have a recipe for disaster where you'll just lose days of time or weeks of time. Or, you know, in the case of some people that are like habitually online, they lose years of their life. And then they wake up when they're 30 and realize that they haven't talked to a woman who isn't like a cashier or a waitress in like 3 years, and they haven't dated somebody in 10 years, and they haven't gone out to drink with friends in like a year, you know, like they have all these problems, right? At least I'm lucky in that like my life that's revolving around me, even if I sit still, it sounds cool, right? Like, oh, I'm in a different country every single month and meeting different people and whatever. But like the reality is, and you could ask my host from the Netherlands, is like, you know, when I'm really not feeling like traveling and stuff, I will just sit in the room and do nothing like all day and order food and whatever. And you know, I don't think that life is necessarily any more productive than the life of somebody that does that sitting in their hometown. You know what I mean? Like, sure, there are some benefits to mine, but in reality, they're both kind of gremlin mode. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and bring up the chat so that I can read you guys out here in front of me. Let me just bloop all that off the screen. Open this up. Booksmarts, you find it easier to write for other people than yourself? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a lot easier. I also find that writing essays is a lot easier than writing books. Because with essays, you have a detailed list of all the things that you need. With a book, you don't really have that. You can make up those items, right? You can make up a list of things that you need or whatever, or you can kind of create that together with the client, but there's no bumper. There's no corrective measure, right? The person hiring you to author the thing, they're not an author. If anything, their feedback might be detrimental to the end product that is going to be this book. Whereas like when you're writing an essay, you have a professor and a board of people that are giving you feedback that is like really important, and they are the inevitable decider of whether or not the project was successful. Whereas with a book, the inevitable decider is the amount of money that the author was able to make, you know, from selling the book. And it's going to be the individual people that choose to buy the book. And that's always changing, and they want things that are weird and you can't really test it in advance. So at least not without a bunch of money to do that testing. So would you ever consider doing YouTube essays on the places you visit? Kind of like Rare Earth or some of the Time Scott videos. I really like those videos, and they're pretty universally liked, I think. Yeah, I mean, technically that's possible. It is doable. Yeah. The problem is they're difficult to make. They're not difficult to research. They're not difficult to go out and arrive at. The difficulty is in filming and editing them, getting the audio right, getting the filming right, and then getting the editing right, you know. But yeah, technically I could. If there's cool things to see in Romania, like maybe Dracula's castle or some shit, then maybe I could give it a try. I don't know. Probably unlikely, but yeah, I technically could try. Helping with my partner's master's, and I've done about 8,000 words. Normally a stress writer in the last moments. I mean, like, when I did essays, a lot of it was stress writing. It's just like last moments for me are not necessarily the last moments for the student, right? Like, if somebody has a project that's due in like 2 months, but I only have an opening like this week to do it, and then I have like another project after that, so it absolutely needs to be done, or I'm traveling or something, then I have this artificial deadline that I am cramming before. It's just I hide that from the client so they don't know that that's exactly what I'm stressing about. He has returned from the land of the dead, Pog. Thank you for pogging for me. I'm happy that you're happy that I'm back. I'm going to stay back for a while, okay? Because we're in Romania. We're staying here 2 months at the very least. TwitchCon is in October. We'll be going to that. The Airbnb is all booked. I'm going to be hanging out with my friend, I'm Really Important, my other friend, Wicked Supreme. There's somebody else I'm lapsing on who the fuck they are. Chud Logic will be there. Rhizome will be there. Not So Erudite, I believe, will be there. There will be plenty of names that I recognize. We'll see if Steven can be, fucked to be there. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. But that basically marks the end of my Romanian trip. I'll probably head down there, and then we'll kind of make a decision as to, like, am I renting a room in California? Am I going to keep traveling? Am I going to try to find a place somewhere else that's cheap? I don't know, I don't know. It'll depend on how much money I save while I'm here. So if you would like to support the stream, I would greatly appreciate it. I'll find some fun goals for us to work towards, some fun things to review, maybe a drawing stream or two, and then just try and save up money a little bit, be more present for you guys, because I certainly haven't been the last month. Booksmarts, for Warhammer, are you thinking about 40K or Age of Sigmar? I'm thinking about 40K. Let's see. You could do the opposite of the luxury first class videos and do reviews of the lowest quality, cheapest things like Frontier Airlines or something. Okay, the only thing I have prepped for today is to tell you about the airline experience that led to me streaming so late, because I initially wanted to stream, what day was it? Like the 31st or the 1st of August. So we'll talk about what went wrong, but maybe I think that would be super awful to do. I think I'll be spending more money on flights moving forward because of my experience, this time around. Did you ever miss a deadline for a client? Yeah, of course it happens. Oh, well, it doesn't matter a lot to me because it's not like I have the money earmarked for something else. For me, it's super easy. And honest to God, the most ontologically evil thing that Booksmarts has done is, telling somebody, oh, this is going to be late. Here's your refund. And I can't help you anymore. And not feeling bad about it one bit at all. Because that would happen sometimes. Things would get mixed up. Things would become more difficult. Things in life would happen. I would have to drop a project. And I don't really feel two ways about, causing problems necessarily for the essay client in that regard. I wouldn't tell on them or something like that, But there have been times that things have been late, and I take it like a champ. It doesn't really hurt my feelings or anything to have to tell them, and I don't get anxious about it. But maybe that's because I'm evil, ontologically evil. RIP North Carolina. Yeah, I mean, I tried for a while, dude. It's just like North Carolina's not fucking working. It's still in the running for a consideration, but like compared to other options right now, like North Carolina was supposed to be easy. It was supposed to be you can apply and get everything done from the other country and you'll have a place ready to go when you move there. I had people on the ground that were willing to view things for me, and hurdles started coming. Hurdle number one, there's lots of scams expected. Okay, it happens all the time. It happens in California too. So you waste a lot of time on scams. Problem number two, places would disappear randomly and nobody would update me about it. Problem number three, kind of related to that, is rental agents don't really treat you with any respect because it's basically like a seller's market. They have the choice of a gazillion people and properties are moving fast. So that particular problem compounds into a lot of other ones. Applications and things like that that are not ever getting a response from, even though they were paid for. You have the problems of like trying to set up dates for tours and that's not working out. They're not really responding. People would only call back like 1 day a week. They're never in the office when I call. And then for individual owners, they're not really interested in doing this whole process of having to look at my bank statement for my income. So, you know, there were just a lot of problems were the same ones that I ran into in Las Vegas and California. But it was kind of billed to me as going to be something different. But it was not different at all in my experience of trying to get an apartment. Honestly, if I'm not renting a room, it seems like the US is kind of off limits for me until I'm rich, until I'm making good money. Which, by the way, I've been doing better accounting, and it's like, yo, if I made a few changes with the channel and I were to start promoting my off-stream stuff that I do, if you need ghostwriting or you need tutoring, reach out to me. Life advice, whatever the fuck. You want a private review of a conversation I have no interest in doing on stream? You've done a debate of your own and you want some pointers from good old Bookie? Exclamation point work. You'll have a link to a Notion document with all of my pricing information, what a session would look like, what are the things you would need to bring, what is that process like to get started. All of that supports the channel, and you get the benefit of personally hiring me to do something for you. So if that's something you'd like to do, if you've ever been interested in that, if you have a talk you want me to cover and you're an Oiler, you can do all of that. I'll write the notes for you. We don't even necessarily have to talk about it if you don't want to. All of that is explained in that document. So promoting that more, doing all that stuff more, that's probably a direction I'll move in, because I only need to push my income a little bit more in all of the baskets that I get it from. So Patreon will 110% be reworked by the time I'm done with Romania. It's at the top of my list. I'm already making some good progress on setting everything up for that. So once Patreon is done, then I can plug that. That's been atrophying for a long time. I'm super sorry to the patrons, but we'll be reworking that system, and then that'll be going. So that we have a lot of, headroom for increasing. The Twitch, I mean, we could promote subs a lot more, give bits polls a try. So that could be sorted out fairly easily. And then on YouTube, it's just about, showing up and doing more videos and going live more and maybe having conversations with people who are banned on Twitch, like Steven, and not being a dumbass and actually streaming at the same time I'm talking to Steven. That's probably something I should be doing that I never do. So, there's definitely a lot more that I could do to help out the channels more, because like I'm already talking to Steven or to other people, but I'm not streaming them all the time. I need to actually stream them and take that seriously. There's stuff like that. Maybe hopping on a panel or two. Those don't really benefit the stream in any real tangible way, but they do get the name out there. So there's lots of marketing stuff that's being left on the table that I will have to start taking seriously, as this is my job. And I'm separating myself from the Booksmarts entity. The Booksmarts entity is a brand, and I'm a man. Noah, okay? I'm different than Booksmarts, okay? Keep that in mind. Imagine actually networking. Yeah, it's tough to imagine. Book's ontologically evil thing is getting weird about shenanigans. How do you make enough to travel all the time? It's easy. You just don't spend your money on anything else. Don't have an apartment, don't have kids, don't have animals, don't have any other obligations, and spend all of your money on traveling. The lovely Airbnb that I'm in today costed $1,000 for the month. It's $900 if you just count the nightly stuff. The extra $100 is a cleaning fee. The flight here was I don't know, maybe $400 or $200 or something like that dollars. You can afford that stuff. So at least I think most people in a first world country making first world wages that are above the median can probably afford the life that I live. But the tricky part is finding a job that allows you to do that, remotely. Finding rentals anywhere is tricky right now. if that was the issue with North Carolina. It's always tricky everywhere all the time. And I'm sick of talking to older people or people that already have a place tell me that it's like, it should be easy. Because I'm beginning to notice a pattern. It's getting rough in the North Carolina market. Wish you best in a home search book. Yeah, we'll see if I keep searching for a home. What? You don't want to be like Chud and shill Star Trek Fleet Command for hours? I didn't say I wouldn't. Okay, there are a few sponsorship deals, like with very right-leaning. I am considering some sponsorships I would not have considered before. Okay, because we are entering the Booksmarts, Business Smarts, arc. So no, there are some sponsorships that if they are juicy enough, I will take them. But in order to kind of get access to more of those sponsorships, I need to be more consistent with the stream. And so, a lot of things feed into each other. I think sponsorships are at a step beyond where I'm at right now. Because a lot of them, they're just not worth it right now, Where are you now? Have you ever been into the hostel life? Yeah, I lived the hostel life when I was in Asia and stuff. I would never, ever, ever recommend that to anybody who's old, ever. So basically, my hostel life started in Thailand, and then it continued when I went to Japan. And in Japan, I actually worked at a hostel. So we cleaned it, and we managed guest interactions and a bunch of other shit. And while I was at the hostel in Japan, my shit got stolen all the motherfucking time. Same when I was in Thailand. My shit would get jacked. So it's like, your shit gets stolen. It's stinky. The people are dirty. If there's one person that snores in a room full of bunk beds, you're all kind of fucked. Like, it was a nightmare. It was in no way worth it for the amount of money that you're saving, because at that point, you're just paying so you're not homeless. That's the way I viewed it. Is like, the reason why I'm paying for this hostel is so I don't have to sleep on the street and avoid police. Because I felt like the experiences were comparable to each other. I could pack in such a way where I have a bed pad and whatever, and I'm outside in the city, and I could probably get a better night's sleep than I would in some of these hostels, because I would actually be able to sleep. So, I had a lot of bad experiences with hostels. Would never recommend them to people. Although that could just be an Asia thing, cash maxing arc. Yeah, maybe. Ouch. Got called old just now. One step closer to the crypt. Yep. Keep on hobbling, old man. Lemonies, by the way. Lemonies, I have your key. I feel like this is low-key your fault because you didn't go to TwitchCon. So now you're having to deal with my delinquency. I have your key. I will send it back to you. I need to remember to do that here in Romania. I will send it back to you, okay? We should have a donation goal for sending Lemony's apartment key back to her. Oh, I've had that apartment key for so long. Every time, I unpack my bags and repack them to make sure there's not any, bad stuff in there, I keep seeing her apartment key in my bag, and I'm like, oh, fuck. That's right, I have to send that. I gotta remember that. The next time I fly and I land, I have to go to the postal office, and I gotta send this to her. Listen, no worries, I'm gonna be here for a while. Oh, you're not moving. Damn, okay. Because I was under the impression you were gonna move, so I was really concerned about that. Every time it kept happening, I was getting increasingly concerned with my, inability to be responsible. Send Lemonies a postcard as well. I mean, technically we could. I think it's taking quite some time to get through this beer, don't you? Of course, today we're enjoying Birra Moretti, La Authentica. Interesting thing about Romanian, sometimes it sounds a lot like Spanish, and I feel like I'm at home. For instance, un is one, and do or some bullshit like that is two, or do or something like that. I think it's a romantic language, so it shares some of the roots or whatever with Spanish, which is nice. In a year. Oh, okay, yeah, a year. This is a no review stream for sure. Yeah, I have 4 40 ounces of different kinds of European beer in the fridge, and I intend to get through all of those, which is why today is going to be a long bar / drinking stream. Just pop in, hang out. It's like a host club, okay? With this beautiful young man in front of you. Well, at least if you lose it, there is no way in hell they would trace it back to Lemon's apartment. Yeah, I suppose so. I don't think there's any way for them to. Wow. For the Return Lemon's Key Fund. Thank you,
For the
Psycho.
Return Lemon's Key Fund.
Wow, did that... I feel like that alert has gotten a lot better. That TTS. Okay. I got that. $25 towards that for sure. Calling book beautiful is really watering down the definition. What an asshole. Favorite Euro beer so far? You prefer lighter or darker beers? Lighter by like 95%. I rarely drink a dark beer that I like. So yeah, I was going to make a yikesy joke. That's one thing I have to keep in mind, is making jokes about my preference for lighter over darker things, for instance. There's so many jokes that could be made there. So many of them are bad, you know? So that's the one thing I'm concerned about, are my jokes, because my sense of humor is no good, and it only gets worse with age and with the inclusion of alcohol. It starts to ferment, really turns into something different. Fun for some people, but for, you know, the sticks in the mud, they don't really enjoy it, right? Kind of similar with alcohol. You ferment it to a certain point and everybody says no, no, no. But the fun people say yes, and those are the people I hope to keep around. Favorite Euro beer? Probably some Polish beer, no? Probably something from Poland. I wasn't keeping track of the different Polish beers that I was drinking. I don't really have like a favorite beer in particular. It tends to change, but I have to say that like I have general feelings. My general feeling is that Polish beer is really, really good. So I really liked all the beer I had in Poland. You know, it helps that they were all cheap. They're like $1 for a 40 ounce. I mean, it's the same here. I think maybe these are like 5 or 6 lei, which 4 point something lei makes $1. So you're looking at paying like $1 something for like a 40 ounce of beer. So that's kind of, actually, I don't think these are 40s. I think they're less than that. They are, I don't know. It doesn't say. I'm sure it says somewhere, but I'm not good at reading, you know, book smarts and all. I fuck the books. I don't read them. Oh, 660 milliliters. Who knows what the fuck that is? Booksmart's content idea, drunk viewer call-ins. That's a good idea. We should put that on the board, eh? What if I turn studio mode on, I go to my chalkboard and I edit it a little bit here. Okay, so call-ins. I'll just keep track of what your guys' ideas are, and we'll do them throughout the night. How about that? Actually, we should do a donation goal thing where we try a different idea every so often. Hold up, this is fucking genius. You guys are so smart. We bounce off of each other so well, you know what I mean? That's what we'll do. Donation goal settings. Next idea, and we'll set that to maybe 75. We'll keep it nice and modest. You know what I'm saying? And as far as the date, it would be 08/05/2022. Start goal. Close that out. Make sure it looks good on the stream. Turn studio mode off, turn my chalkboard on, turn my tono thing on, wherever that is. Bada bing! Wonderful. Donos and Bing Chulling. Yes. That is what we're up to. Wait. I feel like this is very large. Can we make that smaller? Fuck it. Okay, so now we have our plan for today. Drunk Overwatch. That is a brilliant idea. Yeah, Overwatch. We'll put Overwatch in there. Boy, I'll really have to try not to say anything bad. This is getting worrisome. We're accumulating some problematic ideas here. So we have Collins, we have Overwatch. Oh, that's going way over the limit. We're gonna have to. The police officer's gonna pull us over for that one. Way over the limit. Okay, Overwatch. Bada bing. 151 in pineapple juice, please, sir. I don't need my spunk tasting lovely today, so we'll kind of skip out on the pineapple juice. Let's see. Okay, but which beer has the worst politics? I don't know. Blue Moon is a total Republican. Blue Moon is good, though. I knew Steven was right about book fucker. Fucking books every day behind the scenes. Oh, yeah. He got that right. But will Booksmarts be drunk or the viewers? Well, at this rate, it's going to be the viewers, but I'll try to keep up with you guys at home. Don't get Booksmart started on Doomfist. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Why Doomfist? What is Doomfist? Oh. Okay. I see. You're picking the African characters. Kind of racist, Earthly, not gonna lie. Drunk Overwatch just sounds like the correct way to play it. Overwatch is fun. I've been playing a lot of Apex lately, dude. I've been heavy on that Apex grind, bro. I'm trying to get out of bronze to get myself up to like gold or something so I could play with Chud Logic. I think Total Mayhem is going on Overwatch right now, so you can constantly use skills and not die so quickly. Spunk is such a nauseating word. Yeah, not if you're gay. Stella Ortiz, maybe. Its nickname is Wife Beater. Jesus Christ. We have some Stella in the fridge, and I'm not talking wife beater, bro. Is there a beer that tastes like black licorice? And if not, hits table, why not? You sound like a proper Danish chap. Danish people love licorice. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Danish people, they invented licorice or some shit. They got a thing with licorice, and I don't really remember what it was in particular. Did you try the Overwatch 2 beta? No, I didn't. I kept trying to get into it, but like they did this weird thing where they released it for like a 18-hour period or a 24-hour period, but you would need to be watching, I think, for like 4 to 8 hours to unlock the code. And by the time I had discovered it, it would be impossible to have watched for as long as was necessary to get the code. So I got fucked, dude. I've been fucked every single time they've tried to do the beta. So that's based licorice. Yeah, I hate licorice, honestly, bro. I'm not about that licorice life, bro. Why is this beer hitting already? What percentage is this shit? 4.6. Okay. Jesus. Y'all are making me really want to do Overwatch. I hope we hit that goal so I could just go play Overwatch. There's a lot of people pretty uninterested in too. Yeah, I understand that. But here's the thing. What is the overlap? If you have on the one side people who are uninterested in Overwatch 2, and on the other side, you have people that are interested in Overwatch 1 still. Not in the past, who still like Overwatch. Because I think those two circles are nearly eclipsing each other. There's maybe the thinnest veil of a corona on the outside created the phenomena that we know of as a full eclipse, okay? I think just a lot of the people that aren't interested in Overwatch 2 simply don't like Overwatch 1. To be fair, Overwatch 2 looks a lot like Overwatch 1. There are some tweaks to it that an Overwatch player would care about, but that somebody who doesn't like Overwatch at a fundamental level won't give a shit about, because it's going to be a lot of the same shit. I personally am somebody who really likes Overwatch. I love playing Overwatch. So for me, I'm interested in Overwatch 2. I'm interested in having one less champion. I'm interested in like the changes they're making to the characters. I'm interested because I already like Overwatch 1. So it not being a big change, it doesn't matter to me. But for a lot of other people, for a variety of reasons, whether that's social justice reasons or reasons regarding the company or reasons regarding the professional scene for the game, or just not liking the gameplay itself because they had a bad patch or two, or they didn't like the direction it went, or the champion updates. There's a variety of reasons, but plenty of people just don't like Overwatch 1, and I don't think they're going to be in a position to kind of fairly judge Overwatch 2. So that's kind of my take there. What's the most recent and also interesting anime you have seen lately? Let me have a Xander Hall moment to think that one through. Should I just tell you what I've been watching lately? Because I don't think one has been particularly interesting lately. I've been watching Fire Force. You know, I've been watching Fire Force, and I like Fire Force. It's getting a bit convoluted and complicated, and I'm kind of like losing interest in it a little bit, but I'm trying to finish it off. I'm trying to get up to date on Fire Force. I'm in an airport anime, so because it's on Crunchyroll, in case you didn't know, if you download VRV, the Verve app, you can download episodes from Crunchyroll for offline viewing, and you don't have to pirate stuff. I'm not a big fan of pirating stuff. I can't remember the last time I pirated, like actually downloaded or torrented something to pirate it. It had to have been a super long time ago. So I'm not like a big pirating guy, and I don't do that with anime especially. I don't think... let me try to think. I don't think I've, in the last like 5 years, ever pirated anything anime that I don't already own. And even for things I already owned, like, I think maybe like Ghibli stuff, but that's it. Like, I'm just not big on that. So if you give me the opportunity to download stuff for offline viewing, that's huge for me. I love that. So I download a bunch of anime and I watch it at the airport. I have a bunch of episodes of Sangatsu no Lion. So March comes in like a lion, and I watched a bunch of that at the airport. I had a lot of airport time from a story that I'm sure we'll get into once I have less things to talk about. It's only 1 p.m. here, but I kind of want to finish my last 2 seltzers from last night so I can catch a buzz with my close personal friend, Booksmarts. Have a good one, Earthly. Have a good one. This is to you, bud. Oh, I never got to play Overwatch, but Paladins was neat for me, so I'd probably like Overwatch. Probably. I'm playing a lot of 1 recently, but it's more because I haven't had an absolute terrible time. Like, I'm backing away from Apex and Halo because I'm super tired of them. That's the thing with Apex. Honestly, with all of the shooters, I feel like as a person that gets immensely frustrated during their gaming experience, with Apex, if I have like 2 or 3 back-to-back games where like I shit talk my teammates at the end of it, I close it out. And I'm like, I don't have fun playing this. Arenas is very different because it's very quick and it reminds me of Call of Duty. But when you're playing trios and shit and you just like hot drop every time and get annihilated, like if that happens 2 or 3 times in a row, I'm done with it. I've never been a Halo guy because I was only PlayStation growing up. But, you know, Call of Duty, I never got like that though. My dad gets licorice. Like how now we're all pronouncing it that way, even the way we write it. My dad gets licorice from Iceland with ammonia salt on it, amongst others. Genuinely disgusting. I would agree. Sounds awful. I've concluded you shouldn't frequent subreddit/Twitter accounts or games you like. Seems like those areas are just cesspools of negativity. Been hyped for Overwatch 2, but people have been nonstop whining online. Yeah, Unfortunately, I think most online communities for like most games and stuff are like generally pretty, like, what's remarkable is when you have the opposite, when you have like a genuinely positive community around a particular thing, and then it's remarkable. But I think there's just a lot of negativity online for a lot of stuff. Have you seen Beastars? Because do that. Yeah, I've seen Beastars. I haven't seen season 2. I haven't caught up with it. But I kind of also don't want to. Like, I really enjoyed Beastars, and for some reason I have like an annoying voice in the back of my head that's like, bro, don't watch season 2, bro, don't. You know, because like I've been watching shit that people have been recommending in terms of TV. Oh boy, spicy takes incoming. You ready? I have watched, I'll only name two shows that people always recommend. They're American shows. Can you guess what they are? They're a little older, okay? They're said to be some of the best TV ever. One of which is by HBO. Can you think of what I'm talking about? Does that mean you'll be drinking? I am drinking. Hope you are at home. The Worthless Ass Boys? No, that shit's good. And that is not American TV. The Office and Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is good. The Wire and Sopranos. You guys got both of them. The Wire is awful. It sucks. It's not good. I don't know why people like it, okay? I looked up, when does The Wire get good? And there are a gazillion people asking. Everybody's like, dude, episode 6. When you get to the fuck scene, you'll know what I'm talking about. Fucking peak television, bro. What is the fuck scene, you may be wondering? Well, it's not like a Game of Thrones fuck scene. That would be much more enjoyable. What it is they show up to a crime investigation and they say fuck the whole time while they're figuring it out. They're measuring and play acting what the lady would have been doing when she was killed, and just saying fuck the whole time. Fuck. And then fucking fuck. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. Like, I the whole time I'm like, I'm clicking off. If this is meant to be the best part of this whole show in season 1 or whatever, this is the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen. So after that episode, I continued going for like, I think 1 or 2 more, and then I cut it. I'm like, dude, I would rather be rewatching Kiss X Sis than I would do this. I would rather rewatch Oremo than I would to watch this bullshit. It was just so bad. I don't know why people like that shit. The Sopranos was even worse. At least The Wire, I felt like I was warming up to it. The Sopranos is so slow and dumb. I just don't get it. I don't get why people like these shows. I'm not even saying, like, I know I'm going really hardcore. It's not like they're bad. They're just like normal. Like, genuinely, I would have, like, if God went in front of me and he's like, all right, Booksmarts, here's the deal, kid. We can reinvest the time, go back, and you could have spent the same amount of time watching CSI. Would you want to do that? I'd be like, yeah, you know. Are they new episodes of CSI, or are they like reruns that I've already seen? Oh, don't be new. All right, yeah, fuck it, dude. Put me back in, coach. I'll fucking watch CSI over this shit. Genuinely, I would enjoy an episode of CSI better than I would an episode of The Wire. So, you know, at least CSI is fun to watch. I just don't have any fun watching The Wire. I feel like I'm constantly waiting for something that is supposed to make it likable, and it kills the whole experience for me. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Although you fill a different niche, I see you filling a similar theme/demeanor as Devin Nash. You both want better spaces, helping others, not throwing shit. I'm 30 minutes behind. Well, Arctic Jew, I'm very happy that you've taken the time to send me something from the past. That was certainly a perk of YouTube. I like Devin Nash. If I could do stuff like Devin Nash, that would be cool. But I don't know how much I really want to focus on like making better spaces or whatever. I think what we have to do, and the older I'm getting, the more I feel pushed off this cliff of readily accepting with my entire being that you have to focus in life in helping you and yours. I feel like God or the universe or chance or whatever the fuck you believe in. I like God or the universe because that sounds more interesting, but you could be boring and believe it's chance or coincidence or whatever. I'm noticing that there are increasingly a lot of signals to me, especially from older people, that you just have to focus on your own shit. That you got to focus on you and yours. It's great that you want to fix the world or whatever, but if your shit's fucked, bro, you just got to fix your shit. And there's so much work that goes into fixing your own shit that, like, by the time it's fixed enough that you can start worrying about other people reasonably, you've already invested a shit ton of your time, your effort, your resources into fixing yourself up. So that's why with this work arc, I'm probably going to drop this volunteer project shit, or at least put it on the top shelf and wait a while longer to revisit it. I'm probably just going to start divesting time from a bunch of different projects and really focus on like making it to where life isn't difficult for me as much as it is anymore. If I would have spent the same number of years so far on essay writing as I have on streaming and would have taken it seriously, I'd be fine right now, dude. I'd be Bing chilling somewhere. I think it's time to start making streaming that. Like, if I'm going to keep doing streaming, then I should invest time into that. As well as going back into essay writing. And this gets back to the conversation I had with Rose Wrist. Like, and I'm beginning to piece together why other people say that, like, I'm naive about shit and whatever. It's like, it feels like a necessary aspect of growing up is kind of letting go of principled positions about particular things and kind of coming to terms with the reality of what you have to do, and then carving out a space within that reality to do what you can do. But you really have to confront reality, and you have to start there. And I don't think I've done that very well. So, as cool as it would be to make better spaces and whatever, I think I can't really work on stuff beyond my lawn, right? Like, I need to kind of operate within the bounds of my property for a while and just focus on my stuff. Like, I think our community is kick-ass. Like, the people we have on Discord are awesome. We only have like a few bad apples. The chat is generally awesome, and if people aren't awesome, they get banned. Like, we're doing like pretty all right in terms of that, and I just gotta focus on building that up, not fucking going and convincing other people to be better, because that shit's just like a waste of my time and energy. And like, I was watching Steven today on YouTube talk about like, how he's embarrassed and he feels like a big fish in a very, very increasingly shrinking pond when he has to compare himself to Vosh or to Keffels or the way that they behave and stuff like that. Like, I think he put into words, obviously I'm not a big fish. I'm not making a ton of money or viewers or whatever, but like, remember that, I'm coming from a job that I think few people in the world would be capable of doing. And that's not to toot my own horn. It's just one of the few things I have going on in my life that I can be reasonably proud of. Is like, I have skills and abilities and stuff like that is incomparable to anybody in this space. And like an ability to focus when I want to that is incomparable to other. Like, there are just a few things, and I've been thinking more about like, maybe I should just invest this stuff more and stop comparing myself to other people who don't have those kinds of abilities and therefore are making decisions based on their limited abilities and stuff like that. Maybe I need to start focusing on that, which is why, like, in the background, I'm going to be getting back to essay writing, and to loop everything back around, because I know I'm rambling, to the conversation I had with Rose Wrist, where he was like, yeah, but you wouldn't do it again, right? You wouldn't start writing papers again, right? Like, No, I definitely would. I would. Like, if somebody came to me and they're like, here's 10 grand for this graduate project, like, I would immediately take it. My life is not good. Like, I don't make a lot of money doing this stuff. It's incredibly fun to do. And it can be really fulfilling when people tell me that it's helpful for their life and whatever. And, like, you know, part of what I'm looking at in all the papers and stuff that I'm writing and all the notes and whatever is I'm gonna refocus on that, kind of reincorporate into the stream the different stuff that I used to tell you guys that I think is helpful. Like, how do you take notes well? How do you use perspective theory to look at conversations and interactions with people? How do you break down very complicated tasks into the small pieces that'll enable you to do them? Help you with the stuff I'm actually good at, which is like getting good grades in school and like navigating conversations in a way that bridges the gap between ableism, the autists, right? The people who have a really, really, really hard time with social cues and, navigating conversation and picking up on things and knowing what people want. And then giving them an analytical bridge to kind of navigate their way through that kind of stuff, and it's not even just that. Like, anxious people have this problem as well and whatever. It's just, I know that's the terminology you guys use, even if I disagree with it. So, I think I need to just focus on that and do that. I think that's what I was good at before, and I'm just going to keep doing that. Anywho, that's a very long rant, and I'm definitely feeling this bira, which reminds me of birria? I forget what it's called. It's Spanish for this like sauce, this very liquidy, meaty substance you put in tacos. We know what Book's favorite way of tutoring is. I beat them. I beat the kids with a stick. That's my favorite kind of tutoring. No, I like tutoring where we kind of build up a topic, that we start with making you feel really bad about how bad you are at a topic, and that by the end of the session you get so good at it that you like feel really confident. I love in tutoring when I can put one paper in front of you, right? I'll just do this on here. Where I put one paper in front of you that is like an F, and then right next to it, by the end of the session, we have one paper that has like a B or an A next to it. And then I ask you about how your confidence level is. I ask you about, do you feel like you were able to improve during this time and whatever? And all those questions are basically answered by the two pieces of paper in front of us. So it kind of forces you, even if you're still hesitant, even if you still don't feel like you completely understand it, putting those two pieces in front of you creates this kind of like psychological anchor where you feel that you have to answer in that way. And there's something about the human brain where when you say it out loud, something about it becomes more real than it was the moment before. There's a difference between asking you those follow-up questions with the pieces of paper in front of you and just looking at the pieces of paper in front of you. There's an internal dialogue that can still take off looking at the difference between these two tests and can explain what happened. Well, of course I did better. This guy's right over my shoulder. Of course I did better. Somebody sat and taught it to me for an hour. And in class, I don't get that individualized attention, yada, yada, yada. But if I can speak over that internal voice and I can force you to start saying things that are going to be self-affirming, I feel like it creates a better situation for that confidence to kind of sink into. If we do that every single session, that's what I love to do with tutoring. That's what I like to do, is increase people's confidence, because I think confidence is an important part of life. And if there's a way that I can build that in you through something as silly as education, then, it is what it is. Hey, Book, good to see you. I'm heading to Spain, specifically Madrid and Malaga, in 2 days. Any tips to get the most out of the experience? Plan in advance and create an itinerary and a backup plan for things that you want to do, and be serious about it. Look at a map of the city and decide when you'll get to each place, how long it's going to take to be in each place, how you're going to get between them, and then create some backup plans in case something doesn't work out. That's what I would say. If you only got 2 days, you definitely need to be planning in advance and have some backup plans and really stick to them, because easy to go off track. Book is a Kiss X Sis enjoyer, one of my favorite hentai, yes. You're right. I didn't make them. Booksmarts did. I'm just telling you what they are. I'm still thinking about that volunteer project. I made a few calls to my local NPR station in the past for volunteer shit, and they are great collectors of those projects. Yeah, it's more difficult to get other people to help with it than I had initially thought. So it made it very difficult. Booksmart's got the farmer brain. I don't even know what that means. Are you making fun of my economic position? He didn't expect you to yoink the bag, Ducker Z, F minus. What are you talking about? What on earth are you talking about? Anywho. Let's think. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. I kind of want to tell you guys about the flight that I had. Do you guys want to hear about it? Pretty sure you don't make the rules for the chat is use. Also, you started the back and forth. Oh, are you getting him about back and forth? Come on, we have like 20 people in here. I don't know. I probably have to edit those back and forth rules and stuff as well. Let's see here. I kind of want to talk about my flight, but I kind of also don't. I have a feeling this stream is not going to be nearly as long as I had initially expected it to be. I basically just want to check in and let you guys know I'm alive, you know? Let me bring it up in front of me here, because this is going to take a long time to explain, and I feel like I should probably just open with it on a different stream where we're covering something actually interesting. Let me open that in front of me here. Oh God, it's so fucking long. Jesus. There's no way you guys can handle that. Oh God, it's so long. So much happened, dude. I was so late getting to my Airbnb. I had a flight canceled and I had a flight delayed, and it ruined my entire life. If those are the rules, I was unaware and I will follow in the future. Don't worry about any of that stupid shit. Rose, when you said you'd do it again. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. He didn't expect you to yoink the back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he definitely did. I don't think he expected a lot of my answers to questions. It's just the thing is, like, when I'm in a conversation with debate people, there are conventions that you follow, right? There are certain things you're meant to do and meant to not do. And there are certain corners where you completely disregard 20 steps away from that corner because you're like, nobody will go there because it's a loss, right? Like, if I admit that, like, my beliefs are different from my actions, for instance, that, like, that is inconceivable because normally you lose the debate once you get to that point. If we're having a conversation, I'm like, all right, so you believe that immigration's a good thing for the economy? Yup. And you believe that Mexican immigrants could be a very good thing for the American economy because they're immigrants and it would be good and they're filling jobs that people wouldn't do, etc. Yup. But you voted to get rid of that, you know, like you can corner them if they did something that didn't align with that inner narrative. And I just don't care. I think philosophy and your idea about the world is very different from the way that you engage with it a lot of the time for most people. So I just accept that and I'll bite it and I'll skip the 20 steps it takes to get there and I'll just leapfrog straight to the thing. And that can be really uncomfortable. But I decided to do it in that conversation. I found it very, very fun to do. So I think I'll keep doing that more and more. It might bite me in the butt someday, but with Rose, I had a very fun time doing that. Glad to see you are still alive. Haven't seen any streams since before you went to the Netherlands. I think I streamed like the day or two before I went to Netherlands or something like that. But yeah, I really didn't feel like streaming in the Netherlands. So I just kind of, I'll keep it up here. Made for an entertaining convo for sure. I enjoyed it. I'm happy you enjoyed it. I'll have to be collabing with more people. And I think, and I know this is a faux pas, but I will comment on it. I think that our viewership for today is probably indicative of the fact that I haven't streamed for a long time. Someone else mentioned that Steven is live. That's probably also something I probably need to pay more attention to. Again, we're on the business arc, okay? So I'm trying to think more about what am I doing with streaming wrong and what am I doing right? I wonder what Steven's even talking about. Literally nothing. It's just a waiting screen. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess I'll have to keep more track of that stuff. It made for an entertaining convo. Yeah, I think if not anything else, it should have been fun to watch. Because when I listened back to it and I was like time stamping and whatever, I found it was a fun conversation to listen to. But I often think a lot of the conversations I have are fun to listen to, even the short ones. If you guys remember a long, long time ago, I talked to President Sunday after Doomer Politics, formerly known as, had done his Avash video. To get background on that, I had helped Doomer edit the script for that video. And by help to edit, I mean he had basically the entire thing done and all the research done. And I gave my feedback on what he should include, what he shouldn't include, the way it was structured, that sort of stuff. But it was all done. It's not like I did anything to create it. And he commissioned me for it. He paid me for it. And that's why I did it. And my understanding is President Sunday had done his own sort of version of this Vosh is evil kind of video and had not seen the same success. So in hindsight, I wonder if it was a thing where he kind of was upset that the video had gotten more attention than his, and he probably felt like his was better. I think that's a very human thing to understand. I doubt he would admit to that. It may not be the case, but that's kind of my read of it. Anywho, he comes on Chud's stream to talk with me about it, and he only basically wants to talk about an interview that he had with Doomer that I hadn't watched. And I'm like, well, if you have problems with me, we could talk about me. But A, I haven't seen your interview with what's his name. B, I don't care to defend Doomer. Doomer is not my friend, right? Doomer is, if anything, he is like a working colleague who I have worked with once, ever, right? So, I have no relation to this dude, so I don't really care to defend him. And that was a funny little conversation. Very, very short, but I think some people enjoyed it. President Sunday is still so mad about that video. Mega lol. Yeah, he's mad about all sorts of stuff, dude. He's a very cranky gentleman. Hold on. Very not used to talking so much. I've been very privileged to not be speaking for quite some time. There was a bit of a COVID scare after Amsterdam and stuff as well that I was keeping an eye on. I suspect wholeheartedly that my COVID experience is asymptomatic or very few symptoms outside of what would be considered normal. Because I travel all the time. I don't wear masks on airplanes. I stay at random people's houses. I'm constantly meeting with people. I do everything touristy. I'm not super religious about sanitizing. So in my mind, I have to at some point have caught COVID. And I'm wondering if I'm just asymptomatic or the symptoms are things that I just don't notice. Maybe I just get super sleepy, or maybe I just blow my nose more or something like that. And I just infect a gazillion people because I have no idea that I have COVID. I'm beginning to think that is my experience of COVID. I may be wrong, and I may be tempting fate where I catch it and I feel super bad or I die or something. But with how much travel and stuff I do, I feel like it's very likely that I've caught it and I just, I haven't, shown symptoms or whatever. It affected, did you affect others if you didn't see? That's what I'm beginning to wonder is I have never pieced it together that other people that I've interacted with have got it from me. But it's very difficult because I think the time frame is supposed to be 2 weeks, but for some people it's instant. So with my family, I had come back home, and within a week or two of that, they had gotten sick. And I'm wondering now, was that me? Because one of them had gotten sick before all the others did. And we just assumed it was him that infected the others. But could it have been that I infected all of them and they just got it at different, you're right? I'm not a scientist. I just have no idea if how that works or how that worked for each individual. I don't know. But it's tough to piece together, even if I did have all the dates in front of me, if I was infecting other people. I don't think there's a good enough pattern there. If I say Canada, Ontario, and Quebec consider themselves Central Canada, what success would have against them? I don't know what the fuck any of that statement means. I cry a lot. I would too if I was talking about Canada all day. Fuck that. The only person who should talk about Canada is the PM and somebody who wants to be the PM. Otherwise, who cares? But even they might not be able to know it came from you. Yeah, I don't think anybody can know if they got it from me. Because I don't even know if I've had it. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But now that even like CGP Grey has it, who is like a YouTuber who's been like really, really keen on avoiding it, I'm beginning to wonder, like, I must have had it at some point and I don't see the effects of it. So maybe I just got lucky, but who knows? I'm not a scientist. No idea. No idea. I think I'm very tempted to just play video games. I'm so tempted to just play video games. Once they're infected, Bookie is long gone. I'm fucking out of there, bro. And what would be even funnier is because every time people around me get infected, I immediately halt any contact with them. I'm like, fuck no, I'm not talking to you. I'm not hanging out with you. I'm not going anywhere the fuck near you, right? That's what happened with my family. That's what happened with some other people who caught COVID. I'm just like, I'm immediately out. Nope, not fucking talking to you. It would be hilarious if I'm low-key the one that infected them and then I was like, no, I'm not talking to you anymore. Mission accomplished. Canadians check it in. Mostly, we apologize for talking about Canada, and you folks are mad when we pay in our money. Lol. I, again, have no idea what you guys are talking about. Do you guys really try to pay with Canadian money places? I have no idea. What I do, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Yeah, the only way you could know is if you did a self-test every 2 weeks. Yeah, and I don't. So, yeah. And with how much travel I do, I've had this idea in the back of my head for a while that maybe I'm just asymptomatic. But there's no way in hell I'm testing all the time, because with how much travel I do you realize how fucked I would be if I did? This is so selfish, but like if I did come up positive and I wasn't symptomatic and I got like a false alarm, like if it was a false positive, it would fuck up so much of my life. So I don't know. I never got tested except for when I felt a little bit sick or when like a country that is receiving me requires it. So I've taken a bunch of tests over the last like 2 years, but then I've never gotten, negative, or I've never gotten positive. I'm sorry. I've never gotten positive. Okay. I've never gotten positive. Ignore Canadians. They barely know their own systems and have to run to America to tell us about their racist shit. Jesus Christ. Comment, you're going off today. You had the ugly comment. Now you're fucking around with Canadians. You're a hater. That's inner travel thing. Happens most in Quebec. Can you not spend Canadian money in Quebec? What the fuck? They use the Canadian dollar. I have no idea what you're talking about with currency in Quebec. You Canadians, you're losing me. I care so little about your country. I have no idea. Quebec wants to be like Vatican. Well, they're French. They love being their own thing. They like being unique. Yeah, it would be quite expensive to just self-test that often. Like you said, the chance of a false positive. I would be lying if I told you it's the expensive thing. It's mostly just the false positive thing. Because you can get free tests in a lot of different places, and I'm a cheap bastard. I'll find a way to get a free or cheap test. So I'm playing Genshin right now, so I am super hater. Ah, I see. That'll do that to a motherfucker. What do you think about this new elemental type they're introducing in Genshin? Look at me, I'm educated, even though I don't play the game. What do you think about that new elemental type they're bringing in? You got any fire people it can coordinate with? Kame is kind of funny. The ugly thing in the Kissexis reference. Yeah, that is true. The Kiss Exes reference was coming as well. I totally forgot that. They have separatist movement Ude Ardaler. Can you type normal? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. What the fuck is an Ude? Ude. Quebec. Unde est Quebec? What? Ude Université de Sherbrooke. I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. You're gonna have to fucking take a 2-second break to look at your messages before you send them, because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. It's been there since the beginning. What's been there since the beginning? It works at most. Quebec. Yeah. It works at most elements 3x except ice, rock, and wind. I didn't know that. But it's amazing, meta changing even. Well, that's great to hear, because if there's a game that needs a meta shakeup, it's probably Genshin, right? How has League been doing? Has League had any meta shifting things happening lately? A very unhealthy stream today. Yeah, because I've heard from Luxifer just bits and pieces about the new additions. Basically, for those of you who have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, there's 2 new characters being added to Genshin Impact. They're both furries. And I guess the idea is that they have a brand new elemental type to the whole game. So if you had like fire, water, earth, and air, it's like you added spirit. So it's going to change the whole game. Last big meta change in League was the change of the Drakes, I believe. Damn, that was a long ass time ago, right? Like, when did they change Drakes? 12.14. Oh, it says 6 days ago that team fights around Dragon will be longer. Full Drake changes, alt care. We could take a look at this if we really want to here. Let me switch scenes. Oh, wonderful. It's on the wrong screen. That's great. That's great. All right, let's see. League of Legends patch. The early game is currently becoming much slower, which has led to a meta-shifting focus on scaling team comps. That is why Riot are buffing early Drakes considerably, and here are all the Drake changes. In order to increase the priority of early game objectives in League of Legends, blah, 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 individual Drake buff, Riot are increasing the buff values of each by roughly 50%. Holy shit. Decreasing the damage output of Drakes across the board in exchange for more durability. Oh, so you're going to be fighting longer. I see. Huh. Wow, they're heavily cutting how much damage the dragons are doing. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, you're getting a lot for that Elder Dragon. In a similar vein, they've also increased the value of Rift Herald by making Shelly drop local gold, while also increasing the amount of health on the second Herald to increase its value and priority relative to the first so that it's ignored less often. That's cool. Okay. Because I do feel like sometimes people leave that on the table. It seems this is another in a long line of changes where Riot Games are slowly reverting the durability patch. I don't keep up with patches, no idea. As pro games are becoming less and less interesting to the fan base, impacting the viewership. I feel like the reason why I stopped watching like Pro League has absolutely nothing to do with the gameplay personally. It has to do with the players not really seeming hyped to be there. And I think we need more supplemental materials to get people interested in League of Legends. Like, do you guys remember when Riot... Oh, I can't fit my arm around this. How annoying. Do you guys remember when Riot was trying to do like kind of like what F1 had with like Drive to Survive or whatever, where they cover all of the individual teams and players and do house tours and talk about like the dynamics of the players' lives and how that's factoring into the gameplay and whatever. The kind of behind the scenes documentary-esque coverage of a season. I think that that actually does a really good job for promoting and getting me personally interested in watching it. That's what got me to watch F1, and that's what got me to watch more Pro League. I think if they did that every season, I would probably be more likely to watch it. I don't know why they don't do more of that. Because as it stands right now, all I hear from players is like Doublelift and other people bitching about League all the time and hearing that they've banned players or talking shit. So it's like none of that really inspires me to go watch it. You know what I mean? Like everybody that is a player on their own stream seems like miserable with the situation. So it makes me very not likely to watch anything about it. I think it has little to do with the gameplay itself. But if the players are unhappy with the game itself and they're the ones bitching and it's leading everybody else to see things that they otherwise wouldn't see, then of course that's going to have an impact there. So it might be to make the pro players feel a little bit better so they don't whine. Thank you for that. Let's hear what you have to say. Quebec wants a state these days, but share same currency. I'm like, create your own before, and in the past, Canada has grown so much, there are issues. I see. Are we getting an Overwatch 2 stream, Pagu? When it comes out, sure, why not? State or nation, BC didn't exist forever. I feel like putting shenanigans on Canadian politics because I just... you're not typing very good, Bad Hoss. I'm just going to assume that you're drunk or on drugs. But I have no idea what half your messages mean. They take like 3 readings. It's like listening to the Oracle talk high on mushrooms, bringing messages from the great beyond in tongues. Like I'm having a difficult time understanding our Canadian Oracle here. And then at the end of the day, when I translate the message, I'm like, oh, it's something I don't really care about. No offense, Canadians. I could care less about Quebec. I also didn't know about this update a few days ago. I was thinking of the one in November. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, apparently they've revamped it again. And if the one in November is the one that you remember, then it sounds like the changes to Dragons are kind of a recurring theme with impactful changes to the game. League is one of those games I've watched 100 times more than I've actually played somehow. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of games where I probably logged hundreds of hours watching it, never played it. I think that one that Steven plays all the time, honestly, all of them. I've never played the Dragon game. I've never played Sekiro. I've never played the one where you're on the Earth. Dyson. I've never played any of those, so I had no idea. No idea about them. Only ever watched them. Sorry, I had to do a boss run. The new elemental type in Genshin has been there since the start, just no playable characters with a particular element. That must have been so trippy for so long. Did they have like an explanation of what the elemental type did or how it interacted with other elements? Or was it just like there and nobody had any idea what it actually did? I presume it's the former, that you knew what it would do, but you just didn't have any characters that did it. Biera Moretti, nice, decent beer. Yeah, it's the everyman's beer, you know, it's affordable. Ugh. Hey, most Canadians don't care about Montreal. Well, good thing we're talking about Quebec. Cody's Shouty released a 3-hour-long Jordan Peterson video minutes before book went live, so I missed the first hour. I have no idea who that is. Cody Jordan Peterson. A brief look at Jordan Peterson. Holy shit, it's so long. I wrote essays and forced to rewrite till it was grammar and spelling was formal. Nice. Well said, Bad Hoss. It's basically plant-based, makes things burn was our only reaction from a specific mob. Oh, because mobs might have it. Okay, that makes sense. Destiny is playing Factorio right now. I have almost 2,000 hours into that shit. Cody from Some More News. Yeah, it's Some More News. A brief history, 2 hours. I mean, for somebody as big as Jordan Peterson, I feel like 2 hours is fairly brief. But yeah, I get the meme. I stopped watching that shit when I realized how Cody's only ability is to point out problems. I like how Kame is coming in here. Kame is like the person on the mic who they never call out like where an enemy is. They never call out like items on the floor that you can pick up in Apex. They only ever call out like when you die, and they'll explain why you fucked up. They always chime in with the negativity, and that's all they contribute. Jesus, Kame. It's always something negative with you. I mean, we could take a look at this. I've watched Some More News before. I didn't know the dude's name or anything. Oh, wait. I thought this was fucking Joe Scott. Never mind. I don't watch this guy because he's too hypey for me. He's operating at like a level 8 level, and I'm not quite there. All right. We could take a brief look at it, I suppose, and just see what the hell it is. Maybe it'll be interesting.
Casual greeting. Welcome to the Some More News News Network, Some More News, a silly show about silly things. But today, we're going to get serious and talk about my favorite guy, the smart and normal Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. This guy.
There's no such thing as climate, right?
Okay, wait, let him finish. Not to fanboy out or anything, but I'm a pretty huge freaking fanboy of his, so show some absolutely mother-hecking respect, and let's hear him out.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Shut up, he's not done! Surely he's not done.
And that's what bothers me about the climate change types.
Oh, okay, I see what he means. See, you just gotta let him talk more to really understand him. So he's being derisive here, see, as though the climate change types claim that climate is everything, and they want to change everything. I don't really think that's true, but maybe I just don't quite grasp exactly what he's saying. Also, I don't know what he means by everything, but let's give him a little more time. We keep interrupting.
Okay, this is boring. Jordan Peterson is not a climate expert. Jordan Peterson demands you respect his big ... Who, what, why, and how is Jordan Peterson? The persona. Wow, that's long. The shadow. Wow, it's long. The anima and animus. The self. Okay, I don't particularly care about a single thing on there. What the fuck is this tie? He has like fuzzy shit on his tie. What is this? Anywho, that is the end of that one. I'm not sure I necessarily want to watch all of this. What is in my recommended? Can we just like take a quick look? Okay. Oh, I've been watching so much of this. Have you guys ever seen this? These shows that like follow customs officers? I was fucking chowing down on this content at the airport. It's like customs people getting people in trouble over and over again. I always get stopped at customs, so I feel like I relate to it. Except there's never any drugs in my bag. It's just like I casually sit there and smile and crack jokes at them and make fun of them while they look through my bag. And occasionally I'll say things to scare them and whatever. Because once you're locked in and they're already searching through your shit, I feel like no amount of jokes or anything is going to harm me. So I tend to have a lot more fun than probably the average sane person would have with customs stops. I thought I had already watched this. More Keffel stuff. I honestly don't care about Keffel's stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's my recommended. Oh boy. Ooh. Ending? Anywho, okay. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. I mean, if there is anything you guys think I missed that I need to watch, let me know. Cody's aesthetic is to look like someone in the middle of a breakdown. Well, he's accomplishing that. I was just suggesting a 3-hour Jordan Peterson video for... It's only 2. That's like a $500 book tier. Yeah, that is a very long react. The Irish ones are good, and the Australian ones, when people try to bring in a suitcase full of meat into Australia. I love Chinese people in Canada. Is that weird? I love the fucking what do Jewish people say? I love the chutzpah of the Chinese people in the Canadian series. They will dead ass declare $0 fucking dollars and nothing on their form, and then they will continue to lie through the entire process of questioning. So they'll roll up this big ass like suitcase out of a fucking push cart with like 4 suitcases, and they'll be like, okay, so you declare nothing on your form, you know everything is in your bag, you packed them, and like they'll do all this shit. It's like, yes, yes, yes. And they'll pull out like a fucking Chanel purse, and they'll be like, okay, bruh, did you buy this when you were abroad? No, it was a gift. Okay. And they pull out just like tons of shirts with tags on them, a small folder with 10,000 US dollars in it. And like, they keep getting all these things that are breaking the customs rules. And the people keep lying about every single part of it. Like, they'll pull out a bag of money and they're like, oh, how much money is here? And they'll be like, I don't know, maybe like $2,000 or something like that. And they'll count it and they'll be like, okay, that was $8,000. Could I check your bag that you have on you? Yeah, sure, here you go. Okay, how much is in this? Oh, I don't know, probably nothing. That's probably it in that bag. And then they find another purse and they're like a little wallet, and they're like, okay, how much money is in here? Because now you're lying to me, because you said that was that much and you said there was nothing in this bag, and now there appears to be a giant stack of money. And they're like, I don't know, maybe it's like, like $200 or something like that. And then they go, 1, 2, okay, it's clearly more than $200. Like, it's just like, the lies like don't stop and they just keep coming. So like, oh man, it's just so fucking funny. Or there was this one guy who like, he had all this shit, like a bunch of shirts and wallets and shit. And the cost was already at like $15,000 or something like that. And then he was like, what? I have to declare all the gifts I have? What? Like, then I would have to declare this bag. I got that while I was over there. And they're like, how much is that bag? And he's like, I don't know, man, like $500. And they're like, okay, let me look that up online. The bag costed $4,800. And he's like, it's not that much. It's much cheaper over there. And she's like, well, because you've lied to me about every single thing in this bag, I am going to look up online the price of every single item and use those prices, because you've been fucking me this whole conversation. Like, it's just so fucking hilarious. Yeah. Or they say that they don't have any meat, and then they pull out like a thing of sausages and the person's like, oh no. Like, why do you answer the questions wrong when they already have the bag out to search? That's what I don't get. They're going to find it. You're not clever. You didn't put it inside like the rods of the bag, so you're kind of banking on the idea that they don't find your secret compartment. Like, they're about to dig through this bag. You may as well tell them what's in there. Like, they pull out cheese and they're like, this isn't allowed here. Do you have anything else in here? And they're like, no. And then they pull out like a ream of sausages and they're like, okay, brah, do you have anything else? Because this isn't allowed either. And they're like, no. And then they pull out another ream of sausages and they're like, it just keeps going. It's so hilarious when people lie throughout the whole customs thing. Holy shit. There are some people that, like, I understand the lying, right? Like, I don't understand this level of lying. What I understand is, like, when they're lying, when there is drugs inside of them, then I get it, right? Because you could keep the charade up a long time and you might get away with it. Like, if they're like, are you traveling with any illegal substances, whatever, and you say no, and they go through your bag and it's all closed and whatever, okay, I kind of get that. You push it all the way to the point where they x-ray your body. That's fine. Because even the x-ray, maybe you kind of think in your head they won't see it, right? Like, that I understand. So, like, the people from, like, Nigeria and these other places that are, like, smuggling tons of cocaine in their body that they ingest, like, I understand that. But, man, the foreign nationals, the Chinese people coming back to Canada, the students and the permanent residents that have all this shit in their bag, it's just hilarious. Or they try haggling with the person. Like, there was this Chinese lady who was like, oh no, these bags aren't mine, they're my parents' bags, whatever. And the lady's like, okay, but you're the one with all of them, right? It's just you. And at first the lady said she was traveling alone. And then she's saying it's her parents' bag. So she lied for no apparent reason on the first question, because she's just going to lie to every question, thinking that somehow the lie will always be better than the truth. So they're like, oh, hey, okay, are you traveling alone today? Yes. Oh, okay, because you got like a trolley full of bags. You have like 4 bags there. So I figured, okay, whatever. We'll go through this one bag. Did you pack all these? No. No, okay, so you don't know what's in these? No. I have no idea. There could be anything in those. Okay, so who packed these? They're your bags, right? Yeah, they're my bag. She's just like lying to every question. She's always picking the opposite of what the truth is. So it's like what is going on, lady? And then they'll count her money, and she's already like over the $10,000 limit that you're allowed to bring in. And then they check the other bags, and it adds up to like fucking $28,000. And she's like, well, no, hold on. Because like, this is 3 people's bags. So if we divide it up, technically speaking, you divide 28,000 by 3, and that means that there would be under the $10,000 limit for all of us. And then they're like, yeah, but you didn't declare any money on this form. And she's like, yeah, but if there's a $10,000 allowance and we fucking divide this shit by 3 and whatever, like, she's like trying to haggle with them, and they're not having it. They're like, bro, you lied throughout this whole process. I'm not giving you any wiggle room. Oh man. They're probably in denial, not 100% there. I don't believe that. I don't believe they're just in denial. I don't think they're not 100% there. I think they're 100% there, and them being 100% there has led to this genius decision to lie throughout the whole thing. I think that they think that if they lie, it will somehow benefit the situation. I feel like that's a completely sober idea that they've come up with, being 100% in the moment. My family travel with a bag too of Nigerian food when coming back home. Just bribe the guard, always works. Yeah, not in Canada, dude. Yeah, it's just crazy to me. If I declare every dollar individually, then I can over the limit. That was not a sentence. I'm against the law at that point. What, when you tell the truth and they don't believe you and they keep searching? I don't know. I think that's really stupid. I don't care if they don't trust me, because I have learned from watching these customs shows, they're not going to trust you because so many other people lie. I think if they kept trusting
Popping
everything.
to say hello.
Thanks.
Greater than.
I'm happy to have you, Nicole. Thank you for your usual huge subscription. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate the support. Bit of a smaller stream today, just hanging out. Nothing drama, nothing fancy. Yeah, I don't expect them to trust people. I would actually prefer that they don't trust people, because there's so many people lying to them all the time. World you travel don't have same laws. That sounds like, that sounds like an inspirational quote that was AI generated from some Indian developer. I don't know what you're saying. I got to do that thing where I work on myself, a la exercising. Good luck, bookfucker. Yep, keep doing it. Although I think your mind, your emotion, your heart needs some work, Kame. So be sure to fit some gratitude exercises and loving exercises in there, okay? Have a good one, though. Tiggin, I'm happy. Booksmarts. Laws are different. Yeah, laws do be different, bro. Laws do be different. I'm happy that you're happy. Jesus Christ. What is this stupid fucking job that I do? What is this job that I do? Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are hilarious. Let's see here. I got a message here. I'm not reading that on stream. From the looks of the chat, we're all drunk along with Booksmarts. The worst part is I'm not even drunk. I feel like I'm doing much better than you guys. But, you know, such is life. I don't think I'm going to drink all that beer today. I would have drinking all that beer today if we were popping off, but now this is sad. We have the same number of people that we would have in a reasonably popular bar, so I'm not doing it. Bar Simulator bringing out drunk chat. True. I hadn't taken my pain meds yet, so I was a little more mean. I'm feeling good now. Okay. I gotcha. Happy is important. This is the most insightful thing you've said all night. I'm going to get a bottle of cider from the fridge to see if chat starts making sense. That's a good idea. Oh no, approaching Jokerfication without a 7-hour video. I don't think we're anywhere close to Jokerfication. I'm literally saying that because I'm checking the view count and I'm like, what is going on here? I was drinking a mocktail. I'm not drunk at all. That's good. I'll drink vodka later. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I only wanted to get like an hour on the clock. That was my like, if it goes bad, just make sure you get an hour on the clock and let people know that you're alive, okay? If it goes good, then you could just keep going and you have a bunch of alcohol in the fridge. But that was the plannerino. Because I am working on that extreme dad thing, and I think if I actually might toss that now because I really don't think it's like gonna help with viewership. I'm trying to be business smarts. What is something that happened recently that is popular that you guys would like to see me do a stream about? Because my YouTube brain is in a whole other different dimension with thinking about like what we're gonna be doing in terms of working in the background. You're too essay brain to understand the common man's broken English and typos. Yeah, that's what it is. What has been happening in the streaming space? Is something you guys want to see me cover? Like, is it Hassan versus Tate? Is it, you know, like, what is it that you guys want to see? Is it the fucking Keffels shit? I doubt it's the extreme dad thing, like, of all the things. XQC versus Greek? When did that happen? Because that felt like it was a while ago, right? It was 3 weeks ago. Or the Tatum stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking Tatum was more recent. XQC v Greek is like pretty old. I mean, we could have XQC v Greek as like a stretch goal, probably. My liver and kidneys are shot. I'll be lucky to make 60. Yikes. Well, send me your money before you die. Send me your money before 60, bro. Midterm primaries last night, you go through wrong predictions. That's fucked up. Has I been doing that? That's fucked. I don't know if I do that. That's not fun. I didn't make any predictions, so it's kind of like shitting on people when I had no skin in the game. Cover some Tate shit, a brilliant case of not understanding / listening. Okay. I think that the thing to cover the most would be Tate v Hassan, right? Like, has Andrew Tate had any other conversations that are like particularly interesting? Because I think the most popular one is definitely him versus Hassan, right? Like, because he talks that Aiden Ross guy all the time, but that Aiden Ross guy, man, I think if we met in real life, I'd have a real hard time with his breath because that man has like his entire tongue down Tate's anus every time I watch that stream. It's really sad that Andrew Tate guy eats ass more than the average West Hollywood male. The internet is still going after the top G, but it feels like it's going to wind down without something new to expose him. Yeah, I don't think anybody's exposing him over anything. I think he wears his problems on his sleeve, no? Alt-right responses to Lauren's vid, but TOS. Yeah, you know, do I share this with you guys? Let's see if I can find the right one, first of all.
You're not white. You're brown.
Hold up. I have to admit, I have been enjoying some Nick Fuentes content lately, unironically. It started with that panel that he was on with Stardust, so I was curious and I just started watching some Nick Fuentes videos. He is unironically funny. He is actually funny. He is so fucking funny. Like if I turn off my politics brain, it's so easy to enjoy watching Nick Fuentes. Like, I don't have to agree with his shit to enjoy it. He's just hilarious. Like, this clip is so good.
You're not white. You're brown.
I want to have that as like a soundbite on my stream. That and the Ben Shapiro one is so fucking good.
That is Shakespearean wonder.
Oh, I have to do the other one first.
Moisture state of your vagina.
I've been collecting little sound bites. I have them all in a folder. I need to put them on the fucking stream deck, dude. Hassan's combo is probably the best of the Tate combos. Okay, good to know. One of your notification bots just went off and it looks like it's having a stroke. Let's see. What the hell? Why is SX Live doing something? I thought I didn't keep paying for that one anymore. Has there ever been a post from the SX Live bot this entire time? Maybe I should just get rid of that bot. I don't know why that bot randomly decided to chime in. It's never ever posted anything in the channel ever. So don't bring the Tate and Manosphere shit in here. That shit is all over my feed and I don't want it. And I tuned you out because it's how I'm going to make money. I honestly don't care. This whole thing is a money grab, okay? The reviews are money grabs. Unless I'm talking to the person and giving them advice, it's a money grab. Just know that every time you see it. I am not going to be forthcoming in telling you that I enjoy or don't enjoy the content that I cover. Just know from now on with the Business Smarts arc, anytime it's something where I didn't reach out to the person to talk to them, I don't care about it. I'm only here to make money, okay? Just know that. I'm only there to make money. I don't care about Andrew Tate. I don't care about Hassan. I was thinking for a second you were going to say you helped Lauren make that vid. No. If I did, then it probably would have gotten better. You not seen the weird videos of him being abusive to girls in his bedroom, hitting them with belts for misbehaving, then passing it off as BDSM? What do you know about his relation? I don't know. I don't know, bro. I honestly just don't care. I really just don't care about Tate or whatever controversy he may have. Did Nightbot ever get a ban appeal? I think Nightbot exists in YouTube chat now. I just don't know if it has mod privileges and stuff. I'm selling my farm. I have an asking price. Well, if it's more than $100, I'm not paying you, Bad Hoss. But if you end up selling it, kick a few my way, bro. Kick a few my way. I just have tried these because I was curious. And in bars and stuff, it is nice to have something to smoke. This is melon. It's actually quite tasty. My mom wouldn't be happy to see me doing this, but I don't live life for my mom. And it's this far into the VOD, so I know she's not going to watch it. She actually told me that she had watched the VOD that we did with the trans emails and stuff. How did she describe this? She described it so funnily. What did she say? Let me go ahead and open this up real quick. In case you didn't know, my mom does watch the streams on Twitch. She thinks my Twitch chat is very funny. What did she call it? It was the gay something. Control F, gay. I watched your YouTube yesterday on gays because I missed you. It was a lot, lol. And then I asked her how much of it that she had watched, and she said only a few minutes. I just watched to see you and hear your voice. She doesn't even care a lot of the time. But it's just kind of funny to me that she watched that one. I'm like, you really would like that one, Bob. I don't feel like you care about any of that stuff. Probably shouldn't put that out. Might bite you back later. What? My mom watching my stream? I don't care. My mom watches things I do not me. Nice. The wonderful grammar of Bad Hoss Simra. Business Smart's idea, the take content is too saturated, so it's better to avoid it and focus on some other stuff. Well, the moment you put forward an alternative, I'll consider it, bro, but you have to put forward something else, some other idea. Hey, hope you're good, dude. What up, Killer Rib Cereal? I'm doing okay. That's kind of cute. Yeah, she misses me because we don't talk a ton. And when I used to live in California, I remember this. I used to tell you guys on stream that like part of the reason I stay in California is to like be close to my folks. I would visit them all the time. I would take them out for lunch or stay over for dinner and whatever. We would drink, we would gamble with each other. I enjoyed hanging out with my parents, but I think I enjoy it a lot because I travel so much. I've always traveled a ton, you know. You meant the money grab thoughts? It's not something I haven't said before. I say it so that I can hopefully hold myself to it. I don't enjoy infantilizing women like that from my point of view. Genuinely just take it for his word instead of assuming they aren't capable of saying no, capable of speaking out. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't care to even defend the dude, you know? If he's beating ladies, I mean, he's beating ladies. I don't know. Go tell the government about it or something if you really care. Can you review the new panel shows trying to fill the hippy dippy void? Link me one of them. We'll take a look. We'll take a look at one of them. I haven't heard anything about the panel scene. I haven't been keeping up with the panel scene since fucking 1.5 years ago or some shit. I haven't cared about the panel scene for a long, long time. Not since I did my last hippy dippy have I really cared about the panel scene. It might be interesting. Take a look at what other people are doing. I've heard things about chess timers and different ideas with rules to make things better, which is all stuff we talked about before. But like I said at the beginning of the stream, there's this kind of idea of focusing on your own shit leads me to not invest too much time and energy thinking about panel shows when I don't run one myself. Although maybe it would be beneficial for us to run a panel show. I don't know. And we'll take that coveted Friday slot that Dylan says he fights with everybody over or whatever. Is that the book? The Tomb of Intelligence? The Manuscript of Wisdom? The Book of Smarts? I think you got the right one. Yeah. What's up, Wolfgang? How you doing? I was chilf I head instead if government we GPQ. No. Oh, that's what you were saying. See, when you made the correction with no, it really pieced the whole thing together. What you meant to say was, was chilf I leged instead if government we know. Okay, that's really bringing the whole thing together for me, Bad House. Now I understand what you're saying. Nope, just going off your description, but I've done BDSM and out of context scenes are just that. Out of context scenes. I'll value the words of both parts. Okay, you're responding to Red Penny. Didn't you host a Weeb Naruto panel once? Yeah, it was fun. I had a very fun time hosting my Weeb. I hosted it twice. And I think both were fun. I had a reasonably fun time with the Naruto panels. But I think I had fun with it because it's about something I give a fuck about. I didn't really enjoy having to set it up and all that shit and coordinate with people and all the time that it took. But, actually doing the panel I enjoyed because I enjoy Naruto. I enjoy dressing up and stuff like that. It's also why I'm beginning to think, oh, man. let's have a little bit of a conversation, fellas. So here's the concern, okay? If I try and really get YouTube off the ground, it's kind of like starting over. YouTube doesn't really make any money. It'll be a long time before it makes any money. It needs a lot of growing to get there. And it's a whole brand new thing. But I feel like from the very beginning, my skills as a person are more suited to creating YouTube content than they are to creating Twitch content. If you're new to the channel, you may not know this. I don't really watch any streams. I didn't watch streams before, and I don't really watch streams now even. I've never been a big consumer of streams, and I feel like that hurts me as a streamer. I don't necessarily enjoy streaming all that much either. Not as much as the people who are like, man, I've always wanted to be a streamer and I've made it my job and finally and blah, blah, blah. Like I had friends growing up who like really wanted to be League of Legends streamers and whatever, and they would be super disappointed and have a hard time. And I was always just like, well, just keep streaming, bro. You just got to stream and then like collaborate with people, whatever. Like I understood what you would have to do to like grow it and be successful at it and whatever, but like it wasn't something that was of like personal interest to me. YouTube, on the other hand, I consume a ton of YouTube. I really love watching YouTube. I'll watch YouTube all day if I fucking feel like it. I know tons of YouTubers. I watched YouTube since I was a little boy. I've been very much a big YouTube fan. I know a lot of YouTube history. I know a lot of YouTube creators. I know a lot of YouTube content. I really love YouTube stuff. I think that the ability to really break stuff down into concise arguments and use quotes and stuff like that and outline all these abilities I had from essay writing and researching and ghostwriting, they don't really apply to Twitch. Every time I do it, I look like a fucking R-slur because everybody else just throws on a video for 7 hours and milks it. And we're over here trying to like watch it 3 times in advance and have notes and have a TLDR so we can make it like, it just feels like at that point, maybe you should be focusing on making YouTube videos and record them on Twitch. Like maybe your focus should be on making good YouTube videos and then the side hustle is Twitch. Whereas right now it's like the focus is on making streams and the side hustle is YouTube. But in order to change that and flip that dynamic, it would require a full-on change because there's no way I'm going to like, and I love these guys, but I'm not going to be the next like Nicholas DeOrio or the next, like drama of minor internet celebrity type dude. I don't, if I really switched over to making YouTube, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't cover Kevil's shit or Voss shit or Destiny shit, really. I feel like I would want to cover like real life stuff that I find interesting that would be appealing to a broad audience, right? Because that's the meta, is you would want to reach as many people as possible. And so, yeah, I don't know. I've yet to talk with my marketing dude about it. I've yet to talk with Tack, my editor, about it. But, I do feel like I may have known in the back of my mind for a long time that if I really want to be a content creator, my focus should probably be on YouTube and not streaming. And so maybe that's what I should probably be doing. Book, let me ask you this. It sounds like you have a direction you are moving your content in. Does art/drawing have a space in that future picture? Yeah, but probably not in any successful capacity. Like, here's the thing. If I did like YouTube, like as my main thing, I could treat my Twitch the way that like CDog VA treats his Twitch, where it's like, it is a fun thing, right? Streaming has rarely, we have examples like today's stream where it's more or less a fun thing or a check-in stream. But it's rarely ever been like a fun thing. We had periods where I did do it as a fun thing. Like, remember when we did a lot of video games? We played Doom and like tried to run through that, and we played Overwatch for a while. I genuinely had fun making those streams, and I genuinely enjoyed making them. They weren't like super financially successful, and I don't think they would ever be. But like, art is one of those things where like I enjoy doing the art streams and the drawing streams. I enjoy doing that because I like drawing. I like listening to music. I like hanging out with you guys. It feels like everything that I've enjoyed we have to cut out because it makes no business sense. We have to cut out drawing because it doesn't make us any money. We have to cut out playing music because it'll get things dinged. Like, do you guys remember where at the beginning of every stream, I would play a few tracks that I liked, like from my personal playlists and stuff, and introduce you guys to like new music every single time? And it was like DJ Book or whatever. I miss that. I really like doing that, but I had to stop because it's like YouTube's gonna take down the channel for that shit. You know, like there's just a lot of stuff that I just don't do because it's not good if I want the channel to be successful. Hello bookies, can anyone inform where Books is now? The Romanian flag would indicate Romania. Not So Erudite started up a panel called Both Sides. Here is one on the red pill if you're interested. I'll open that in a new tab and check it out. We created Booksmarts AI to do something. AI/neural networks popping off. Oh, good luck with that. You can make it on your own. I can see you being the next scheme. I don't want to. I'm getting into this scheme myself, planning to use Twitch to stream my boring workflow of editing and planning and stuff in service of YouTube videos. Yeah. I might have impact you don't believe possible. At that point, I win. I have no idea. Yeah, gaming streams are fun with the alcohol. I feel like the gaming streams are fun just generally. I enjoy doing gaming streams, but they're fun for me. I just have no idea if you guys enjoy them. You should review the Top G Hustlers University. It's all about money, 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 speed. Actually, let me look this up. Has nobody ever reviewed his actual guide and stuff? Like, hold on. Firstly, all right, we're doing a research stream. We're doing it. We're doing a research stream real quick. Brief research stream. So you said that the name of his thing, Rhizome has? Yeah, but I'm... Okay. Oh, fuck. No. Don't steal my password. Top G Hustlers University. Okay. So first of all, let's look this up and see how much it costs. Yeah, okay. Is that gonna... I don't want it to dox me. Hold on a minute. Hold on. It's $49.99 per month. Okay, so it's $50. And then I'll put this back. Oh man, it's already been done. Rip.
Yo, what is up, people? In today's video,
Nope. Oh, it's already been done a bunch. Okay, never mind. I don't want to do it if a gazillion other people have done it. If nobody did it, I would be down though. I would definitely be down. I'll start small with LSWS. What FP do I have to do? I have no idea what the fuck you're saying. I got a link for you when ready. What is this?
Home, because I do this all the time. Not with...
Bruh? Is this the entire thing? Did you really just link me the entire university thing for free? Is that what this is? That what this is? Is it the whole thing for free? Jesus Christ. Okay. That's the real hustle, bro. Nice. Okay. I'll just keep that in my back pocket, okay? I'll start small with this. Lol docs. Nah, not yet. The best streams were the deleted Apex Patreon only tech issue streams, the one where I was afraid to type in chat. Yeah, those were fun. If you understand Rhizome, you'd at that point polite. I don't even know what you're saying. Reviewing YouTube masterclasses is good clicks, maybe. It's just they're not. I don't really. It doesn't seem interesting to me. The Tate one would, but just generally speaking, no. Scam the scammer. Hypothetically, that's what it looks like. Oh man, this is the guy with the skull, right? I don't even know what that means. Tate would be proud of us exploiting him. That's his MO, I guess.
Because I do this all the time. Not with Cobra Tate. Welcome to the smartest decision you've ever made, Hustlers University. This is the smartest thing you've ever done. If you're sitting there wondering, you should already know, but if you're sitting there wondering, is this gonna be worth it or not? Buckle the fuck up. This is the smartest thing you've ever done, because this is the first time, besides the PhD course, where I'm gonna lay down all of my knowledge in the world about a particular subject. PhD course was girls, this is gonna be about business. Everything I know about making money. So the way this came around was I was convincing yet another person to not go to university. I've convinced, well, I don't know if I've actually convinced them, but I often say the biggest mistake people make in their lives is traditional education. It's a waste of time, it's a scam. And I always tell people why it's a waste of time, why it's a scam. Like there's a double inflation principle that I coined myself, the fact that more degrees exist every year, which inflates them because they're less valuable because more exist. Plus the price goes up every year, which means it's less valuable because it's more expensive. If more exists, the price should go down. Scarcity and value are linked, but there's some kind of double inflation that goes on with education, which is propagated by the mainstream think tanks because they want to put you in there and they want to brainwash you. They want to put you in there and want to turn you into a pussy, not actually teach you anything that's useful, just turn you into a little worker drone. Nobody goes to university and leaves knowing how to get rich. And if you look at all the richest people in the world, all the most successful people, they'll say, I didn't go to school, or I quit university, I dropped out. Because you're not learning anything about getting rich. You're sitting there just being brainwashed. It's bullshit. So I say to the person, www, what instead? I said, learn from me. I said, okay, what do I learn? So you join the war room, you learn there, so yeah, I'll join everything else. I know what? I'm sorry, university. I'm gonna give people a genuine option, a genuine alternative to mainstream education. I don't know about you, but me personally, all I ever want to do is get rich. I didn't give a fuck about rich breaking rocks or about rich being professors. I didn't care. I want money. I was not passionate about some business. I was passionate about money and money and money only. So if you join this course to learn how to run business and get rich, congratulations, you're about to learn all this shit. Because I run a bunch of companies, you'll find out during the length of this presentation. This is no nonsense, no fluff. No, doubtly the hardest hitting presentation you might ever in history. Because all the other ones are lying to you. They're lying to you by talking bullshit. Kyle Lopez. You read books, you'll be rich. Lie. You read books, you'll be rich. Lie. These are fucking nerds. Think positive, you'll be rich. Another lie. You read books, I think having money, no, that's not. This is garbage. We're garbage. Get down to it. We want 100 clicks, 100 business lessons across my business career. So, like I said, if you just make
100 lessons. That's a lot of lessons. Sorry, I had to bump that up to 3.5x because I'm just. He speaks in a way that is meant for 3.5x. I feel like. Imagine reading this transcript. Yeah, that'd be fun. Be like reading a Trump transcript. Turkey Tom has made a good video on a lot. Oh, Turkey Tom's another good example of like a person that covers that stuff in history and whatever. If you're really smart, why don't have a well-paid job instead of sitting your ass off all day for pennies? Are you that lazy or what? Actually, I would say that this is kind of more work than writing papers, quite frankly. That's why I'm gonna start doing papers again. TBH, it's way easier for me to write papers than to do this. Like I can write papers naked, high on marijuana, on my phone. For this, I have to like be here and meditate before and not say anything bad and blah, blah, blah. I could have a movie on in the background. Like I could just I don't have to do shit when I fucking write papers. And it's easy for me. I know it's hard for other people and whatever, but it's just super simple. It's literally just checklists and like the same writing over and over. Education is a scam. Don't go to kindergarten. Skip school. True. Besides, I really don't get how streaming could be a fulfilling job for a smart person. I mean, if you make a lot of money, it could surely be fulfilling. No, I mean, like initially helping people was really fulfilling. And that's one of the things on like my outline of like evaluating streaming and what we're going to be doing moving forward and stuff. Like I like feeling like I've been helpful to people. That's why like when I did essay writing, I was also doing tutoring at the same time, right? Because tutoring gave me that fulfillment that essay writing wouldn't give me. Essay writing was something to make money, and sure, it might have filled my ego, but tutoring people was really, really nice because it felt like I was helping people. And when we started the stream, we had people on to give them advice, like Vosh or Aiko or Dario or Destiny. You know, that felt really good because it felt like, you know, even if they don't take the advice, at least somebody in the audience might see the flaw and see the solution and then put two and two together in their own life. And we had a lot of that. And then you have people emailing you, letting you know it was helpful. Like, oh, that's fulfilling. That's great. So yeah, streaming could be a fulfilling job for a smart person for sure. I think maybe that's just an angle of it that you're not thinking about when you're making that evaluation. I think the chatter meant Tate, not you, Buck. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Are you in Romania or Chad? I'm in Romania. I've had my hand in cow's vagina. Problem is money. Yeah, those cows, they're expensive hoes, ain't they? Streaming and Twitch poll streaming are vastly different things as far as I can tell. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know, streaming video games and stuff, that's definitely sitting on your ass and can be easier. But it could also be really hard. So I don't know. I try not to talk shit on that stuff too much. Hello, can I have a beer, please? Is that how you do the bar simulator? Yeah, let me go get one for you real quick. I'll be right back with your beer. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, also, the reason why I'm not wearing any of my sponsored merch is because my luggage was lost on the flight, and I've still not heard back from the people about finding my luggage. And that's also why we have a scuffed lighting setup, because I don't have my lighting equipment. And a lot of other stuff was in that luggage, and I'm really hoping they find it. So, pardon my clothes as I walk away, okay? I had to go to the stores here and pick up a bunch of random shit.
Picture that with a Kodak. Pitbull. There's your beer, sir. Or madam. Or NB. All right. Let's crack that bad girl open with my bottle opener that I was playing with, and now I don't know where it is. Where did I put that? Ruh-roh, Raggy. I have no idea where I've... Oops. Oops. That's a cool looking beer. Yeah, it's got like a bear on it. Where the hell did I put that bottle opener? I was playing with it, and now I've misplaced it. Well, let's use the only copy of the key that I have to this house and pop off. How about that, eh? Just kidding. I'm going to go find a proper opener. I really lost that, huh? And by proper opener, I mean a butter knife. Yeah, let's just get her under there, eh? And, you know. Okay, maybe I am getting tipsy. I'd rather pity they walk away. What? What are you talking about? Open with your teeth? Hell no. What do I look like? A goddamn Australian? Delta is based. Never been late with them or had lost luggage. Yeah, Air Serbia is not based.
Looks like rain!
Was it nasty?
Always tip the bartender.
Aw, thank you. Nasty. You know, some of these taste really, really good. This melon one in particular is like quite good. But Some of them taste gnarly. I got one that's menthol. The menthol one's kind of gnarly. Like, it kind of like hurts to inhale. Also, vape people in the chat, quick question. Is it just an initial thing with vapes that it feels like it's a lot? Like, it feels like even when I adjust the settings to kind of close the gap or whatever on the intake, it feels like it's a thick bit of smoke. It feels like I'm like drinking something. Like, the smoke is so fucking thick, and there's no like temperature control like there is on weed vapes. So I don't understand. Are you just meant to get used to the feeling that you're like filling yourself up with something? Or like, I only noticed that if I had the valve wide open. Interesting. Oh, wait, this one, I think the valve is not wide open. The other thing is the valve is so tough to see. Oh no, this valve is like hella closed. Okay. No, on this one, okay, that's a lot better. I was playing with the valve last night. Okay. That is easier than it was yesterday. Okay, so you have to keep the valve not wide open. Because the other thing is, it seems to work the opposite of how smoking weed works. So with smoking weed, in case you didn't know, so if you have like a little pipe, on a pipe, generally you have a little hole at the end. So you can go like this, and you're taking in some intake of clean air through that hole at the end of the pipe, and you're getting some of the smoky air. So it's diluted, right? Now, if you close the hole at the end of the pipe, now you're only inhaling through that bowl that has all the smoky shit. So you're getting straight up only smoke. So when you open the equivalent of the valve, you're getting clean air and it's less dense. But when you close it, it's more dense. I guess it's the exact opposite with the vapes and stuff. So the more you close the opening, the less harsh the hit is, which is interesting. You can get vapes that are just flavoring, right? Yeah. Are those still bad for you? I don't think anything that you're putting in your lungs like this is good for you. And I think people that tell you otherwise are kind of hopium. Like I think you should be really skeptical of people that try to convince you that it's not unhealthy to put anything in your lungs but like clean air. So I think you got to be real careful with those people. To be fair to them, I think what they mean to say is it's healthier than some other unhealthy shit that you're doing with your lungs, but I'm under no illusion that it's healthy or something. Oh, you're using one of those. No, it's not a Juul. It's not a Juul. It's called get you a thing here. It's called he says it's very popular abroad, yeah. It's called Caliburn. So that's it's great too. That's good to know. I'm happy to hear that in addition to being awful for my body, it also happens to be great. It's an interesting thing to put as a note at the end of the thing that you're saying. Should a non-smoker start vaping? No, don't do that. Don't do that at all. I bet most. Oh God! Every time I struggle with reading a message, I like look to the side and it's like always bad. I don't mean to bully you, bro, but you got to start fucking proofreading your shit, bro, because you got a problem. Catching up on the VOD, in my opinion, anything of the Andrew Tate shit is boring as fuck. Same, women suck, fuck women, talking points we've heard forever, feels like looping. I think what we're watching is mostly for the challenges to him, not necessarily for him. So for instance, in the Hassan interaction, we're looking for Hassan putting him on the spot and him failing to deliver there, as opposed to listening to Tate to understand his perspective. I would never sign up for one of the most addictive drugs on the planet. Yeah, probably not good. So no smoke. I know smoke is wrong. Yeah, no smoke. I suspect the nicotine content in those cartridges is extra high. What? You suspect that? You know absolutely nothing about the cartridges. Also, they don't come pre-filled. You want to see something very disconcerting as a person that does weed? You fucking break its neck, and then you pour the stuff in the top. So no, you have no idea what's in these cartridges because I've filled them with my own solutions. It's just a bunch of roses and water. Okay, just roses and water. Because Juul has 1 pack's worth of nicotine in 1 cartridge. How quick do you go through a single Juul? Jesus. Although one thing I've learned about nicotine is like there are very many ways of getting nicotine into your body, and they're all very, very different. Like, I don't know if you guys know. Here, let me actually look this up. This is a bit of a cultural thing I'll teach you about today. I like how the first search result for this is Romania, probably because I'm in Romania. I think this is like a Norwegian thing, or it's Scandinavian. Yeah, okay. So, snus. Oh, I don't know what I've done. Okay, so snus, there are these little things, and what you do is you put them like up underneath your like lip and your gum, kind of like a chewing tobacco of sorts, but they stay in this little like tea sort of cartridge thing, and they last for like an hour or two, and then you toss them out. But you can get some that don't have tobacco. See, these ones are tobacco, and if I go back up here, snus, you can get white ones that just have like random bullshit in them, and they don't have any. These are really, really gross. Don't ever get these. These Nordic Spirit ones suck. These ones are like okay. These ones are okay. But yeah, they just look like this. They look at like little white sacks. But these will deliver nicotine to you over like the course of an hour, and they have a lot in them, or they can have a lot in them. So you see these like little dots, they indicate like how much they have in them. So you could do these, like see how this one has 3, some of them have 4. You could do these as well. There's lots of different ways that people get nicotine in their body. There's chewing tobacco, there's cigarettes, whatever. I don't know where cigarettes compare to these, but I think that these have a lot more nicotine than cigarettes. Actually, now I'm curious. Because I actually don't know the answer to this. Maybe this will give me some idea. A comparison of blood nicotine and cotinine levels in a group of snus users and a group of cigarette smokers on a day of normal snus use and smoking showed that the snus users and cigarette smokers had roughly the same levels of nicotine by the end of the day. Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how much nicotine. Using the measured nicotine content of the unused pouch, 3.35 milligrams, and gum, 3.69 milligrams, and the corresponding mean percentage extraction nicotine was 62. Okay. Then, okay, it has 8 milligrams. So this will give you a good idea of how does Booksmarts do research if he knows nothing about the topic. So when we looked at this says that using the measured nicotine content of the unused pouch, which is 3.35, and gum, which is 3.69. We don't care about the gum, but that's okay. The corresponding mean percentage extraction of nicotine was 62%. So an even better way of doing this is look this up and then put cigarette. And then we'll really know, because it could be that one is way better than the other at getting nicotine out of it, right? That study comes up. No idea. So we'll ignore that part of it and just get a less understanding thing. So it has 10 to 12 milligrams of nicotine, and Okay, 8 to 20, and this has 3.35. I don't know about that. Because I think you have way more of an effect doing snooze than you do cigarettes. So I don't know. Well, from WebMD, we can always trust WebMD. What if you didn't smoke cigarettes but you use snus instead? Would you be better off? Snus, pronounced snus like loose, is a smokeless, moist powder tobacco pouch from Sweden that you place under your top lip. It comes in flavors such as mint and wintergreen. You don't burn it and you don't have to spit when you use it. Compared to cigarette smoking, the use of snus is probably less harmful, but there's a big difference between less harmful and safe. I'd rather have a person do nothing but of tobacco products on the lower end. Compared to cigarettes, snus seems less dangerous. It's difficult to say that something is as toxic for you as smoking a cigarette, unless you're starting to talk about ingesting cyanide or rat poison. Yeah, so cigarettes, you have your filter, and that has a lot of stuff in it. If the tobacco is treated, it has a lot of stuff in it, right? Granted, there are some cigarettes that you could do that have a cleaner filter or that are unprocessed tobacco, but that's not the norm. Let's see. They reduce their chances of cancer. They're not risk-free, but they've drastically reduced the risk by switching to snus. This is something that a lot of Swedish people that do snus will tell you, is that it's way healthier or whatever. I think we're comparing, both things are probably not good for you, so I don't know. What we have seen is some of the tobacco companies calling their products snus, but that's not quite the same as Swedish snus, and those nitrosamines are carcinogenic. Okay, so outside of Sweden, maybe sometimes they're putting in not like bad stuff. Anywho, big tangent on snus, but yeah, I don't know. I wonder how these sorts of things compare to snus, but I guess I will never know. We'll never know. Statisticians, I can stop, but still, I don't know what you're saying, dude. I'm gonna have to start skipping your messages. In Canada, it's called chew. It's still no, that's no, this is the wrong thing. I don't blame you for getting them mixed up, but this chew is not the same thing as snus. Chew is going to be chewing tobacco, which is incredibly different. Oh, I guess there's this. Maybe this is what you're talking about. But why is it lumped in with chewing tobacco? Something tells me that these aren't the same thing, even if they look the same. I guess we'll go to this website. Oops. Nope, he just used the shitty picture because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Cool. I guess we'll never get to the bottom of this. Yeah, why is this included here as well? I don't know. I'm beginning to think that this is not the same thing at all, because snus is not chewing tobacco. Skål. Skål. Skål is what you say when you do... it's like the Swedish equivalent of cheers. Okay, interesting. Anywho, did you explore Budapest yet? I'm not in Budapest. I'm in Bucharest. Because Jewel has... Okay, I think I already read that. Smoking can be canceled, but if I live... I don't... Stop. You're breaking my brain with your messages, bro. You're hurting me. Plus, not enough studies on vaping yet. Yeah, I think there's... I think we have like popcorn lung and shit from vaping. I think vaping, you don't know what's in it, and that's a scary thing. I don't know. There's a lot of scary things with vaping. But I'm bad. Smoking since 7th grade. That's not good. Those are just preservatives packets. Jesus Christ. You're still tagged as Denmark? Why don't we have a mod change?
A few of the sides.
Schrodinger sides or something.
Okay, we'll check out this panel real quick, because I think that'll be interesting. I'll also edit the info so we're not in Denmark. Jesus, that's old. I wonder if Romania is even on here. Oh, it is. Cool. So there we are. Now we're in Romania. Happy. Let's go ahead and check out this panel real quick. I wonder if it's any different than the other ones. It's probably not, but put you guys in the other monitor here. I confused Budapest and Bucharest. Yeah. I don't think that's the first time that's happened, nor is it going to be the last.
Something like that.
What's the exact topic again? Stardust sent me. I know it's about the red pill. Like,
wow, she's not in a super dark room anymore. That's cool.
what specifically?
Yeah, so the question is basically, is there a surge in the red pill movement in response to a real problem? And then we've got a couple of prompt questions around that.
Gotcha. That's right. No question.
No worries. So who's going to anyone pick on?
No, actually, no,
I was, but now I'm worried about monkeypox, so I'm like, I don't know. If I'm not going. California's really far. I'm trying to take from these guys. I don't know how to work.
Is monkeypox really crazy right now?
No, but I assume because Twitch will be full of dirty people. It is dirty, sweaty people. Yeah, that's every mention, not specific Twitch. Yeah, but sometimes worse than others. No, not getting people on Twitch. I'm just assuming. Yeah, so
that's fair. Yeah, fair. Well, everyone. This is called both sides, but it leads to questions like perhaps we'll definitely need to make sure you understand that. Basically, sides. It's a debate panel, but the goal is kind of some level of both debate, but also like productivity. And so there's like 2v2 or anything necessarily. And a bunch of people that I think have very good positions to discuss the same topic. So this is our second panel on the right. So appreciate you guys all for being here. And I'll be back. I'm not trying to introduce you guys all, and then I'll outline the rules all the time.
I'm so sorry, but it looks like my OBS camera's acting up. I'm just, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay. Well, hello, welcome. I'm glad to have you all here. So I'm going to talk to you as I have it. So let's begin everyone. I'll start with Cherry. How are you?
I'm good. I'm Jerry. I stream on Twitch. Soon to be going to YouTube as well. And I stream on Twitter.
Okay, thank you so much. Right, next, Peterson, how are you? Good, how are you? Long time no see. Yeah. I'm
Wait, why is he doing this? Wait, okay, now I'm so confused. Why is he calling people to intro? Is it his show? Why did she open it? Oh, Prime is a moderator? Wait, what? What? How does this work? I thought this was Erudite's show. Of course it's not on YouTube, so I don't get a description. What? So it's her show, but she brings on somebody to moderate it, and she picked Prime? She teamed with Prime for this? Okay. Interesting. I need to get out of this space. It's not good for my health. Okay. That's an interesting decision. She has two moderators on the show to handle two different things. Wow. Did she explain that at any point? Should I reopen that tab and see what she's saying here?
I'm Heem. You can watch me on Twitch in the mornings. On the weekdays, I do a stream before I go to work, and I'm a progressive, moderate, I would say, and I just like goof around a lot and have fun. And I watch opinions about dating culture and the issues that dudes are facing these days. And yeah, I'm really excited to have this on today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Right. Next we have Kevin Ray Waller. My first time meeting you. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you? Nice to meet you. I was invited by Stardust and Stardust. Yeah, so I guess I would say I'm part of the red pill, but I actually find that more enemies than space difference. I like to look at the red pill for how it actually works and see what it is.
Oh, surprising. A red pill person invited by Stardust. Does she explain or no? What's wrong with Prime? What do you mean, what's wrong with Prime? I should ask you that question. What's wrong with Prime? I didn't say anything's wrong with Prime. Her and Prime are good friends. Nice. Okay. Erudite's show, but Prime is moderating as well. Professor Meat co-moderated the first one. I don't even know who that is. I didn't link that because it had Destiny. Oh, that's nice of you. It's quite considerate. I think I heard it. This show could have explained in the one before this. Interesting. Basically using his owner against them. What? Oh, okay. You're commenting on why you don't like Prime. Yeah, but it does not reflect my opinions. I didn't say anything bad about Prime, okay? Just asked. I'm asking questions. That's it, okay? I'm like, I'm like a neo-Nazi, okay? I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, I came up with a lot of improvements and recently covering more sorts of social issues, politics, and stuff.
Some improvements I'm going to do. So last and probably first start. We know that.
Well, okay. Thanks. So hi, I'm Stardust. You may see me on YouTube or on Twitch. I'm streaming both at different times. Run some podcast.
It's interesting to see the range because I know we're at 3.5x, so I doubt any of you can understand any of it. It's interesting to see the range of who is easy to understand and difficult to understand, right? Prime, because he kind of stumbles over words sometimes and he speaks in bursts, it can be more difficult to understand him. I think that Heem is in the middle of being able to understand him. This guy could be a little bit more difficult because, again, the pacing of the language is different. Stardust speaks surprisingly slowly and clearly. So Stardust is really easy to understand if we play this back.
You may, well, okay, thanks. So hi, I'm Stardust. You may see me on YouTube or on Twitch. I'm streaming both at different times. Run some podcast. And I like to think that, obviously I identify as but I like to think pretty moderate, pretty rational things. I try to zero people's opinions. I feel this. So.
But then if she goes, that can be harder to understand, right? So the enunciation is going to be a lot of what makes people easier or more difficult to understand, right? But once you kind of get in the zone and it's playing and playing and playing, you have an easier time keeping up with them. If you stumble too much over and over, or people start talking over each other, it's very difficult. That's part of why I've never gotten into panels, is because it's the kind of content that I want to shove into my mouth as quickly as possible. And so I want to watch it like 3.6 or 4x speed. But when people start yelling over each other and whatever, it can be really hard to understand. So it just never fit into like my consumption habits, really. I'm really important here. Booksmarts hates Prime. That's not true. If you say shit like that, people are going to believe you, okay? Can't be saying shit like that, bro. You're gonna start drama for me, okay? And not in a good way. I'd be the person who bought an essay. Nice. Prime sucks. Say it with your chest. Booksmarts, free yourself from the chains of what other people think. I don't think Prime sucks. I just think it's interesting to pick him as a moderator. That's all. If she's personally friends with him, then that makes sense. I think Erudite would be a good moderator on her own. So whether it's Prime or not, the decision to offload that burden onto somebody else is interesting to me. And then for that somebody else to be Prime, as opposed to like other maybe more notable moderators that have a style that matches more with Erudite, like Destiny or somebody like that, or Dylan Burns, like I just feel like they don't moderate the same way either. Like he often tramples on other people and intervenes quite a bit in a way that I don't feel like is quite the same as Erudite. So those are the questions going on in my mind. It's not that I think that Prime sucks. Do I think, however, and I'm not going to avoid saying this, do I think that Prime is a good moderator? Not really. Do I think that he's good at running panel shows? I mean, he runs them all the time, but I don't watch them, you know? So, I mean, there is that as well, but that's not really what's making me question mark this situation. It's just weird that she offloads the moderation thing onto Prime. God, what is this Prime doing here? Erudite is such an idiot for bringing him in. Okay, that's not what I said. Is Middle Guy still generally considered the best possible moderator ever? I don't think he ever was. Where is his opinion coming from? Clip it and ship it, Trollface? Nice, bro, nice. Okay. I mean, we could play this at normal speed and just see how it goes. Maybe we'll play it at 1.8.
Awesome. So I'm sure many people are wondering who this lovely gentleman, Prime Kais, is doing here. So with both sides, I typically want to have two moderators, and Prime was kind enough to be willing to help me moderate today's panel. And if he likes it enough and doesn't hate me by the end, maybe he'll help me moderate future panels as well. So I moderate this with two different moderators because I basically have two fundamental rules. So the golden rule of both sides is you can't be dumb, mean, and wrong all at the same time, but you can be two of them at any one time. So how we kind of mostly monitor that is, number one, concision. So Prime has...
Okay. So you can't be dumb, mean, and wrong all at the same time. Let me write that down, bro. You can't be dumb, mean, and wrong all at the same time. Interesting. Let me think about this. So if you're dumb and wrong, I think dumb and wrong are generally going to go together quite a bit. Because if you think someone's wrong, I think you're often going to think they're dumb. So I think those two are givens. I think it's going to be very rare that like you think that somebody's wrong and they're not dumb. Actually, we have IRI in the chat. I think there are times where IRI is wrong, but I don't think he's dumb. So maybe it can exist. Like, I think IRI's faith in the Democrats can sometimes be like very wrong, but I don't think he's dumb for it. I know why he does it. But when IRI is mean to conservative people and he's shilling hard for the Democrats, then he's entered into territory where he's wrong and mean. But is he dumb? I guess not. I I bet Prime doesn't even have a fast food tattoo in his upper back. I don't know what the hell that's in reference to, but okay. Anywho, let's keep playing this.
Has a timer. It's kind of like a chess timer, but it's on the internet, and he can input all of your names. He's going to be just timing your guys' talking time. We try to give everyone 1.5 minutes at one single time to speak. So that's a really actually long time. But if you go beyond that, Prime will just kind of pop in and he'll say, hey, 2 sentences. 2 sentences is your cue to try to wrap things up so we can kind of keep the conversation moving along. If you don't wrap things up at some point, he'll say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And at 1, I'll just very quickly mute you and I'll unmute you as soon as somebody else starts talking.
How much is it? 1.5 minutes?
2 of them at any one time. So how we kind of mostly monitor that is number 1, concision. So Prime has a timer. It's kind of like a chess timer, but it's on the internet, and he can input all of your names. He's going to be just timing your guys' talking time. We try to give everyone 1.5 minutes at one single time to speak. So that's a really actually long time. But if you go beyond that, Prime will just kind of pop in and he'll say, hey, 2 sentences. 2 sentences is your cue to try to wrap things up so we can kind of keep the conversation moving along. If you don't wrap things up at some point, he'll say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And at 1, I'll just very quickly mute you and I'll unmute you as soon as somebody else starts talking. It's not like a big strong punishment, it's just to help the conversation move along. The second one is going to be my job. So my job is to kind of monitor flow and to try to limit the amount of like active bad faith as much as possible. Bad faith is like this ooga booga scary word in the debate world. But when you watch debates and participate in them, you realize everyone does it some of the time. And sometimes you just don't realize you're doing it. So my job is just kind of be like, hey, I don't think you're actually hearing them. This is not actually quite what they're saying. And to make sure essentially that you guys are responding to what one another is actually saying and not kind of like your own version of what you think that the person is saying based on whatever reasons that you might be kind of misunderstanding them. So that's kind of my main role. But other than that, we'll be decently hands off. And then if the conversation stales, I have a couple of prompt questions. We've got some prep that might go into Andrew Tate specifically, but most of it will focus kind of more broadly on the red pill and kind of pick up artist movement in general. Any questions from you guys about?
No, I don't care. Okay, what do we have linked here? Booksmarts, the new middle guy lore. Subway superfan wins free sandwiches for life after getting a foot-long tattoo. I love Subway, so I'm proud of this, says James Kuntz, Colorado doctoral student and the lucky recipient of a foot-long tattoo and free subs for life. Holy shit! When you said foot-long tattoo, I thought just like a ruler in the middle of his back. Holy fuck. What the hell? Oh my God. Oh, no fucking shot, dude. No fucking shot. It's not even a good looking tattoo. It's got a ear on it. No shot. That's crazy. Okay, that's a lot more reasonable, but still kind of crazy, dude. What the fuck? No shot. He looks like the modern day debate guy, no? Bro, he looks like the guy from modern day debate. No. Bruh. Modern day debate getting tatted up, bro. What the fuck? That's nutty. Okay. Interesting. Oh shit. Okay. We all have our line for an easy paycheck. We know his. He's a doctoral student, dude. He's gonna be fine. Bro, this streamer guy I'm watching right now looks like Booksmarts. That's crazy. I'm fucking farmer. I understand. We all have our line for, okay, I already got that. Yeah, middle guy? Heem? Heem doesn't look like that at all. Why do you keep saying middle guy? I thought you were talking about Prime, and I was like, deadass, this guy looks nothing like Prime. You're talking about Heem? That guy doesn't even look like Heem.
The rules.
He looks like modern day debate.
Right, super simple. This is definitely not like a you can't be mean or you can't get spicy. Get as spicy as you like. Just be concise about it, I suppose. Okay, Brian, do you want to introduce the topic for everyone?
Absolutely. Okay. All right. So the topic is the searching red pill movement a response to a real problem?
So what we'll start with is a 1-minute opening statement from everyone. Since Stardust ended on the intros, I'm going to start with Stardust today. So 1 minute. Go ahead.
Sure.
Middle guy is the nickname for the modern day debate guy. Goes to show how much I watch panels, right? No, I had no idea of that. Okay.
I do think that it is a response to a real problem. I think a lot of these movements that kind of kind of start from a result of a real problem. And I think some of those problems are that the dating rules are constantly changing right now. We're in like a period of growth where we're kind of like reimagining what the standards are for both men and for women in the dating sphere. It can be very hard. It can be easy to misinterpret people's actions and misinterpret what people's intentions are. And so as a result, it's very, very hard. People are very scared to interact in that sphere. And some people just view it as not worth the danger, right?
Oh, she's a TwitchCon
so I think that,
dono goal. I should do that. Wait, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I should be doing a TwitchCon dono goal because that's going to cost me a bunch of money. I should probably do that. Hold on. How many subs to get a huge Twitch tattoo? I would never get a huge Twitch tattoo. Fuck this company, bro. This company sucks. Okay. Yeah, I should be raising money for TwitchCon. Maybe that's what I should put the amount to. Oh, now all the money I'm saving. That's where that's gonna go. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I should take a buy rise offer to back out of that. I don't know. Everyone has a price? Sure. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. I'm going to keep that in mind. Maybe I should set a timer actually, because I should probably do other stuff other than stream right now. Quite frankly, I have a gazillion things I need to be doing. Okay, here's what we'll do. If we don't hit the $73 or $75, whatever, the next 30 minutes, I'm gonna bounce because I have a bunch of work stuff that I should have been doing. I basically only wanted to talk to you guys for a little bit. 3 months of membership.
Bye, Bookie.
Bye. Have a good one. Interesting. There's a weird delay. Surprised you don't. Is there a weird delay in the audio? Oh. Is there a delay? Testing. I don't know. It looks like there isn't a delay on my end, but I thought you were ending stream. No, I mean, I'll keep going for a little bit. I'm kind of interested in how the panel thing works. That's what I want to see. Kind of by a second and a half, it keeps jump cutting. Interesting. Well, I have no drop frames or anything on my side, so I don't know what to tell you. Again, Twitch shit company, dude. Don't know what to say. Anywho, I'll proceed with this for a little bit, and then I'll probably bounce, guys.
There are several things that we have to iron out, I think, before we can really fix the issue. But I do think that, unfortunately, the red pill has gotten a little bit negative, I guess, like in their attitude towards things. And I think that's out of frustration, for sure. Yeah, I guess that's what I have for my opening.
Awesome. Kevin, we'll go to you next.
Sure. Yeah, I think the red pill is definitely a response, first off, to the sexual revolution. I mean, that was quite a long time ago, but the birth control pill definitely changed a lot of different things. And then especially more recently, social media has really changed a lot of different things. And there's sort of this perception online now that women are acting some sort of way. And I think the women as a whole, and I think the red pill movement is largely a response to that. There's also another issue going on where, there's kind of I believe that there's sort of like a crisis of masculinity in the sense that a lot of kids grew up without a dad. And I think, somewhat working in this space, I notice a lot of different guys that gravitate to this space, they don't have strong male role models in their real life. So they end up kind of...
Can she mute herself while she types? God damn. I know she's muted on this side, but she doesn't mute herself on OBS, so we have to sit there and listen to this. I'm already getting triggered with this stuff. I don't know. That's why I watch YouTube. Can we just watch YouTube until I go? I'm already at my wit's end with this, and it's. I'm already at my wit's end. I'll watch that later. That'll be fun. That'll be a fun meme. Can we just watch this? Can we just watch this? Have I seen this one before? Yeah. Yeah, okay, we'll just watch this.
Gatwick Airport South Terminal, a flight from Puerto Plata in the Dominican Republic has just landed. Vigilant UK border agency officers, with the aid of highly trained sniffer dogs, are always on the lookout for drug smugglers from the Caribbean. And one passenger has triggered great interest. The man's nervous behavior has led to him being targeted. As he passes through the customs channels, Officer Michelle has been observing his body language.
Thank you.
She decides to intercept the passenger to ask him a few questions.
Hello, sir. Got your passport on you, please? That's great. Got your ticket as well. Any ticket? And where do you live, sir? In Holland?
I've already seen this one. I've seen so many of these, and they don't get labeled as being watched. So he's from Holland. He says he's working in a factory, yada, yada, yada.
So how long are you here for? How long are you here in England for? Right, so you've been to Port Platter, come here, and from here you're going back to Holland, are you? When? When are you going back to Holland? Is it a flight from here or a flight from Heathrow? All right, have you got the ticket for that?
Michelle keeps firing questions to find out if he's telling the truth.
No cigarettes at all, nothing like that. Okay, you also know it's illegal.
And then they randomly divvied up between like a gazillion different channels. Like, they say that this is the best of customs, whatever, but then it's like all from one episode, but they have 2 episodes. Like, I don't know the way this whole system on YouTube is set up. And then they have these, which are from individual episodes, but are labeled real responders. But anywho, if you want like a rabbit hole to dive down, I would highly recommend looking at these customs things. I wonder if there's anything interesting I've watched recently that I could share with you before I go. Do I want to look at my history on YouTube? That is the question. Fuck it, dude. Let's look at my history. A little bit of Hustlers University, a little bit of this. This was all on stream. I checked out Stevens. I watched this. I watched 1986 Special Report. Anime, Destiny. As you can tell, I've been trying to catch up on Destiny, right? I've been doing my homework. Nazi stuff, of course. Hell of a Boss. This is really good, by the way. You should watch these. I guess that's something I could recommend. All of the animations from this lady are really, really good. They're like TV quality. And then there's a bunch of other random shit that I obviously don't watch. More Destiny, Ludwig, Bernie Sanders, of course. Gotta love that guy. Anime. Oh, I was like, damn, that's a lot of anime. I have a playlist that's just like anime openings that I listen to when I work. That I used to listen to a lot more. I used to just have anime openings like on loop when I would work. And you know, I'm trying to like do things that I used to do to see if they help me with work. These definitely do, bro. I could listen to anime openings for fucking hours and I just lose track of time. So that's definitely something I've been keeping up. I don't know if you guys do something similar. Also, if anybody can super sleuth out the Ben Affleck Finding Your Roots episode, I cannot for the life of me find this online. It may not exist. Basically, Ben Affleck goes on this show where they do research on your ancestry and they answer a bunch of questions about like your roots and like who are the people that you come from and whatever. And his mom or grandma was like an abolitionist lady, right? So he focuses on that a lot. But her dad was a slave owner. So, like, in hindsight, makes sense. She probably didn't like what the dad was doing and then became an abolitionist to fight against it. But he, like, requested that they get rid of or don't post this show where it's shown that he comes from slave owners. And granted, there are other people from this Finding Your Roots show that discovered that their ancestors were slave owners. They just owned up to it and whatever. But he was very upset with that. And he sent an email to them asking them not to publish it or whatever. Have you seen that new travel game by the dude from Wendover Productions? No. Jet Lag, the game. A new game.
3 months ago, we released HAI's Crime Spree as a Nebula original. It was something experimental and risky. A live-action travel competition show where instead of contestants traveling to the competitions, travel was the competition. We loved making it, but we didn't know how much you all would love watching it. But the response was overwhelming. From Reddit comments to emails to people coming up to me on the street, you all made it clear that you loved it and that you wanted more. So So we asked ourselves, if Crime Street was a show on a YouTube channel, what would that YouTube channel be? What's come out of that is Wendover's first ever live.
No, I actually don't want to see what his face looks like. Sorry. I actually don't want to know what he looks like. But cool, he made a game. Wow. What does it look like? No idea. Okay, cool. I have no idea. No idea what to comment on that because I am not looking at it. Hey, Booksmarts, have you seen Peter Boghossian's videos about getting students to justify their positions? I have not. Let me click on that. Let's see here.
We're going to have a conversation about trans women should be able to compete in women's sports. Anybody have an opinion about that? I have a feeling this is too controversial for people, so we might have to change the claim. But somebody must want to have an honest conversation about this. Do you think trans women should be able to compete in women's sports? Too controversial, even for you, son. This alone is interesting to me. Nobody will have a conversation about this. Interesting. I'll give someone else the mic and let them question me about this claim. Trans women should be able to compete in women's sports. You want to have that conversation? Nope, too scared. Okay. You want to have that conversation? Nope, too scared. Too scared.
Jesus Christ. A bit dickish. A bit of a fucking knobhead.
Okay. Anybody. Trans women should be able to compete in women's sports. Be terrifying.
It's interesting. He shows the opening of the video where he doesn't have anybody yet, and he's just started recording and shouting in the middle of the quad.
Trans women should be able to compete in women's sports. You have an opinion? Awesome. Stand on the neutral line right there. So the game has only 2 rules. We can do it with one. Oh, we got 2 people. Oh, we got 3 people. All right, well, I was wrong.
Oh, damn. See, you start with the leader, you get the person who is the second, then you get the third. Now it's a party, okay?
I didn't think of it. Okay, stand on neutral. Okay. Okay, so this is a very simple game. We have a few rules. The first rule is you can't stand in between the line.
Okay.
Very straightforward.
Got it.
The second rule is you can't move until I say move. And the reason for that is because we don't want anybody's opinion to affect anybody else's opinion. Exactly, precisely. Now let me go over this. Strongly agree, slightly agree, neutral, slightly disagree, strongly disagree. So I'm going to ask this question and count back to 5. And don't move until I get to go and stand on a line. It could not possibly be any simpler, but you'd be astonished how many people do not pay attention to the rules. Trans women should be able to compete in women's sports. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move.
Oh, shit. We got 2 of the strongly agree, and they look longingly at their friend who's gone over. Maybe she was going to go all the way over to strongly disagree. And she's like, no, I can't do it to him, bro. I gotta fucking stop at the line before. All right. This is an interesting premise and setup already. Okay.
1 disagree, 1 strongly agree. 2, you're on the line. Okay. Tell us why you agree.
I agree because trans women should be able to compete in women's sports because they are competing underneath their identity that they very solidly align with, and to deprive them of that is to kind of say that their identity is not acceptable in society.
In society or
in sports, that they're not valid. Their identity is not validated.
Okay. Do you agree with what she said?
Yes, but that's not specifically why I agree that trans women should be able to compete in sports.
Okay. Why do you think?
I believe trans women should be able to compete in sports because there's specific criterion that trans women have to meet in order to be able to compete under the woman category.
In which sports?
I'm not an expert on all sports.
I'm not an expert either.
But I do know for at least the Olympics, there are requirements for trans women because when trans women go on when trans women go on hormones.
Okay, so I have no idea, but based on the Seahawks jersey, which is Seattle, and the Santa Cruz logo on her thing, which is going to be an expensive top that's very surfer skatery, I'm going to guess this is in Seattle, right? I feel like it's important to know where this is happening to know how to interpret it. Because in the US, everywhere is just very different, and it's going to give you some indication as to why the students think what they do. I'm going to guess it's Seattle. That's going to be my
testosterone
guess.
drops in them. So a lot of the natural advantages they might have being born in a man's body are depleted, like the extra strength testosterone gives you and so on and so forth. So they have to be below a certain testosterone level. They have to be on estrogen for a certain amount of time. And even the rule where you have to be below a certain testosterone percentages have stopped cis women from competing in sports. So
damn, she real fucking smart, bro. She bringing up fucking hormone levels and shit. This bitch was only talking about fucking is what they believe, bro. And we ain't believing them if we say they can't do this shit, bro. You can't be waking them up from you know what they're believing. But she's hitting us with facts and figures, bro. Okay, I'm interested to see what the lady on the other side thinks. Then.
Very like hard set rules. There's
cis woman meaning what?
Cis
woman. What up, Frames?
Women who are born as women.
Women who were born as women, okay.
Cis women, yes. Cisgendered is when you're born in the correct sex. So, like, I was born a woman. I'm.
When you're born in the correct sex. No, I don't know if that The correct word is very nice.
Identify as woman still, I'm cis. If I were to identify as non-binary or anything else, I would not be cis. How you gonna ask this question and not know what cis means?
Well, cis isn't in the...
Jeez, hold up, bitch. Calm down. Calm down. I'm just giving you a chance to explain yourself, baby girl. Chill out. Jesus Christ.
In the question, and what cis might mean to you, that doesn't mean that people watching this are going to know what cis means.
Things are a definition. Things mean things.
Now she's being a bitch. Okay. I liked her at first, bro. I liked her at first, but then she got this fucking chip on her shoulder and shit. I don't be liking that at all. I don't be liking that at all. Don't be mean. He's like, and he had like a decent explanation, and her response showed no indication that she had listened to what he had explained. We talk about listening on the channel a lot. One of the things that bothers me the most is not when you give a dumb answer or whatever. Like, it's when you give an answer that shows you weren't listening to anything the other person was saying. So, like, he gave a decent explanation. Just because you know what it means doesn't mean the people at home know. And he's clearly recording a whole thing. He has a professional microphone set up here, etc., etc. He's got this whole thing lined up with tape on the ground. Like, this is a fairly professional setup. I would give him the benefit of the doubt that the reason he's asking is not because he doesn't know what the fuck that means or he doesn't have a definition. A, it's interesting to know what your definition is. And B, people at home may not know what your definition is. And C, they may disagree with your definition, right? So it's important to just ask those questions. And he's not like trying to attack you or anything by asking about that. You know, he didn't attack this lady. He's not attacking you with that question. There's just no reason to treat him that like with that level of hostility, in my opinion. But okay.
Cisgender means one thing. That's a
Is it possible that some
Destiny
people could
viewer,
define,
Omega
perceive the word women to be different?
Well, I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about the term cisgender.
Yeah, so I think it's important that we define our terms. That's why I wanted to define it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's unfair for me to ask you to define it?
No, I just don't. It sounded like you didn't know what cisgender was, and I was just wondering if you didn't know that was why you thought you should ask that question.
Jesus. Like, oh yeah, now you're realizing a little bit of how dickish you're coming on. Okay.
No, I'm actually, I'll tell you why later, but I'm a legitimate gender studies scholar.
Oh, perfect then.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I don't mean to brag, but I've really outpublished almost anyone in the world in gender studies.
You do mean to brag a little bit. That is impressive.
Thank you. I'll show you my body of literature later. But for now...
Now he's being a dick. Granted, she was an asshole first, so now him being an asshole, I kind of understand it a little bit more, and he's moving on. He's not continuing with this, so that's good. I'm interested. What do you think, young lady?
Trans women should be able to compete in women's sports. What do you think about that?
I do not think they should be able to do that.
Okay. Did anything that they say persuade you? Think about that for a second, but tell us why.
I just think the biological makeup of a man is not the same as a woman, whether they take hormones or not, especially if they've been competing in that sport for years. They did it originally as a man or woman, and then they switched to female, which I played a female sport growing up.
What did you play?
Lacrosse, which is very different.
That's the one.
Oh, fuck. Wow. Honestly, I didn't have a lot of faith when you linked this to me. I'm getting ASMR right now. You know that feeling where like your hairs tickle on the top of your head or whatever? Like sometimes you'll like listen to music from a movie you really liked or something like that and you get that feeling, or some people get it from like audio stimulation. That's why ASMR is the thing, because they get that feeling in their scalp. I'm getting it from this. That's incredible. This is such a cool idea because like, as somebody who doesn't really care about arguments, I'm not like Steven. I don't care about the logic and whatever. I care about the human side of things. I care about what life did you lead that led you to believe in what you believe in, because, and this is something I'm going to be doing more on the stream moving forward. It's one of the top things on my list. I think that Steven has really good content when he explains to you some of his basic views on the world and on life to explain how he arrives at conclusions. And I think that a lot of my good content came from that as well. So I'm going to try to incorporate this more, even though I don't like repeating myself and I generally just assume that people know what I'm talking about. My personal beliefs that I operate off of in a religious sense. So like, how do I answer questions that I don't have the answers for? Things like, what is the purpose of life? What comes after death, etc. I like to operate under the belief that reincarnation might be a thing, or some kind of connection between conscious things. So the way that I imagine that helps me arrive at like moral conclusions about things is that there is a chance that I might live the life of other people. So I personally find it really interesting to think about, you know, I think consciousness at its root is like the same thing, but born in different bodies is going to operate differently. If your mom had a bunch of drugs when she was pregnant with you, your biological, you know, things that are operating, your consciousness is going to have to grow up in that body and struggle with the deficiencies that your mom kind of put upon you. If you grew up like this lady and you played lacrosse and you compare the women's lacrosse team to the men's lacrosse team, and you imagine somebody from the men's team declaring that they're transgender, barely starting hormone replacement therapy, or even being 2 years down the line and you have them play with you, what are your thoughts about that? So she may have these ideas that I don't think are fleshed out, like thinking, I don't care how long you've been on hormones and whatever. I think there's fundamental differences biologically between a man and a woman. She is narrowing down, not looking at the science of anything, and she's looking at her personal experience of, if there was a dude on the men's lacrosse team and he came over and he started playing with us because he identified as a woman, then I wouldn't be cool with that. I don't think that should be allowed, because that is a very different sport with those people. There's a huge biological difference here, and that's going to put some limitations and blinders on coming to terms with the difference in physiology between people after gender reassignment, hormone therapy type stuff. So I don't even think she really knows how much somebody's body changes after hormones. I don't think she's well aware of any of that. I think there's a chance that I'm going to assume her race, that the Asian lady who has her face blurred on the other side, I assume she's well aware of that stuff because it seems like she's educated on it. I don't think that she is, because she would have kind of given a little bit more ground in that regard. But like, I like focusing on the one thing you tell me that I think is the root of what you're talking about. And I think this experience with lacrosse is that's a very physical, very like, that's a contact sport. And she's going to be well aware of the differences between the teams and how they operate and stuff. So this is really cool. Terrible audio, but this seems to fly under the radar of PBS's attempts to scrub the Ben Affleck episode from the internet. Thank you. I will put this aside. I know you, Books. Thanks, Neandra. You've been around a long time.
Gates Jr. Welcome to
Okay, I will save this for later because I very much so want to watch this.
Which is very different from male lacrosse. So I just think that it comes down to the biological makeup of like the training used for it and everything. But I agree with a lot of the stuff that they say. I'm not like they shouldn't do it, but I just think it should be.
So you think, and I just want to make sure I get your argument right, you think that they shouldn't do it because it confers an unfair advantage on the person, even if they've met their hormone requirements, because as a biological male ages before they transition, they have certain intrinsic advantages. Height, for example, maybe in basketball. Now that doesn't mean all men are tall, but on a Gaussian curve, it means that more men are tall than women. Yeah. Right, so is that, I don't want to mischaracterize.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Did that persuade you?
No.
I would say no, because we have talked about like the hormones and like the genetic makeup of a male body versus a female body, but there are changes that can happen whenever.
Also, personally, when we're talking about Gaussian curves and whatever, I think what's really difficult and what more people need to confront with the trans thing is it's not like rules regarding women writ large. So if we're talking about something like abortion, yeah, you can say that there are people who are not women that can have abortion, whatever, sure. But like when we're talking about women having abortions and stuff, we're talking about laws and regulations that will impact a lot of people, because there's a lot of women with reproductive systems that are intact that are going to go through this, yada, yada, yada. When we're talking about trans people in sports, in high schools and in junior highs, when that sports stuff is going to apply, that is so few people that I feel like talking about Gaussian curves and whatever instead of talking about individuals. I feel like we're way closer to talking about individuals than talking about like wider population distribution, whatever the fuck. Because if there's a significant difference between somebody who's been on hormone therapy for 5 years and somebody who's been on hormone therapy for a year, then we're already at the individual level, and we probably need to individually evaluate this when we're talking about it. So I don't like the appeals to broader population stuff and whatever, because the other thing is too, if she's saying that, but we have somebody who is a 5 foot, a 5'6" trans woman, like, then it just doesn't apply, right? So like I don't know. For me personally, when we get down to the population size arguments and whatever, I feel like it's a bit off-putting, because I think it's more apt to talk about individuals when talking about trans sports, because I also think the problems that would justify the perspective of being in disagreement with trans people partaking in the sport of their perceived gender would probably only apply to very specific people, right? Because when the conservatives are talking about it, they're pointing out people that are smashing the others in their gender group and whatever. We're talking about individuals, right? We're talking about a handful of examples of athletes that are actually beating the shit out of like when we're talking about that one wrestler who has to go and compete against I think it was a transgender man who, which are vastly underrepresented in these conversations, who had to go and wrestle other women, and they were just destroying him because obviously they're on hormone therapy and whatever. So I feel like when we're talking about these problems, we're talking about individuals, or the trans woman in swimming who is tall and people shit on her for winning a bunch. Like we have very individualized cases when we're talking about the problems that we have with it, and even going broader, it's still very individualized people that are trying to do this anyways. So I don't know about all the broader arguments. But anywho, I'm going to stop talking and let this continue.
Someone starts to transition, that can affect their muscle density, just like their overall genetic makeup. Well, not their genetic makeup, but like their hormones and just how their body functions. So I don't know if that is like completely valid in arguing this.
What if I could provide you with evidence that even with the hormone replacement therapy, that still conferred an advantage on people born as men?
That it wouldn't give
it would even if they underwent hormone therapy, it still was an advantage for the trans woman to participate in sports. Would you then be for it or against it?
I would be open to revising my opinion if there's
Wait, can I listen to this one more time?
It would even men
that it
therapy, that still conferred an advantage on people born as men.
That it wouldn't give
it would even if they underwent hormone therapy, it still was an advantage for the trans woman to participate in sports. Would you then be for it or against it?
I would be open to revising my opinion.
Oh.
If there's, evidence presented on that.
So you would be open to revising, and would you be open to revising your opinion to go to the agree or the slightly agree?
Slightly agree, but I don't think I would go any farther than that.
Okay. So the thing that's keeping you must be some identity factor.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about that in a second. So
because she opened up with the identity factor. She did oh man, I love this so much. This is actually so wonderful. In the debate world, what frustrates me a lot is people gravitate towards arguments that don't represent the reasons people believe in things. It ignores the variety of different reasons that people feel strongly about one topic or another. Look at the difference between her and the blurred-faced lady. The blurred-faced lady talked about hormones. She talked about transitioning. Her focus is on scientific. This woman's focus is all on identity. So to persuade her, you will only want to focus on identity. If you tried to focus oh man, I just love this so much. This is so cool. Okay. I'm really liking this. These are really cool because we get a gradient of what actual people actually believe about this stuff. One idea I've had for stream, although I would hate to subject any people I know in real life to your guys' fucked up scrutiny, is to bring on regular people that don't watch any Twitch politics shit to both evaluate the arguments put forward by the people on this platform, including Destiny and Vosh and the people that are popular, as well as the smaller people like Sansol or Xanderhall. And also to put forward before that their own beliefs about something and why they believe in it. Because you'll see that even if you don't think they have strong arguments or whatever, their evaluation is closer to the reality of the evaluations of the average person, right? And it just shows you how divorced the Twitch space is from how regular people think through things and the points that they find convincing, right? And oh man, this is so good. Okay.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. If you were to be shown evidence to your satisfaction that people born as male who transition, who met the requirements of whatever.
There's lots of vids in this format. My problem with a lot of videos in this format is the guy in this person's position is really trying to push a narrative. So if we have something like Crowder or like Steven or whatever, they're trying to push and persuade people in their own direction, even if they come off as wanting to be neutral or arriving at facts or whatever. Even he's starting to do this, and I'm worried that he's going to continue to do this because like he didn't really argue at all with the lady on the lacrosse side, but here he is trying to convince this lady. Granted, this is a second round of talking to her, so maybe he'll do this with all three people. But he also argued quite a bit with the other lady. Even if she was hostile, he could have let a lot of stuff go. And he didn't. Instead, he argued back. So I'm a bit concerned about that. And I'm beginning to think he might not be all that different from the other people. But that's the problem I have. When people do this, I want them to be like modern day debate. I want them to be like a pillow biter lady that's like a starfish. I just want them to lay there. I don't want them to do anything. I'm like Mr. Girl. I want you to just lay there and be quiet. That's what I need to get off, dude. I need you to just lay there and let me do what I'm doing, okay? I don't want to have to think about you or what you want, okay? But I'm very well aware of what he wants, and it's kind of killing the mood for me. Anywho.
Lacrosse or
still have
what,
a fair advantage.
yeah, if you would be shown they would still have an unfair advantage, you would be willing to move one, possibly two, but not three. Is that what you said? Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay, if you would be shown that advantage, would you move?
Probably not.
Okay, what would it take for you to move?
Nothing, probably. I feel pretty strongly about this. Because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Even if you were to show me proof that people born as men who transition as women still have an unfair advantage, I believe that full-heartedly. I wouldn't like try to dispute that if I saw like the facts behind that.
Yeah.
However, sports inherently have genetic advantaged players, like Michael Phelps.
Oh, with the, yeah.
He didn't produce like lactic acid. He had an abnormally large wingspan. He had like webbed toes and webbed feet.
And again, she is really good at knowing the rehearsed points about this, right? But she also admitted, and this is a crazy thing, this kind of paradox that I see in these spaces, in the debate spaces. The people who are the most educated on the topic tend to also, unfortunately, be the most dogmatic. So notice she's really educated on all these topics and knows all the arguments and statistics and examples, but she opened this with saying, I feel very strongly about this. I would be very unlikely to move. And that's also a polarization that we see on the other side with right-leaning people too, is that they become super educated in the news and in politics and in what's happening right now and the arguments for it. And by being aware of all that, they're not an educated person arriving at opinions based on facts and logic. They become dogmatic entities that are using these tools of arguments to defend a position that they aren't going to change their mind on ever. And that to me is the saddest part of a lot of people in these spaces, and even viewers and stuff as well. And that's why oftentimes when I talk to people, a lot of my initial goal is to throw them off of that. I've had many a discussion both in our own Discord and in Destiny's Discord where I've argued with people. Again, I should probably live stream those, but I don't, or at least record them. And a lot of my initial strategy is I want to push them off of the even footing they have with their arguments and put them in somewhere where they don't know anything about what they're talking about. Because I feel like if I can get them off of their script, that is where I'm going to have the most chances of actually convincing them or making them uncomfortable enough to consider a change. And I don't care if I don't know anything about that position either. If I'm not live and in front of a gazillion people, I don't care that I look dumb and I also don't know about the topic. It's them that's really invested in knowing about the topic and having like a solid answer about the topic, not me. I don't care. I'll go wherever the conversation leads me, and I don't mind if my mind changes. But for somebody like her who's very much entrenched in this position, that's where I want to push people like that, because that's the only place I can even hope that they'll change their mind on it or entertain a conversation about the topic. Otherwise, it's like I'm just talking to a dialogue tree if I continue to engage in the way that they want me to engage, and they've already had that conversation or seen it play out a bunch of times, so I doubt it's even fun for them to have it. So anywho, let's go ahead and I think that once you've explored a topic a lot, you feel like you've reached the truth of the matter and it's simply harder to move them. At some point you feel like you've heard all the counters. The debate people have that a lot, yeah, but where they shut off their mind and they don't think that there are going to be counters that convince them. But that's the moment where you fuck up. it's okay to be confident that you've read a lot about something and you think that you have it figured out. But I think with that confidence, there needs, like, when I'm really confident about something, I think there needs to be an acceptance to open yourself up to the possibility that you're wrong that is proportional to that. So for instance, if somebody wants to argue with me about the best way to quickly write an essay, I'm super confident about that, right? But I'm so confident about that I will hear you out. Tell me your strategy to do it. Because at worst, I'm wrong about one particular thing and I can add on to my existing worldview and improve my essay writing capabilities a little bit. And, you know, at best, I just wind up being right, which I'm confident that I am already, right? But this combination of being extremely confident in your position because you've researched it a lot and being unwilling to move at all on it because you've researched that much, that's a paradox I really don't like. If you're super confident and you feel like you've researched everything about your position, then that should be reflected in a willingness to accept other points, because real confidence, real big dick energy is being down for somebody else in the room to have a bigger dick than you. Because at the end of the day, if you're walking around with a fucking 8-inch schlong and somebody else comes out and they have an 8.2 incher, you still got a big dick, right? Like it doesn't matter. The possibility and changes you've already estimated to be so small that you're willing to have the showing contest really openly without a lot of hesitation because you've seen it go down a gazillion times before. And you shouldn't be so willing and ready to like defend it to the death or not hear people out. There should be a willingness to hear people out because of that confidence. That's why I don't trust that confidence. When you tell me that you played out the same argument a gazillion times, you know how it's going to end, therefore there's no changing your mind, it's that last line that breaks the illusion for me. I don't think you actually are there if you really don't think that your mind could be changed by anything. Like, I don't know. It seems like an insecurity to me. That's why it's interesting seeing confidence levels in these videos, since the most confident are often the least justified. That's interesting. I don't understand people that say nothing will change their mind but still get into debates. Like, why bother then? Because they want to prove that the other person is wrong. I don't even know if they care about changing the minds of the other person. They kind of just want to prove that they're wrong. You already admitted you won't leave any different no matter what. Yeah, because they've told you on the face why they're continuing to engage, right? Like they know their position isn't going to change. So where do you go from there? Well, where I would go from there logically is they think they'll change the other person, or they'll prove what they said to be true, that their position won't be changed by the end. Same with my confidence in essay writing. I may very well be convinced that you're not going to teach me a new thing about essay writing. You're not going to have a strategy that's better than mine. But I'll entertain the conversation in the chance that you might, or in the chance that I could teach you about it, right? There are other incentives to start the debate or the conversation. And often it's the other person's challenge. In this case, this guy's challenge to her. And she's like, I'll accept your challenge, but I'm not changing. Therefore, I'll probably change you. This is a common criticism of Bogosian. The street epistemology community doesn't always take after his approach, even if he is the original inspiration for it. I see. Yeah, let's see how this plays out.
No, it's not him competing. That's an unfair genetic advantage. We don't care about genetic advantages until it's someone transitioning from a man to a woman or a woman to a man.
I have to push back on that. I have personally never heard anybody concerned about people transitioning to a man competing in men's sports. Have you?
No, that's also another problem. Why are we so focused on trans women and not trans men as well?
Well, I think
it's an unfair advantage.
Yeah, that's why.
It should be, well, but that's what I'm saying. No one really cares about it being an unfair advantage. Or we wouldn't, like basketball, for instance. If you're tall and height, you can still make it to the NBA if you're like above 6'7". But if you're below 6 foot and phenomenal.
Yeah, that's a basketball short.
No, this is football. My shirt. This is the Seahawks, the football team.
Oh, okay. I don't know much about sports.
Yeah, well,
ask me about gender studies. That's a different thing. But let's
well, because it's about sports, you know, some of the logistics you have are like that are in sports come to play here. And like I said, a lot of sports is genetic advantage, like being born and having an aptitude for something.
And like, I'm shitting on this lady, but she holds the opinion and the arguments for the opinion that I have. I think, but she's not mentioning the one thing that's the key part of my belief. So, I believe that in college or in professional sports, I'm on the other side of this line. I'm where the one lady is. On the topic of high school, public school, those kinds of sports, I'm on this side. I think that we're not talking about having fair competition all the time when we're talking about high school level stuff. We're not there to see fair competition between people. We're there to give children the opportunity to be in a sport. We're letting them have all the benefits that come along with that: camaraderie, team building, personal betterment, all that stuff. The incentives behind sports at the public school level, at the grade school level, are very different than at the pro level. And and we're talking about a lot of the time public institutions versus private institutions. The NFL, which is represented on her sweater there, that's its whole own private corporate organization. They will be the ones that make a determination about that, or the Olympic Committee, right? But if we're talking about public schools and what should all the public schools in the country follow that are public institutions, I think that the entire point of the sports is to enable kids to have all the other benefits. It's not for parents to watch a sport that they feel is being moderated in such a way where it's fair competition or whatever. I just don't think that's a focus that we have beyond, the enforcement of other sorts of rules regarding the sport. So, that's just where I land on that.
Shouldn't mean you can't do it. No one, like I said, no one wanted to make themselves not someone wanted.
So do you think that there should be one division and we just throw all men and women in the same division?
That's not what I said.
No, but I'm asking you, is that what you think? Why not?
Honestly, I just haven't given that enough thought. I do think there is.
What is this?
That's not what I said.
No, but I'm asking you.
No one, like I said, no one wanted to make themselves not someone wanted.
So do you think that there should be one division and we just throw all men and women in the same division?
That's not what I said.
No, but I'm asking you, is that what you think? Why not?
Honestly, I just haven't given that enough thought. I do think there is, some pros to having two separate divisions for men and women. But like I said, honestly,
what are the pros?
Honestly, I haven't given enough thought to have like a concrete stance on it that I'd want to fully stand on, because I haven't done enough research on it.
That's fair.
And look at this difference. So the woman here who is repeating all of the points that we see online for her beliefs, who is using what she feels and has evaluated, and frankly, I think that she's correct, to be the strongest arguments.
Wafting,
oh, hello.
Wafting. Oh, everyone likes
Who do we have here?
Brand, don't they? This is magic.
Let me take an analysis.
All right, analysis.
Analysis. This is, let me see, smelling like, oh, hey, Leonard, what's up? Smells like a Leonard. So I was just having a fun stream where I drink and I talk to my chat and kind of catch up because I haven't been live in a while. And somebody linked this video where this dude basically puts these lines in the ground. Here, I'll remember where we are, 1056. He puts these lines in the ground. The middle is neutral. The left side is strongly agree. The right side is strongly disagree. And he asked them, should trans women be able to compete in women's sports? One woman walks over here, and it's based primarily on her experience as a lacrosse player, right? She sees the difference in training and experiences between the men's and women's lacrosse team, and frankly, the difference in the sport more broadly. And she can't imagine having trans women participate in the sport with her because there are a gazillion different reasons why that's going to be different. And then we had two move over to here for very different reasons. One was the identity aspect, this the woman behind her here. So she believes that it's infringing on the identity of a trans person to not allow them to do that. It's going to cause some incongruence that could be problematic. And so she could be swayed to the right side if that could be shaken a little bit. And the woman in front has a lot of really strong arguments that we see reflected in like the online community. And now we have an interesting thing happening where she is really uneasy with confronting an argument that she isn't already educated about. She's not even willing to speculate when asked speculative questions about a belief that she didn't read online for why she has it. That's a really shitty way of putting it from me. But she was also really mean in the beginning of this and really challenged this guy when he was asking basic questions like, what is a cis woman? And then she was like, well, you're going to ask these questions and do the setup and you don't know what a cis woman is. And he's actually a gender studies person who's published. So then he had to kind of pull out his credentials and put her down a little bit. And I feel like he was being respectful before that. So she kind of jumped down his throat about that. And that was off-putting. And now she's on the off foot with this question. She's not going to answer it.
I do think there is, some honestly, I just haven't given.
Is that what you think? Women in the same division?
That's not what I said.
No, I think that there should be one division and we just throw all men and women in the same division.
That's not what I said.
No, but I'm asking you, is that what you think? Why not?
Honestly, I just haven't given that enough thought. I do think there is, some pros to having two separate divisions for men and women. But like, honestly,
what are the pros?
And there he asks, what are the pros? So she immediately comes up with, in her own mind, on her own, independent of doing any reading about the topic, that there would be some pros. And she knows instinctually in her heart of hearts, the way these other two people think, that she wouldn't want to collapse the two divisions into one. And she knows that there's pros for that, but she seems unwilling to vocalize that because she hasn't read about it. That's my interpretation here.
Honestly, I haven't given enough thought to have like a concrete stance on it that I'd want to fully take on because I haven't done enough research on it.
That's fair. So you think that there should be two divisions?
As of right now, before I do a lot of like I said, like I haven't put enough thought to it to give you a clear, firm stance.
Okay, so I'm kind of thinking through this myself. So the reason, and I could be told I'm just trying to figure this out myself. So the reason that there are two divisions are because there must be certain categories of things that different sexes are better at, or there wouldn't be divisions in the first place, unless it was just like some social convention.
You're not wrong there.
And now he's trying to eke it out of her. Like, I think she's very afraid to buy into the idea that there are biological differences between the sexes, but she really shouldn't have a problem with that, because her initial argument was about hormones and how hormones could level a playing field. Well, what playing field is there to level if it's already leveled to begin with, right? So I think she's really afraid, really afraid of going into any territory that she hasn't seen already kind of handled by other people that she's read about, that she's already educated herself on. And rather than being like willing to shoot from the hip with the understanding that it's not something she's thought through very well, she's very hesitant to make any claims about that. And he's having to work that out of her here.
So is it possible to abstract from that and say that that reason is what confers an advantage on somebody?
No, because you can have advantages over someone who's also the same gender as you, just as a different gender does. Gender is not the only factor that provides an advantage or not. However, it's definitely one that contributes to an advantage you have.
Right.
And it's not gender, it's your sex. So like, she wants to be very technical. She gave him shit about the cis distinction at the very beginning. And here she is mincing words that really need to not be minced, right? Like, I'm being very nitpicky with her, but that's because she was acting very bitchy to him at the beginning. So I feel like it's warranted.
Because there's a trans swimmer in the Olympics. She didn't win. If trans women really have a crazy advantage on women, why didn't she sweep? Why didn't she do
What does sweep mean?
Win everything.
Oh, sweep like
win all the awards.
Oh, I thought you give her a mop and like sweep up.
No, why didn't she win all the awards? Why didn't she win every race? And why didn't she beat them by like seconds? Which is
But she did get into the Olympics.
She got into the Olympics. She didn't win. And that's because she's a trained swimmer. That's because she's been trained to swim.
That's actually a good point, bro. She did get into the Olympics, bro.
Swim for as long as anyone else has. It makes sense she got into the Olympics. She's been swimming at that time for her entire career. But like I said, she didn't sweep. She didn't have such a crazy advantage that she was performing way above the ranks of the other women.
So even if it were shown that trans women had distinct advantages, that wouldn't be enough to move you to agree?
Yeah, because like I said, cis woman could have an advantage on another cis woman. So why should I care if a trans woman has an advantage on a cis woman when a cis woman could also have an advantage on another cis woman? Like, the fact that they're trans doesn't really mean anything to me. Like I said, having a genetic advantage can and is a part of sports.
And again, we get back to what I mentioned with the First Lady, which is I don't like when we talk about population differences and whatever, when we're talking about individual trans athletes. To me, it feels like this whole conversation comes down to individuals. Trans athletes are a very small portion of the broader athletic base. And especially when we're talking about ones that whoop the ass of other people, we're talking about a very small group of a very small group. And I don't know about all these population arguments. I think we should really just kind of handle this a little bit more in a finite way. But
okay, I think I understand their reasoning, but I'm not positive.
I have a question for them.
Yes.
So do you think that there could be like the women's group, the man group, and then people who are trans have their own category?
Who's the question for? Which one?
Either or.
I feel like those groups would just alienate them even more and just like put them off into a separate category because they don't belong in women or male. They are not being put properly into the groups that they identify.
And nice. And now she's going to say the groups that they identify with. Because again, and for those of you that are just joining from Lettered Stream, the reason why I really like these is because they fit in with my idea of the world, my idea with how people engage and stuff. It is what I like to call perspective theory. It's this idea that if you imagine the night sky with all of its different stars, the constellations that we draw between those stars are based entirely on our perspective of it. So where you might see a horse, I might take the exact same stars and maybe see a wolf, right? Like, because it's got 4 legs and it's got a head and a back and whatever, right? And then somebody on the other side of the world in a different season that's looking at a different night sky won't see what either of us are talking about. So if we're in a dark room and we're in some kind of art installation where we have little bits of fishing wire held on to little balls and we're shining a light through the different corners of the room, we have to shine the light at the right balls in the room to illuminate them and not illuminate the other ones that will distract us. And we need to position our eyes in such a way where we can see them line up just so that we can see the picture, and then explain that to the other person with all the right things in frame, viewed from all the right angle. And even then they might disagree about what the picture that we're looking at is, because it's subjective, the way that we're tying these different bits of evidence or these different beliefs or observations together, right? So even if you can get them to stand at just the right place and illuminate just the right things and see it at just the right time, they may still see something different in the thing that we're looking at, the constellation we're looking at. She is very focused on identity. That's going to be where her whole frame of reference is going to be, and she's going to view everything from that identitarian type of framework. I know she's not an identitarian, but you get what I mean. She's like a facts and logic lady, and the other one is personal experience based on being in lacrosse. So their different perspectives, where they're standing in the room to look at these points and evaluate them, is completely different between the three of them. And their willingness to look from other perspectives is also very different. But that comes down to personal, kind of personal characteristics. She is very open to the idea of moving. She's accepted that could happen, and she's willing to hear him out on his points. She is the exact opposite. She has picked her place in the line. She's confident she would never move from that line. Nothing that he could say could change her mind. And the reason comes down to why she has arrived at this decision in the first place. She's read things online. She's confident about it. Whereas she cares about these people's identity being preserved and whatever. So her focus is entirely different. The girl on the other side, same. And those differences in people and the way that they view the world is very interesting to me, because this is how I navigate it and decide who do I have conversations with and about what. Like to give you a behind the scenes look at how I engage with some other streamers and friends of mine, there are times, and you could ask my friends about this, you could ask Lux, you could ask Chud Logic, you could ask Supreme. There are times where we hit level 3 of like a topic and I tell them, I don't want to have this conversation with you because I have a feeling it's not going to be fun. And it's a very dickish thing to do, but if I see that you believe in this position because of these reasons and this is what you think, that might not be fun for me to engage with or have a conversation about. I might not be interested in it. It's not that I don't want to hear out your position or whatever. There may be a million reasons for why the conversation is not going to be fun. So if we're on two different, completely polar opposite views of something, and you're very hard entrenched in your side, which I find to be uninteresting, whether I could believe it or not is separate from how interesting I think the perspective is. I might think it's like childish or immature or not really thinking it through very well, and I might not be interested in walking you all the way to where I'm at. It could be I'm looking for a conversation with somebody who's like-minded and I want to expand what I know. That might be my other goal with a conversation or a topic, right? Like in psychology, that's a lot of the times that I'm looking for. I'm looking for somebody else who is like-minded on the topic so we could fangirl about the future of the field, right? But with other people, if you don't know a lot of the things that I know that led me to believe the thing that I believe, I'm not interested in teaching you about it, especially if you're hard stuck in your position. That's not a fun conversation for me. Because A, I didn't want to teach you, B, you're unwilling to learn, and C, I wanted to fangirl about the future of something that you don't even understand the past and present of, right? So I don't know. I'm ranting a lot, but this is really like... increased my desire to stream today. This is fun. I like this a lot. It's a good way to navigate combos, I think. Yeah, like the advice that I give in tutoring about notes and essays and everything is the same advice I have in life. Think about what your purpose is from something, right? What is the purpose of the conversation you're embarking upon? What do you want to accomplish with it? And if you can't do that with the person you're talking to, then maybe you just shouldn't, right? And that's a lot of the time where my decisions go, because like, I don't want to waste time embarking on a conversation that doesn't end up. And like, and I've had this with Supreme numerous times where like, he has been adamant that we could have an enjoyable conversation or whatever, and then we continue it for like an hour or two, and I'm like, at the end, see, I told you this isn't fun. This is this isn't where I wanted to go with this. This isn't going to be a good conversation. I told you from the beginning I wasn't going to enjoy this, and I didn't enjoy this. So, you know, and if I'm hard stuck in that belief, and I'm not going to let you convince me out of it, really, like, then you're not going to convince me, and I'm being as stubborn as this lady here. So I do that, hopefully encouraging us to just drop it.
Identify with. I don't know anything about sports, as you know, from not even knowing what that means there.
I feel like people are all facts and logic until they have a personal experience on that issue. That's where true opinion lies. Okay, this may be crazy, but I think that, like, facts and logic are personal experiences. No, right? Like, if you watch Destiny all the time, your personal experience is watching and loving Destiny and Destiny content in the debate sphere. The facts and logic you copy from Steven are facts and logic you're copying from your personal experience on that issue. Your personal experience with the issue of transness is watching Steven's conversations about it. Somebody else's personal experience with the issue of transness might be somebody who has friends that have lived that life. Somebody else's personal experiences with transness might be getting canceled online by the trans community, right? Like, different people have these different personal experiences that make it up. The facts and logic can also be personal experiences when it's not something you dug up on your own. But if it is something you dug up on your own, you spent hours and hours researching a particular topic, it was the experience of researching the topic that I think holds more weight in your mind than the actual validity of any of the individual points, as was the case with the facts and logic lady here. Her extensive time researching the topic is actually what holds the value in her mind, not the individual points. You could refute each of the individual points. She's bought into it for a reason besides those individual points. It's probably some combination about wanting the outcome to be one thing, along with the time that she spent discovering why that outcome could be arrived at through facts and logic. But it's the investment in both of these particular things that's driving that, not the facts and logic that is the bridge between it. And so, yeah, like, you know, it's a lot like a Minecraft world, right? Like, I don't think you're personally invested in the structures of the Minecraft world. I think you're invested in the time that you spent creating those structures and the memories involved with making it. That's why it getting blown up bothers you. It's not that the structure not existing or like, it's not down to the structure. It's about the time you spent on it, in my opinion, at least. Your explanation renders personal experience worthless. I don't know about that.
Falcons or but my question.
No, definitely not. I mean, you could disagree with me. That's fine. I'm not saying structures don't exist. In the same way, I'm not saying facts and logic don't exist. I'm not saying everything is experience. I'm not saying everything is the time you spent in the Minecraft world. There is a physical thing that exists there in the structures, in the same way there are things that exist that are facts and logic and whatever. I'm saying that your personal investment in something probably has more to do with the time you've invested in getting those facts and those logical things than it is in the things themselves, right? That, like, it ripped for everybody? Okay. FFF back. Okay, sorry about that. Let me see what... I have 0 drop frames on my end. So again, that's something on YouTube side or Twitch's side, or I don't know. Book is still going, never realized. Okay, so TLDR. I'm not saying facts and logic don't exist. I'm not saying personal experiences are everything and therefore personal experiences are nothing. I'm saying personal experience exists independent of that. In the same way that your time and energy that you spent building a structure in the Minecraft world doesn't mean the structures don't exist. The structures do exist. Your time and energy that you spent getting facts and logic doesn't mean the facts and logic don't exist. I'm saying between these two things, the effort to get the facts and logic and the facts and logic itself, I personally think for most people, it's this thing. It's the time and energy that you spent on the thing that invests you more into it than it is the facts and the logic. I think you parade the facts and the logic around as a substitute for the time and energy and investment that you spent in getting them, right? I think there's a lot more wrapped up in that than there is in the things themselves. So yeah, that's what I'll say, okay? Because I'm not repeating myself for a third time.
Question is then, aren't there? I thought there are rules against like shooting yourself up with steroids, aren't there?
Yes.
So when you shoot yourself up with steroids, that must mean you have a competitive advantage. So that's why they don't do it, right?
that shooting yourself up with steroids gives you a competitive.
I would assume, or else there wouldn't be a rule against it.
Yes, there is a rule against using performance enhancing steroids, but I don't think that's on the same level as hormone therapy.
No, that's not. Or I was going with it. So, no, I was going with it. It's possible that there are certain things that one can do to yield a performance advantage.
Yes.
So, shouldn't the idea be, and again, I'm just thinking through this myself, shouldn't the idea be that we want to level the playing field to take out advantages for different people?
I think like artificial advantages is what you're trying to say. Like,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were waving to somebody.
Well, first of all, Seahawks. Gotta wrap.
Seahawks.
Seattle Seahawks.
Their football
Not the
team
Falcons, yes,
from
Seahawks.
Seattle.
And look at how invested she is in this position. She won't even let him have a conversation with her. Probably because she feels like she's not educated on this. Like, there's so much psychology going on here, dude. Yeah, the QAnon movement is another good example. They don't really care that the things come true or are proven false or whatever. They're very invested in a narrative because of the time and the energy that they've spent on it. That's a very good example, Crystal. God, this lady, I hate her so much. She's completely intervened in this when it had nothing to do with her because she's very invested in this point itself.
In Washington.
Yes. Also,
and they play. Who's the
rival?
No, the person who throws the ball.
The QB?
The QB. Who's the QB?
You want to know more about sports or ask questions about it? No, but okay.
Again, this fucking thing about you're not educated enough to be doing like. I just have every indication I hate this person. She's so fucking annoying to me.
To go off her point, performance enhancers are obviously banned. It's because they enhance your performance. However, if you have enough money, you can pay a coach to help advance your performance. You know what I mean? Like there's specific training facilities, there's specific programs that all cost money to access. And by accessing those with money, you also gain advantage.
And she again points out a point that she's heard before because she's relying on a wealth of information to make her arguments, not experience.
So it's not like these hormones.
So we should.
It's not like because these hormones are only banned because they're performance enhancing. They're also extremely harmful on people's bodies.
So we should give, if that logic holds, we should give all non-trans women extra coaching to make up for the deficiencies.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm furthering showing that there's already a discrepancy in sports. If you're rich and can pay for equipment, training facilities, a training coach, you're going to do better than someone who can't.
And there's this interesting thing where he puts forward an idea based on the premises that she puts forward. And she says, that's not what I'm saying, rather than seeing what he's doing here, which again, we could psychoanalyze the fuck out of so much of this. Like, she's so concerned with what she is saying because it's what she's read. It's what she knows to be correct. It's the prep that she's done. And she's very unwilling and uncomfortable to move outside of what she already knows will work. So when he says something like that, rather than seeing it as her premise is leading to a conclusion and handling that and dismantling that herself and explaining maybe why she doesn't believe that, she has to focus on the script and the things that she's already learned because that's where all of her arguments are coming from, right? Like, and again, this is pointing in the direction of why I mentioned to distinguish in your mind between the facts and the logic and the other kinds of personal investments that it took to arrive at those different pieces of fact and those different logical strings that you drew between them. Because if she valued the logical strings between these facts and arguments and conclusions, she would be very interested in dismantling that conclusion that came about from the individual points and the strings of logic that she used to form her initial point. But she didn't. Instead, she focused on putting forward this full constellation and repeating it again, as opposed to dealing with what might be some outcomes of it and dismantling that. So, I could, psychoanalyze this shit all day. I love this. This is fucking good as fuck. It feels like this is someone showing super normal behavior when debating in public. Don't really get why Book hates her. I feel like this is someone show super normal behavior when debating is public. I'm so confused by what you said. I know I have to change some of these words. I just don't know which, and they'll change these. But Book, didn't she experience reading those facts? Yeah. I feel like I've confused you guys with this point. They aren't banned because they could be harmful. Why even mention that? Because it's something that she's read before. It's a pointless statement if you are stating that it encompasses all your experiences because everything you say would be from your Okay, I don't know why you guys are... Hold on. I'll draw it out. I feel like maybe... Because I'm viewing this as something that is visual in my mind. Perhaps it'll help to visualize this, Because because I do want you guys to understand where I'm coming from. Part of me just wants to drop it because I feel like that would make my life 10 times easier. So, and I don't have my tablet with me, so you'll have to bear with me. That is a casualty to the losing my bag at the airport. We'll make red logic, okay? You have your logic, and your logic is the thing that ties together your facts. Okay, your fact. So far, so good, right? We understand that when you guys are talking about facts and logic, logic is something that connects different facts, and these help us arrive at, and I'll go ahead and put this in some kind of pink or purple or something. This helps us arrive at our conclusion, right? That once you tie a bunch of facts together with some logic in between, that'll help you arrive at a conclusion, right? And then to get to that point of putting together these different facts, there is effort and time and energy, and I'll represent that with a little lightning bolt here. There's energy spent, and that energy I'm going to call your experience. Your experience, right? And I'm saying that people will often point here and they'll say, it is my facts and logic which have led me to this conclusion, and it is the facts and logic which are leading me to be so firm in my belief in this thing. But the problem is when he's beginning to say, here is this thing A that will defeat this fact, and here's this thing B which will defeat this fact, and if both these things are defeated, the logic will fall apart and the conclusion will fall apart. But she's not willing to accept that there is a possibility that there are different things that could change these facts and could therefore break the logic between them and therefore break your conclusion at the end. Because I don't think this part of the equation here is what a lot of people really care about, or what's at the forefront of their mind when they're doing things. I think their personal experiences, the time and energy and different reasons that have led them to choose the connections between these different facts and leads them to their logic. I think that this is often what people focus on. Now, there are some people that only go off of the facts and the logic, and then they let those guide where they go. I think to a lot of his, despite a lot of his other problems, President Sunday could do this. We've seen this before, where if you can put some facts together with some logic and it leads to a conclusion, he'll change what his conclusion is and act accordingly, sometimes with great immediacy, and then he'll kind of leave a conversation in the middle of it, right? So this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying, and you guys were saying this before, and this is, I guess, where I'm confused. So if I just take this color here, what I equated this to is like the structures in your Minecraft world, right? That if you have these structures in your Minecraft world, and you have all these little buildings you're building and whatever, I could, there was a lot of energy that went into building all of this. There were memories and things that went into here, and you remember you built this bridge with your friend, and you built this spire because you had some kind of problem, and you remember this was your friend's first house and whatever. And I'm saying it would make sense to say that in a Minecraft world, it's not the structures that you value more. It is the experience. That your experience is worth more to you and is where the value is coming from, as opposed to your structures. And I believe the same thing about a lot of arguments. There are experiential factors. There's the time, the energy, the political figures, and your feelings about them that is worth more to you than the facts and logic that construct your conclusions. Okay? And that when we're looking at what has the bigger influence on the conclusion and how firm you are in that conclusion, we'll find that the experience, that's your personal experience, is actually what's guiding a lot of the value that you place in your conclusion and is the reason that you're so firm in it. And some people are willing to admit this and others are not. And I think a lot of the time the people that are not being truthful with that. I don't think they've really come to terms with that. There are some people that are honestly like that, but they're far and few between. I'm just saying that a story is more compelling than stats on a group of people who you don't know. That has nothing to do with what you said before. If I scroll up here and look at what you were saying, right? I guess I can go way up here. If everything is personal experience, then nothing is. That's what you said, which actually isn't what you said here at all, right? If I go back down here, I'm just saying a story is more compelling than stats on a group of people who you don't know. But that has nothing to do with your previous statement about the experience thing, which triggered the fuck out of me. That's why we're doing this. So no, that's not what you said before. Although I would agree with what you're saying here, but that's completely different. God, fuck, I hate when people do that. Like they go on for 5 minutes creating an argument. Then at the first sign of meaningful pushback, they just go, well, that's not what I meant. And then come up with some different point that's not at all supported, but still act like they made some coherent point. Yeah, I don't like that either. At least she's not doing the non-coherent point thing. But she's very afraid of going anywhere that's outside of what she's already invested her time and energy into with this facts and logic thing. She's very worrisome, because she has a lot of her personal experience tied in with this, right? Into these facts and logic. And it's the same with the other people, although their facts and logic is, less pronounced, like the lady who's lacrosse thing, right? Like, actually, that's a perfect example. Let's look at the lady who was talking about her experience with lacrosse. So, lacrosse people wear masks, I think, and then they have like a little bag over here and a ball. Okay, so there was the lady who did lacrosse. And she said that her idea is that, that men and women are not the same in terms of their training and other stuff, right? That's her logic. And she says that that's coming from her personal experience as a lacrosse player, her experience as a lacrosse player. Now, what is more valuable here? Is what's driving this the conclusion that she reached from her experience as a lacrosse player, or is it her experience as a lacrosse player? These are two different things. She could have had an experience as a lacrosse player that could lead to a variety of different points of logic, right? And I think she mentioned some other ones. We'll call this one X and this one Y, right? I'm not saying that these are all the same thing. And I'm not saying that these are personal experience. There are things that she has brought from her personal experience. It's her experience gave birth to this. They're not the same. In much the same way that, like, your womb, a baby in the womb is, not the same as your baby in the womb, whatever. I guess we'll put some underwear on her. Okay. Your baby in the womb is not the same as the baby itself, right? I'm not saying these two things are the same. One comes from the other. I'm saying that the experience part of this is often what drives things more than the thing itself. And that might even be the same way for a baby. Your personal investment with your baby might be your personal connection to it by having it in your womb and all the, the changes that come with that and the hormones and whatever else. Like, this experience probably drives your relationship to the baby, which might also be why, let's say that the babies were swapped at the hospital and now you have like a new baby and whatever, your experience with this new baby is going to make it worth a little bit more maybe than the baby that you had that maybe was swapped at birth and ended up somewhere else, because your experiences with one outweigh the other. You spent a lot more time maybe raising this baby up until they were 18 years old, so your experience with one is greater than the other. Now, you may still feel a connection to this one, right? Because again, you went through all this here, but you're going to care more about this kid and save this kid in a fire than this kid, I would hope, because, your experience with it is different. You fathered or mothered this kid and you didn't with this kid. So, that's kind of what I'm believing. Hopefully this makes a lot more sense to you guys, right? Can I have the people that disagreed with me before and felt like I was turning everything into personal experience to kind of sound off on this? Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe I missed something in my explanation. Because I'm not seeing a lot of you sounding off again. Let me try to figure out who it was. I'm sorry I was being sarcastic, but I understand the difference between lived experience and intellectual study. I'm happy. That distinction you're making in facts and logic is really interesting. I'm happy you think so, Edgelord. I know some of you are saying it makes 100% sense, but like, Buddha Hurajar had a different problem. She didn't experience reading those facts, so that's Shayar. I'm not seeing from Shayar here. See, these are the kinds of streams that I like doing. Like, if you guys are on a different page, I know a lot of people are like, don't respond to the comments section, man. They're just fucking haters, man, or whatever. Like, when I'm saying that the comment section can point you towards things that are like helpful, or I find it helpful to talk to them, this is what I'm talking about here. Like, if I miss something here and I'm not explaining it well, or there's something wrong, like, I'm interested in knowing. You use the wrong term, but I understand your idea. Let me scroll up because I think you said something about that. The word you're looking for is sentiment. I actually don't think that fits at all for this personal experience. I don't think you derive facts and logic from sentiment. Unless you mean conclusion is meant to be sentiment, but conclusion is like kind of second only to firm in terms of being not what I'm really focused on here. I think it makes sense, but I thought so from the beginning. Okay, well, we're not hearing back from the disagree people, aside from one person who had a term disagreement. But okay, well, let's jump back into the video here.
And like the Russians in cycling and weightlifting.
Yeah, like most people in the Olympics. Most people in the Olympics have access to really good trainers and really good training. And if everyone in the world had access to that training, I don't think the Olympics would look the same. There'd be a lot of different people.
How does your experience create a fact and not a possible fact? I don't think that has anything to do with what I'm talking about. I don't really understand the question either. Your explanation makes sense, but I don't think the flow of reasoning you just explained is as applicable in public. I guess, can you extrapolate on why this suddenly wouldn't apply in public? Should I focus? Okay, now we're getting into the niche part where I don't know if I should respond to one person because I feel like this is a very niche thing. You're saying that because it is personal to you, it has more weight. Exactly. Well, kind of. You can have personal things to you that have more weight in all sorts of directions, though. That's why I'm kind of hesitant with jumping on board with sentiment. I agree with your idea that people become invested in their logic and are unwilling to move or engage with other explanations. My beef is I'm unsure if that's what we're witnessing. Okay, I do, though, for the reasons that I gave. But I know that Booter, you're the one that mentioned before, or Butter probably, that you feel like this is just how debates go IRL. But we saw from the other people, they're not behaving like the person I'm making fun of is behaving. When I hear personal experience, a social issue, I usually imagine relationships with people in your perception. Sure. I feel like that applies a lot to what we're talking about here. Do I think, oh, hold on. Maybe this is the difference in our thinking. So when I'm talking about Lady A with her black hair, you know, when I'm talking about Lady A, I think that it's much more likely Lady A got her information from somebody who was speaking about it, and then they said the facts and logic. Then she sat down and actually like researched in a book or online individually that's where she then arrived at her facts and logic. Maybe this is an unfair assumption for me to make, and I'm willing to own that. But I think that this is like, as a young person like her, I think this is like 95% chance that it's like this. Maybe like off 5%, and I feel like 1 in 20 is really much greater odds than I would actually give this, but for the sake of argument, maybe. I think there's a 95% chance she got this from somebody else. So when we're talking about this personal experience in relations to people in your perception, this relations to people in your perception you're talking about here, I think the odds of that not existing, that there not being a relationship to people, is really, really low in this case. That's why I'm going with this assumption, and I am focusing on that relationship. It may be that she's feeling the pressure of performing in public. Maybe, perhaps that could be it. I think that that's a fine way of interpreting it. I just think that we're given more information here to extrapolate on that a little bit more. Also, in the event that you think it's anxiety, that there's some kind of anxiety that is causing her to perform this way, I think that can coexist with what I'm saying. I think these two things can exist at the same time. Right? She can be anxious and be very unwilling to change and have all the investment stuff that I talked about before. That both these can exist at the exact same time. I think it's far less likely that this is 100% anxiety and that my take doesn't exist with it, right? I think for this to all be anxiety, and she's actually low-key really open to changing her position all the time. She has no personal stake in the topic at hand. She is a completely facts and logic-based person who would change her mind if she wasn't on camera. I feel like that is way less likely than this one. So I don't know. If you believe that, then I guess, it's possible for both of our interpretations of this to exist at the same time. Because I will agree, anxiety is probably having something to do with it. I think it's obvious that there is anxiety in being put on the spot and filmed and all this stuff, right? Like, I think that has a part in this interaction no matter what. I think she's definitely nervous. You see her hand wringing and stuff like that, right? We have every reason to believe that there is some anxiety going on here, some nervousness. I just think that exists at the same time as what I'm talking about. And to explain it 100% with anxiety seems very unlikely to me. And I feel like it's probably a better explanation to include this than it is to only explain anxiety. Booksmart's not defending her, more justifying why it's really hard to change someone's mind in this setting. Is there something else you said? Something akin to stage fright. Your explanation makes sense, but I don't think the flow of reasoning you just explained is as applicable in public. Okay. I do think there's anxiety in here. I just don't feel like your guys' anxiety thing explains 100% of this. I feel like that's very silly. When you're talking about how unwilling to change her mind and how she's annoying, we're saying very few change their minds in confrontational settings. Okay, hold on. There's like 6 things going through my mind right now. Because I again feel like you guys are missing little things that I'm saying that I think are important and that I go over very quickly. Because there's like 12 different points I'm making, and if you miss 1 or 2 of them, you come away with these conclusions. So remember, we have a sample size of 3. 3 people to give us an example of how people handle a situation like this. 3 peers. These 2 peers showed a willingness to change their opinion, regardless of the anxiety of the social situation. So when I'm focused on her, I'm focused on what is the distinguishing factor beyond anxiety, right? Because there's something else going on here other than anxiety that leads her to be unwilling to change her position. Your guys' explanation of anxiety falls apart when we look at the other 2 of 3 people who've expressed a willingness to change their position. She has been the only one to express an unwillingness to change her position. And there has to be more than anxiety to explain that, because the other 2 are in the same anxious position. She at least has personal experience to go off of. She is educated based on online stuff. The girl behind her seems to know very little on this topic, right? So if anyone should be the most anxious and should suffer from it the most, it should probably be the girl behind her. She's also showing the most signs of anxiety. Her hand wringing and uncomfortable walking back and forth gives me the most signs of anxiety from this whole group. But that's not the way that she went. Therefore, your guys' explanation that it's anxiety that is leading to her not wanting to change her position, I find you're off the mark with that. Does that make sense? When you're talking about how unwilling to change her mind, how she's, I was confused. I would have been less confused if fact was called data. Okay, we're way past that. Just remember the convo you had with Destiny after the Dr. Wolf debate. I don't feel like that has anything to do. Okay, I'm going to move on because I feel like I've said my piece. You guys are saying anxiety. That applies to all three. Anxiety isn't what we're getting at. It's how people who feel somewhat certain in their position act when... Okay, this is a much better explanation from Butter. People who feel somewhat certain in their position act when debating in public. Sure, 100%. People who act... People who are somewhat certain in their position are exactly the people I'm describing with the thing that I wrote down. So why can't you throw me a fucking bone here that the people who focus so much on facts and logic are likely driven more by the like, oh man, I'm happy we get to the bottom of it, and the same thing I said before still applies, and I'm struggling with you. Actually, Butter, if you want to get on Discord to resolve this quickly, please do. Otherwise, I am moving on, and I will move on. But if you hop into Discord, I think I could solve this by actually talking to you in like 2 minutes. But like this whole back and forth telephone game where I can't get a response, it's like I'm talking to somebody on Mars, is killing me. Okay, and we got to ban this person. Nice. The DGG sends its regards. I can't explain it in 150 character bursts. Yeah, me neither. So if you want to hop on Discord, just message in the chat when you're on Discord, and I'll talk to you. But otherwise, yeah, we absolutely have to move on because I do want to see more of this. And I feel like we're hung up on something that is it really doesn't have any bearing on what I'm saying. I feel like.
Well, there, but they don't because inequities, like I said, are inherently in sports. They're going to be in sports no matter what.
Did that convince you?
I kind of forgot what you said.
Okay.
Sorry.
So basically, the idea is you can't control. There are always going to be certain people who have advantages, certain people have disadvantages, and I don't want to mischaracterize your argument, but the idea is that. All right. Well, you can come to the next one. All right. Well, I guess not then. Okay. So the idea then is that if you're born to a rich family, you have certain advantages, and if you're born to a poor family, you'll have disadvantages. So there are already inequities built into the system. So why worry about one more inequity? I think that's what you were saying.
I think the comparison between the like wealth or someone or the advantages that they have are completely different than like people getting things like hormones and stuff like genetically in them versus like being able to pay for a facility or something.
How does it make you feel if you compete against, for example, in lacrosse?
Yeah.
How does that make you feel if you compete against someone born?
Well, he does know a thing or two about sports. He knows what lacrosse is. That's impressive.
Do you think it's like you said? I don't want to put words in your mouth. How does it make you feel?
I would think it'd be unfair, especially if that male came from playing men's lacrosse.
Can I ask you what would seem like a really stupid question, but I'm going to ask anyway? Okay. What's wrong with it being unfair? Life is unfair. Some people are born with like no legs.
I mean, that's true that life is unfair, but it's like it's the sport of lacrosse, specifically what I'm talking about, where there's the men's and the women's, and a lot of sports are very different men and women wise, and obviously it's not always fair, but it's equally as fair when it's all women versus like the other side being all men versus all men, all women versus all women. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, but I don't.
And again, the reason I'm frustrated with this lady has so much more to do than whatever the results of her anxiety is. If you explain this behavior of constantly wanting to interject with the other person talking as anxiety, I feel like, again, I get your guys' anxiety thing. It is a factor in the behavior that we're seeing, but to focus on the anxiety over the kind of ferocity and dedication to these points, I think you're not explaining the behavior that I find annoying in this quite as well.
And I'm not sure it makes sense to them. Hi, you just joined.
I wish she could explain the desire for sports to be artificially fair in a more explicit way. She kind of just said, well, sports are usually fair. If you're talking about her, I don't think her or the lady over here, I don't think they really have super well fleshed out positions. And I think her fleshed out position is coming from other people, so I don't know how much I necessarily value hers either.
Well, I was a good
Okay.
they're gonna say some things. In response to that, if a girl went to a middle or high school where they didn't have a big sports fund and she
like, look at the fucking body language. It's like your guys' anxiety thing is falling apart in real time to explain the way that she's behaving. If anything, I see more confidence exuding from her posture than I do any kind of anxiety. So I just, you know, this is why I'm pushing back on you guys so hard, because actually, this is something I used in a debate recently that I'm going to try to do more of. If we brought in an alien that knows nothing about our culture, our mannerisms, our whatever, and you and I, you, chatter, who is my only friend and the only person I'm speaking to right now, if you and I were put into a room, a conference room, where we had to decide how we explain the reasoning behind this interaction to an alien, are we going to explain that most of it, the primary cause, is her anxiety that is leading to her performance? Is that what you want to tell the alien? Because I don't feel like that's what we would tell the alien, because that isn't a good explanation of what's going on here. I'm on Discord. Okay, well, I'll talk to you on Discord then. Let's see. Wait, which one are you? Oh, I'll go here. Wait, which one are you? Is this Claire? Is this Dried? Or is this Golden? Who is this? I assume it's Golden, maybe? Okay. Okay, so how can we resolve this confusion?
Yo, so we're here? We're good? You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the issue that I have here... Hold on, I have you echoing. Okay, so the issue I have here is not anxiety. I'm coming at this from a position as someone who, like, debates, like, in a competition format, commonly. So I think a better explanation of her behavior here isn't even that she's, like, super duper, like, over-invested in a position and unwilling to change her mind. Is that when you're debating and you're her and you have, like, I think probably like the most extreme position of the three, you're debating in public and you're like doing one of these like YouTube podcast things, the dynamic of that is that a lot of times you act a lot more irritating because you're adrenalized, you're like, you see blood, you feel like you're snatching all these arguments, you hear the excitement of like, oh, I've heard this argument before, I know how to like handle it. And that like excitement and like debate bro-y tendency is what we're actually seeing here, how people debate when they're in public. Not that she's anxious and not that she's unwilling to change her position because she's really married to it and she's like seen a ton of like TikToks on it.
Okay, so she feels like she can knock these points out of the park. She's done them before. She's got adrenaline going through her system. She's excited. So almost like the opposite of like being anxious about it or uncertain. She's like so confident that she wants to jump at the bit and get on everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this dedication to the position and whatever, the thing that I'm pointing out is being very frustrating, this kind of closed off nature that you're very confident in the position, but you're very unwilling to hear out another argument on it. And you're presuming a conclusion before you jumped in. Do you think it's reasonable to be frustrated by like the stuff that I'm pointing out?
I think it can be reasonable to be like, this probably isn't like productive for a conversation, but I think like the narrative, like Nyandra Falls over here, like she's unhinged. I feel like you're treating this as her being like super duper irritating, and I don't think it's that.
Okay, you don't think that she is what? I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think the narrative that she's acting like unreasonable or irritating or being unhinged. I think it's fair to say that like this isn't super duper productive or the best way to handle the conversation. But I think like when we're in a public format and we're talking to strangers in the middle of like a college campus, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think this is like a reasonable way to behave. And it's more like a lack of skill than like anything that we're seeing here. Because it's difficult to like go through hypotheticals and change your positions and stay consistent on the fly.
Okay, so it's not unreasonable. It's reasonable on campus because you would expect somebody to act this way given the circumstances. But, and I can agree with that, but I think they're still irritating and unhinged. While it is acceptable, while it is reasonable to see them acting this way on a campus without a lot of experience and the adrenaline and excitement, I do, however, feel that like thinking they're that they're irritating and unhinged is still like okay, like because that is the result of them behaving this way, even if it's reasonable or we could expect it to happen, right?
Maybe irritating, but unhinged. I think this is just what happens when people get like excited on camera and are debating. I think even unhinged is a little much.
And did I, and you might know this better than me, did I say unhinged or was that somebody else? I know I said irritating.
Someone else.
Okay. But irritating for sure. Now, okay, I think that's everything then. I think this sorts this out because it sounds like your points are also different from what I was focused on in the chat with this over focus on anxiety being the explanation. Because it seems like from the beginning you're like, I don't think that anxiety thing. I think that this is adrenaline and excitement, and this is not anxiety, right?
Yeah, not anxiety. It's exactly like what whoever just put in the chat about her not even seeing this as a conversation. She sees it as a YouTube segment. So when you're making like psychoanalysis statements, I think those are cringe. Like, this is how she's probably seeing this conversation. I think that more realistically, like, than us being able to like gauge how invested she is in this particular position, I think she thinks, wow, I'm even on a PragerU section. I can like come out here and knock out some arguments. And that's more so what's going on than like anything else. I think you could be not that invested and have a normal level of investment in this argument and still behave this way.
Okay. You don't think she has an investment in this argument though?
Not an over investment, like a regular amount.
How are we drawing that baseline though? Like, are we drawing that baseline based on people that have done research into this or the average person?
That's hard because trans issues are really niche. So I don't know. The average person doesn't care any about this.
Yeah. And for that reason, I feel like she is invested in it because she is so educated on the topic and so forceful in her arguing for it and so firm in her stance.
Yeah, it's more that like narrativizing of like she's so firm in her stance, so aggressive in its pursuit. I think if we like even this out to like the context of like you're on like a YouTube segment, this aggression is like normal. And the other people are actually like way more passive than like the average person in this position.
I actually feel like she's unusual because of her education on the topic. I feel like the average person in this YouTube segment would not be acutely aware in the way that this woman is, or in the position to like hit it out of the park, like you said. I feel like we're unusual on top of unusual on top of unusual. It's unusual she has the education. It's unusual that she is, acutely aware of the situation that she's in. And further, it's unusual that she's confident that she can come off well in the segment. So I feel like we're building on a lot of like unusual characteristics, and that's contrasted to the other people in the segment.
Maybe unusual is a bad word. Maybe I think it's a warranted amount of aggression and fire into it. Maybe warranted is a better word.
Okay, because I can buy into warranted, because that's far more of like an opinion thing where like, well, depending on where you land on the topic and how you feel like this is going, it could definitely be warranted. But it is certainly like unusual and remarkable, especially given, the sample size of 3 that we have and the way the other 2 are behaving, which I feel like is more in line with normal people. Like you said, they're not overly invested. They're not overly educated on the topic. They're not aware of this PragerU type, like street epistemology thing. And all of these unusual things are leading to the kind of person that like I find to be insufferable in real life, which are people that are very gung-ho about these different positions that they're arguing for and think that they always have it right. And I feel like that makes a difficult person to get along with, which is why I'm pointing out all these things and being like, yeah, this is an irritating person for me personally. You being in debate stuff, maybe like that might actually represent more of the folks that you hang out with too. So like, as opposed to me who tries to avoid those people, like they might not be my crowd. Whereas for you, they might be.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of where we disagree. I don't want to drag this out too much, but it's more so that like I don't know if we know that she's that irritating person who never wants to change her mind and can like never like move on the topic and wants to argue for 5 years. I don't think we have that info yet, because this is such a weird situation to be in that I think it's like weird to start making all these like personal assumptions. I think it makes sense from your perspective because you hang out, or not hang out, but your coworkers are a lot of debate bro people who do behave like this. But I know people who would act like this in real life, But if you got them in a conversation alone and there wasn't like a buzz going through their brain right now, they probably would be like way better at conversation, way more reasonable, and way more amicable.
Okay, so like without all the cameras in the situation in a private conversation, then they're going to be different. And so if you're trying to make assumptions about the way that they would be in private and whether or not you get along with them based on them in this situation with the camera, you're kind of not giving them a fair shake, because it's an unusual situation. They should be expected to act unusually given it.
Yes.
Okay, makes sense to me. Was there anything else in particular from the coverage you wanted to push back on?
Nope, that was my only issue.
Okay, well, sounds good. Thank you for coming on. I do appreciate it, because like I said, I feel like we got that sorted like super duper quick when you don't have the character limits and I don't have the time waiting delay thing.
Yep. Thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, not a problem. Talk to you later. And Golden on the Discord, Butter in the YouTube chat. I actually like them. It's cool to know, like, to put a voice to a name, because they've actually given me sources before on these different topics that we've been covering on stream. I won't open the DMs to see what it was, but I remember in the past we've talked about like Vosh and other stuff, and they've given me sources, so it's cool to finally talk to them. When I saw Golden waiting in the different chats, it was like, oh, okay, it's Golden. All right, this will be fine. I've had help from Golden before, so I'm coming into it with some level of respect. Okay, so this makes sense. I do agree. It can be unfair to judge how they would act in private, based on how they're acting on camera. Sorry if you couldn't read my notes or whatever. They're mostly for me to keep track of the conversation. This is how I would write things also when I'm, writing them on a piece of paper. So in case you're ever interested in like what my personal notes look like. So could I explain this? Probably not anymore. So having things happen that are this event is extreme, it's public, that's going to lead to adrenaline and excitement. Is it reasonable? Well, it's reasonable, but it's not productive, and it's not unreasonable, and it's not irritating, and it's not unhinged. And that unhinged thing I crossed out because I don't think I said that. The irritating thing I got an okay on, so that's good. That's what I'm looking for in terms of concession there in agreement. And they also gave me another concession without asking for it, which is that it's not best or productive, whatever. That's something I'm looking for that's helpful to me in connecting with them. And if it's on campus, this is a reasonable response to it. Psychoanalyzing is cringe. They think they're in a PragerU segment. I put the blue circles here because when people repeat something to me, I think that the thing is important. And this is something I've told you guys on stream with conversations and stuff before, and you're seeing it here with what I do. When people repeat words or points or things like that to me, I'll often mark it because it means that it's something that is kind of more important, or at least it's something that's on the forefront of their mind. So I'll try to think about that first and then interpret everything else, which is what I did here. I don't agree that they're not overly invested. I do think they're overly invested because they're unusual and that they know all these things and are treating it this way. And, we walk through that. Very cool. Very cool. I'm happy to have that conversation on stream. Paper notes and shorthand is important. I agree. I prefer to take notes and combos that way still. Yeah. I want to talk to you on the facts and logic section if you haven't moved on. Why not? Why not? I have to go pee first though. Otherwise I'll be like super anxious when I talk to you, and then I'll seem like somebody who's not fun to talk to in private. I'll be right back. Jump in the live weight room and I'll move you over. Move you over. 2 seconds. Whew. I'm back. Back in black. Okay, I'm ready. Oh, let's move him in. Let's move him in here. Oh, they're not here. Very interesting. Cyberlyn is not here, so I guess we move on then. If you want to join, just go in live weight room and I'll move you in. Let me see if I missed anything in chat during that time, and I'll give Cyberlyn an opportunity to come in. She literally said there aren't facts that would make her move her position. Seems pretty firm. Yeah, she was definitely pretty firm. Yeah, I argue super differently in a public setting than I do interpersonally. Yeah, for sure. But you know, I want to extrapolate all this because I don't want butter to get mad at me. I'll bring in Cyberlyn. Hey, what's up? Hello? I can't hear you if you're talking. Cyber? That was gold. Interesting. But yeah, all the explanations she gave, I feel like were really, really good. And I had a very different idea of what she believed before she came into the conversation. I would add to this conversation that she may not see this as a conversation. She may see it as a YouTube. Yeah, and that's what Butter brought up when we brought them in. Cyber, I cannot hear you. Everything going okay, bud? I see you DM me, but I don't want to show it on stream. One sec. Oh, you didn't send me anything, so I don't know what's going on with your mic, bud. Do you hope you can figure it out? It'll be annoying to you, but I'm going to move on with the video until you hop in. Also, not all debaters act in an intolerable way. We just have to spend time on learning the habits the competition cooks into us and separate them from interpersonal combos. Yeah. Although I hold on, I'll spend time on this while Cyber figures their shit out. I feel like I could have pushed back on this thing that they mentioned about like how here, let me just bring up the notes. That'll be easier. When they're mentioning this without the cameras and in private, it'll be different. The thing is, I feel like having the cameras on you and behaving this way gives me every indication of the way that you actually think. Maybe that's really shitty of me. Maybe it's a streamer thing. But when you're put on the spot like this and you're behaving this way, it's a worrisome behavior thing. I much prefer people who, even in this extraneous situation, stick to being the way that the other two are behaving. And I think that this whole mode you go into where your adrenaline goes up and you're excited and whatever, I think this adrenaline, this excitement can exist without the public and extreme aspect. I think that on the other side of this equals sign right here, we get into a heated argument in private and we could get the same response. I think it's like having a dog bite you when they get too excited. Like we could watch a video where there's a whole crowd of people around a dog and overexciting it and overstimulating it, and then it bites the fuck out of somebody and does so for 15 minutes. And then you can make the argument that, oh, come on, it was an unusual situation. You have this whole crowd aggravating the dog. And I can buy into that. I can agree to that. Yeah. So this is a situation that's going to overexcite the dog and the dog acted this way, right? But I don't think it's the only situation that could overexcite the dog, and different dogs are going to respond in different ways to these kinds of like overstimulating experiences, right? This kind of overstimulating experiences with the PragerU thing could be the same thing as if I upset you in private and we get in an upsetting conversation like the one that I had with, like with Cherry or with other people. And then your behavior in that is telling and is something that's going to kind of impact the way that I handle you. Even conversations I've had with Supreme in private have indicated to me what kinds of conversations I want to have with them and what kinds of conversations I don't. Or with Lux or with other people, you see that there are barriers that you hit with people. How do you hit those barriers and how do they behave? Some people they're like Steven, where they'll pull out of it if they're getting really emotional and they'll try to separate themselves. They'll be avoidant. Other people, they're going to try and like go full force in. They don't let you go, right? Like, these kinds of stressful situations tell me something about the person. I'm not fully convinced it's only the camera that would lead to this, right? So that's why I'm like, I don't know. But I can definitely concede that the camera and stuff it could be a determining factor in them behaving this way. I just don't think it's the only factor that could lead to this outcome. And that's what I'm thinking when I'm thinking about this lady. I'm not thinking her and I go on camera and that we have this. And I'm also not thinking that we're having a casual, coffee, brunch, lunch, and that, it all goes the same way. I just think that something was revealed about the character of the person through this extenuating circumstance. But I also think I might be too harsh on that. I'm more than willing to concede that. I may be way too harsh here, that when they're mentioning it, it might be unfair to psychoanalyze them based on this, extenuating circumstances. That got through to me. I'm like, okay, you know what? It might be a little bit cringe. You're right. And maybe I should be more specific about, what I'm getting out of this and what it's telling me and whatever. So like, I learned a lot from this part of the conversation here, from this point that she gave me. And so, I'm learning things from talking to people. Do you watch a lot of dog biting videos? Yes. I think it comes down to how people respond to certainty / being brought into their own epistemic foundations. Yes, you put it better than I could myself. Like you said earlier, there's an investment in the totality of personal experience leading to an opinion. Yes. So that's, yes. Yeah, I hear that. I think there's a bit of truth in both statements, that people show a bit of themselves under pressure and that we can't read into it too much into it. Yeah, like, I think that there should be more hesitation on my end to make broader sweeping judgments of somebody based on this experience and this interaction. While at the same time, I do think that it is correct to draw something from these experiences. And the truth as always lies in between, and it's tough to know where that lands. Like she could be totally wrong, right? The person that I spoke with, it could end up being the butter is totally wrong. And this lady is actually totally confrontational, even in personal conversations or whatever. And then she could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. She could be the sweetest person. And she could be like actually totally avoidant of arguments and stuff. But she saw this dude doing this thing and she got her adrenaline pumping and she knew what the fuck she was talking about. And in an out of character moment, she got involved here and came off this way. So like both of us could totally be right. And I think that both of us are making judgments based on our personal experience. Again, there comes that word. My experience in talking to streamer people and in my personal life, her experience talking to her debate people in her personal life, right? And that's why, again, to kind of loop this all back to what I said before, it isn't the facts and the logic, those things we're putting together. It is our personal experience that is driving the facts and the logic, where actually a lot of our investment is for a lot of people. That's certainly the case, I think, for me and her both in this conversation. We both have anecdotal experience and stuff that is driving kind of the heart of this whole conversation. And that's why I feel like, for both of us, like, I get your perspective, Butter, and you're saying true. Yeah, like, I get your perspective and I think it's valuable. And I'm like, okay, well, now this is adding to my personal experience. I should be more careful because you're totally right. This whole situation could lead to that. And I learned something from you, and it's going to help me moderate this moving forward. And, I would hope it's the same way, the other side. The streamer world resembles the world of debate in an uncanny way sometimes, I will say. Yeah, and that's why, like, I'm projecting a lot of that onto her. And I think that when you're coming up with these points in the way that you are and how I've heard them repeated and stuff, I'm treating this lady this way because I'm making the assumption that she's plugged into this. We kind of talked about that before. Well, we talked about how reasonable is it to believe that she got all this from personal study versus she heard somebody say it. And I think her hearing somebody else say it is higher. And I think she's probably involved in these spaces more than she is actually researching it on her own. And that's why I'm kind of treating her this way. Cyber, is your mic working now, Cyber? I see you said you're here, but I still don't hear you. Cyber. All right, I'm moving them out again. They can message me when they're actually ready to go. Oh well. It might not tell you how married to their position they are, but it probably tells you about when push comes to shove in public, they'll probably value projecting strength versus projecting caution, perhaps. Okay, anywho. Let's, you also travel and I have a cat on top of me. I see you keep repeating that. I don't know why that's important, but okay. I'll exit that. Okay, let's just go back to what we were doing here because I don't think we're going to have... Cyber on because Cyber can't figure out their microphone, unfortunately.
Paid on the male lacrosse team and then transferred to a school that had a girls and boys lacrosse team, and then she chose to play on the girls team after playing on the boys team. No one cared. No one cared because she's cis. No one cared because she's trans. No one really cares about you playing the man version of a sport if you're a girl and you play the woman version later. They only care when you're trans. The transness of this all is really what people get strung up.
If that were to be the case where I played a male sport and then went to a female sport, I did not pump hormones in my body to genetically get me to a better place than playing with males.
And now we're getting heated. Look at this. We got fucking hands raised all around, bro. And to loop it back to what I was taught by Butter, this is confidence. Confidence, I think, is a much better explainer. And that is the exact opposite of anxiety. So I know that wasn't Butter's point. I want to be very clear about that. But to those of you putting forward anxiety as the explanation here, I think you're far off the mark. I actually love Butter's explanation that it's confidence. It was confidence speaking about lacrosse and stuff, and this point that she brought up that led to her raising her hand and her raising her hand, and now we're fucking going crazy with this. It's all adrenaline and confidence. You know, I like this explanation a lot better.
Hi, you do know that's what birth control is for, right? To pump estrogen. But a lot of cis women to pump estrogen into your body so that you're actually physically able to do things. And the point of a competitive sport is to be genetically better than the other person. Take the Olympics, for example. There are cis women that are better than other cis women because they are genetically made to be that way. And putting natural hormones in your body...
Who is that gracing my inbox?
Glad to see your smile.
Thanks. You know what? As this stream was dragging on, I felt really bad about the viewer count, which I'm not supposed to bring up, but I will because I try to keep it real with y'all. Try to keep it $1.50. But actually, this video really put wind in my sails. Secondly, getting to talk to you guys and argue with you, I actually enjoy. I enjoy trying to explain myself a little bit better. And I enjoyed talking with Butter. Now I know who Golden is, and that's awesome. And they convinced me about stuff, right? Like I love that as well. So, you know, don't tell me what the viewers are right now, bro. I'm back to being a small streamer. I got to crawl my way back up to the top, okay? And we'll do it through content like this. So yeah, like I've actually really been enjoying the latter part of this stream. Yeah, like I love talking to you guys. It makes me feel good. I love trying to like get some challenges in my explanations and then trying to like do a better job. I love busting out paint, you know? Convos with smart viewers are always dank. Yeah, for sure. If went a full devate, no one would be right but me. I muddle waters. Oh, God.
Hope you know that you as a cis woman also has testosterone in your body as well as estrogen and progesterone.
How do you know she's a cis woman?
Are you a cis woman? Okay.
I didn't know that.
I did, I can tell.
You have like a gaydar for cis women.
I do, because I'm not a cis woman, and I know what cis women look like and act like.
And am I a cis woman?
You're not a cis woman, but if you're a woman, that's okay.
No, I'm a man.
Okay, hello, what are your pronouns?
I need time to think.
God, this is so weird. What a cringe! I'm gonna say cringe. Yes, I am. Oh God, I think it's such a gotcha, and I actually don't know how I feel about it. When you assume that somebody else is cis, like on the one hand, as a normie, yeah, you could probably clock trans people as trans and cis people as cis most of the time. And I think we had that baked into us that we're able to do it, you know, from social experience or whatever. So I don't think it's unreasonable to assume. But at the same time, some of your arguments kind of rely on not making those judgments about people and stuff like that. So that gotcha can kind of put you in a weird position. But after that, if your response is a reliance on stereotypes to justify why you clock the person as cis or whatever, I feel like it looks so bad to be like, I know how cis people behave because I'm a trans person. Like, bro? That's like saying, I know how black people behave because I'm white and I had to live with them. Like, what? What kind of statement is that, bro? Holy shit. Like, it just sounds so fucking bad. Like, I don't know. So I just, but at the same time, the opposite response where you're like, oh, yeah, you're right. That's my bad. I did assume. Are you that? And like, you know, and then you play it off like, you know, like you fucked up. Like, I feel like that also looks super weak unnecessarily. Like, I feel like I wish people, I don't know. It's such a weird situation to be in. I have a serious question, Booksmarts. If a cis-het man is in a relationship with a non-surgerized, that is a bad indication of how the rest of this sentence is going to go, is in a relationship with a non-surgerized trans woman, so he is fucking her ass and she has a penis, is he considered straight? I really don't understand. I can't wrap my head around this shit. I'm a normie. Is he considered straight? Actually, first of all, I think this is the only thing you've said in my chat. So I am putting you on warning. This is going to be your warning, okay? Because here we're talking about the context that we have in this conversation here, and you're randomly bringing up sex and you're being like not safe for work and shit. So I'm not trying to cause problems truly. Sure. I only have to go off of the few messages that you managed to send to the chat, and they were this. But presuming you're serious, and presuming we follow the dictum of, the average person's woke beliefs right now, you would be straight because that person identified as a woman. And I think it's worth mentioning, especially if you're Christian, butt stuff is involved with cis relationships all the time, all across the country. There is a non-insignificant number of people in the country who are Christian that before they get married, they have all sorts of butt stuff fun time, mouth stuff fun time, right? Like, doing butt stuff with a woman does not make you like not straight somehow. I don't think that has anything to do with it. So, you know, I don't think that has anything to do with that. Yeah. And when you mentioned she has a penis, you didn't need to do that because you said non-surgerized trans woman. So you kind of implied something there. And I don't think the existence of a penis makes it one way or the other.
What the fuck? What is this?
Yeah. I think actually, if you wanted to really pose to me a very difficult question, you could have made it more difficult. Come on. I know you said you're not trolling, but, presuming, hypothetically that you were trolling, the better way to ask this question would have been, if a cishet man is in a relationship with a non-surgerized trans woman, which you should just say pre-op trans woman, so she is fucking him in the ass with her penis, is he considered? That's a better question. That's a more challenging question for most people. So if your point was to offer me a challenging question, change the non-surgerized shit because you sound crazy and people are going to clock you as being bad, And secondly, I would switch the positions in the anal because that'll probably raise more question marks. So what if this situation I just described is happening? And no, you're done. I already warned you. You're done. Shenanigans on trans stuff for you, friend. Shenanigans. If you don't know what shenanigans is, you can do exclamation point shenanigans. It means bring it up again. You will be timed out. Okay. Oh God, this went 0 to 1,000 instantly. Yeah, I'm not. I'm done. Back to GGG, boys. Nice. Okay. Well, I'm happy you interrupted.
All right. No problem. Anyways. Sports, that is the entire purpose of competitive sports. And you just trying to justify your transphobia with the fact of being genetically better? What is it?
Personally, I think they should have their own league. That's just me, though.
In like
in all sports.
All sport, like a separate category, and anybody can.
I think there should be like male, female, trans woman, trans man.
So are you? Yeah, yes, of course.
I do want to say my opinion does not mean I'm transphobic at all.
What does that word even mean? I don't. What does that word even mean? What does that word mean?
What do you mean? What does that word mean?
Well, if she says to you, if I say to you, what is this? And she says a blah, 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 and I say, what do you mean? They give me the definition. So like, what is the definition of transphobia?
Transphobia is when you exclude trans people. Transphobia is when you do not believe that trans people are really the identity.
Wow, this is getting heated, bro. So did the dark-skinned lady say the other lady was transphobic? Is that what triggered that? I didn't quite hear that. I say dark skin because if I say African American, I really have no indication that she's African American. She could just be African. She could just be from a different country. So I'd rather say dark skinned or black. Transphobia. Does this like avert prejudice against transsexual or transgender people? Okay. Irrational fear, aversion to, or discrimination against. Okay. Okay. I think there's a subsect of the American population that feels like homophobia and transphobia are exclusively within the realm of fear or bigotry. And then there are those who think it's discriminatory. I think those people fight a lot. I lean towards discriminatory. I think that's a more reasonable reading of the thing, because if you did fear, that's retarded. Sorry. That's silly. My apologies. It's you know, I'm sorry to the retarded people at home. I don't mean to offend you. But yeah, I feel like it's a bit silly, because I think a lot of people I would consider to be homophobic would be willing to do things that I think are homophobic that has absolutely nothing to do with fear. It probably has to do with hate. And I think those hateful people should be under the umbrella. And if we're not including them with the descriptor, I think we fucked up with the definition of the descriptor. Dark skin feels colorist, man. Well, if colorist is distinguishing the color of people, I'm a colorist.
With transphobia is hatred towards trans people. Transphobia is prejudice against trans people. That's what transphobia is. And thinking that trans athletes should not compete with regular athletes, no one's ever believed it's transphobic.
Okay, so do you need all three of those criteria to be met?
No, you don't. No,
you need one.
Yes.
So if I believe, I just want to make sure, because you used the term, it's very important that we're all on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
So if I believe that a person who was born a man, who has not had bottom surgery, who got arrested, should go into a woman's prison, who should not go into a woman's prison, am I a transphobe?
That is a completely different question, and I don't even know your
But
reason.
it's excluding, though.
But I don't even know your reason for that.
Well, it's So I'm trying to figure out what the word transphobe
Okay, now we need reason.
means.
By asking me a completely hypothetical question when I
No, by
gave
asking,
you a definition.
you gave me a definition, but it meets the first one, so that would seem under your definition as transphobic.
Also, I'm starting to change my mind about the pushing on people thing that I commented on in the beginning, that I had a problem with him. He pushes on everybody. The difference is that she pushes back. Everybody else, they kind of either answer the question or they shake in their beliefs because of what he puts forward, like her and her. Oh shit, she Googled it. Oh fuck. She's like, actually, I just Googled it. Well, we're getting a little crowd here as well. These two boys look like they have the same backpack. That's cute. Interesting.
Do you have a definition? Okay, hold on.
Google definition. Hold on. This pisses me off.
Did you give up on me? Bruh, are you there now? Yeah, I gave up on you. You took 10.5 years. Your mic wasn't ready. I'll give you one more shot. Hello, Cyber. You are live. Is your mic working, bud? I swear to God, Cyber, you DM me again that you're in, but your mic isn't working. Oh my, and they moved again. What the fuck are you trolling me? I'm like this close to just like timing you out for like 2 days on the Discord. This is so fucking annoying. Did you give up on me? They're DMing me shit like, I'm in, book, come on. Like, and their shit's still not working, bro.
Google definition. Hold on, we're not using a Google definition to describe transphobia, because this is exactly like when you say white people can't be racist, and they pull the definition of racism, and they're like, oh no, but here it says racism is blah blah blah. Google.
And again, we have more. Butter, I hope you're sitting there face palming like fucking Captain Picard, and you're like, all right, book. Maybe she wound up being a little, you know, okay, you know, maybe it's more than the cameras, bro. I don't know, bro. She keeps giving me more reasons to think that I wouldn't necessarily enjoy her company because of, you know, her interests in her private life. Do you have push to talk on Cyber? I don't know what's wrong with Cyber, but hopefully he figures it out.
Google definition can literally not define something that you literally have spent years studying. Because you're a gender studies major, right? Or
not a major, no.
Not a major.
I'm one of the world's foremost experts in
gender studies.
Not leading. I'm in the top 10.
Okay, not leading then. Not you're not.
Every time she talks, I'm just like, oh butter, you know. We both staked our bets on what this lady is like, and I, you know, I'm feeling very confident in mine as well. Not to take away from our conversation, the takeaways I had from it. You know, I want to be very clear about that. I'm not changing on what I said before. I'm just saying, like, we both staked very different, you know, bets on how this lady is. And I feel like I'm getting more evidence for my position here. I stand by all I said. I do as well. I'm happy both of us are confident in our positions. That's what I'll say. Good to see you on, Book. You didn't get a notification. You chatting with viewers today? Yeah, I had a couple of people disagree with what I was saying earlier, and so I just brought them on to like quickly, you know, figure that out.
Not leading world gender studies, just gender studies. But that proves that you've literally studied this. Like, this is a field that can be
Not
studied.
only have I studied it.
Not leading, top 10, by the way.
I've outpublished virtually everybody in my field in a 10-month period.
Yeah,
True, not that's true. That's a fact. That's in fact.
So, but hold on.
Is that really not leading? How do we define leading? Oh, I guess you have to be the top, the number one. Oh, most important. Okay, well now I know leading. I guess I had a misunderstanding with what this word meant. I'm willing to own up to that. Principal player of advantage over the competitors, have or experience a particular way of life. Wait, what the hell are all these? There's no way that's leading, right? Oh, to lead a life, yeah. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Because even in the example, this is a number of leading politicians. So leading doesn't mean the number one most important. It means the most important, like one of the most important. Because I was thinking that, like, as I was, you know, because we can use this for multiple people. You could say one of the leading and be solid. Yeah, or a leading. Okay, anywho, I'm sorry. I'm getting worked up.
But that just shows you. So you've spent a lot of your lifetime studying this field, yes?
No, about 3 years.
Okay, but you spent multiple years studying this field.
Yes.
Would you say it's a complex field?
Yes and no.
So you publish multiple pieces of literature on it. Obviously, it's not a one-done thing. If I could just go onto Google and Google does a bunch of different definitions, then what's the point of...
Why does he feel it's necessary to tell her that, though? Were you here for the beginning where she was insulting him and he had to bring that up? I think that's the only reason this has come up, is the way she behaved at the beginning.
When I'm saying something, it's because it's nuanced, because it's rooted in a lot...
I love how these two are just now no longer listening. They're just like, yo, so you're on the slightly disagree side? Yeah, you slightly disagree too? Yeah, fuck, dude. Let's talk about this definition on the internet. Just completely tuned out from this.
A lot of history. Google Translate, Webster Dictionary.
Is it falsifiable?
That's not my point right now. That's not my point right now. My point right now is that you cannot take a cumulative history of a nuanced topic and put it into one sentence in Webster Dictionary.
Google Dictionary, I thought.
Google uses Webster.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm going to speak to you two directly.
Okay.
When I called you a transphobe, I meant it. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's an underlying bias towards trans people that you really need to work on. And I'm not saying...
What is that?
What is an underlying bias?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
I mean exactly what I said, that she has an underlying bias. It's not very difficult to understand.
Jesus.
Okay,
see, this shittiness, I don't like it. I don't like it. Like, do I have to explain that? I'm not going to explain that. Fuck you guys. I just like, I don't like that behavior. How do I? No, fuck it. I'll explain
Not very difficult to understand.
Yeah, that dismissiveness, that unwillingness to explain yourself, that you just take for granted that you're so correct and so clear that everybody, you know, like me, I get frustrated after explaining shit to you guys 3 different ways and drawing it out and shit, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like getting mad when you don't even fucking explain it the first time is just so fucking frustrating to me. I just don't like it. Maybe it's because I'm a tutor. Maybe it's my personal experience. You know, I don't know. The dismissive and arrogant tone, really. Yeah, I don't like that. Is he referring to when he submitted those 10 to 20 bogus publications to critique academia, or is pop skepticism books? I don't know. And frankly, after he was so dismissive of how complicated the gender studies field is and whatever, I don't have faith and confidence that he's, you know, great at that either. So I don't know. I don't know his personal history, but it's not like I just took that for granted. Like, I don't think he would be doing this whole thing and ramming against this side's opinions so much if he was really a gender studies scholar at whatever. I find that unusual. But yeah, that's just me.
Okay, pretend I'm stupid. What does it mean? Like, so when I say when someone says they have an underlying bias, that could mean a subconscious bias. It could mean that they don't act. Like, what does that mean?
Okay, I thought I was supposed to pretend that you're stupid. Okay, here we go.
In other words, explain it in a way that is crystal clear so that anybody watching this will understand.
Okay.
Because we have people watching this of all ages, all everything, who are trying to figure this out for themselves.
Wait, I have a question. What the fuck is the point of this? Like, what is the goal of this?
What is the goal of what?
Yeah, what's the goal of this? Of us talking? Like, what is your goal in doing all of this?
Well, my goal is to figure out if the lines you're on are the lines that you should be on the basis of the reasons you have.
So you don't even care about, like, adding to the narrative, understanding social consciousness, or like social feelings towards this question. You just want to know if we get the facts straight enough to be on the correct line.
No, it has nothing to do with fact. Well, it's a little to do with fact, but it doesn't really have to do with facts. It has to do with reasoning.
So you're just curious on individual reasoning.
I don't blame the students for being hostile to him then. Frankly, he deserves people being shitty to him with the way he's passive-aggressively talking. No offense, but you kind of just jumped in here. It seems like you have some other knowledge of the dude, so I'll assume that that's more of what you're going off of. I'm just going off of this one video. In this one video, and these students aren't aware of who he is. At least they've given no indication of that. So I don't think they're operating off the information you're operating off of, if that's why you don't like him. I think it's unwarranted the way that they're acting towards him, because this lady has been like this from the start. Before we had any indication of his beliefs or whatever, she talked down to him and condescended to him ever since literally the beginning of this conversation. So in this person who's joined them, she has done exactly the same from the very beginning again. So like, you know, I'm sure there's some criticisms for this guy, but I don't think your reasoning for why they should be critical towards him fits at all, because you're operating off of information they presumably don't have. 100% exactly, book. The people he's talking to have an opportunity to appear reasonable, but instead it's just mutual bashing of one another. Yeah, it's just not really good for them. The way students are acting is detecting a lower level of liberalism and treating people like a fashion. Jesus Christ. That's fair. No offense taken. And good point. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think you were here from the beginning. At least you weren't chatting at that time. But like, yeah, she's been rough from the beginning. I had a whole thing where I brought somebody on to talk about, you know, my feelings about her and stuff.
I'm curious to know.
I think it finally works. Holy fuck. Drum roll, please. The last time we try Cyber for the night. Hello, Cyber. You are live. I heard something. Oh my god, why did they move back again? Cyber, you got to be ready, right? They keep moving back. Bruh, that was their last chance, because I'm going to get so frustrated that I'm going to stream poorly. So no, I'm sorry, Cyber. I'm sorry, no, hold on. I'm a god of mercy, dude. I'll give you one more fucking chance. You literally said, how about now? And you're moving yourself out of the room. What? And you messaged in the chat that you were ready to go. I'm going to ban you. I'm gonna time you out, dude. I'm gonna time you out if I drag you in here and you drag yourself out again. I'm going to do it. Because I think at this point, this might be an elaborate troll of some sort from you. I recognize your name from the chat, but you will not escape my fucking hammer, dude. You will not escape my hammer. I'm telling you that right now, bruh. I'm pull you in one more fucking time, bruh. One more time. Cyber, don't leave. Hi, Cyber. I can hear myself. Cyber. Mute the stream, bud. Just talk to me. One more time. Bro? Don't leave. Can you hear me? Oh, yes, I can. I can. You just don't move. To just mute the stream and talk to me. Cyber. Why can you not hear me? Oh. Hi. Hey, bud. Just talk to me. Hello. Please mute the stream, Cyber. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. Can you just mute the stream? Cyber? You have to change your output device. Cyber, can you hear me now?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Hello?
Cyber, I can hear you, but you need to fix your output. It's not about your mic. It's about the output.
Hear me now?
Oh my.
Cyber, I can hear you, but you need to fix your output. It's not about your mic. It's about the output. Now?
Oh, past Booksmarts, you're so right. He has to fix his output.
Hold on a minute, let me output. Is that the big cable in the back of the computer? God damn it, let me go ahead and pull it out and spit on it.
Output. Is that the big cable in the back of the computer? God damn it, let me go ahead and pull it out and spit on it. Big cable in the back.
The fuck is that?
Cyber, change your output, man.
Change your output, man.
I'm hovering the kick. I'm hovering the kick. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. And the stream is muted?
Yeah.
Okay. When are you going to go change your fire detector battery?
What fire detector?
The thing that constantly beeps every 15 seconds in your background?
Oh, I don't know. I think I adapted to the sound, so probably do.
Okay, see that's bad. You should probably just replace the battery. It's very cheap.
I mean, I just I ran it a couple weeks ago, so I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
I think I forgot my. Yeah, okay. I remember the question. Okay. At first I asked you. Oh no, I said that most people have facts and have facts that they base their ideas on, and usually after a personal experience, they change their ideas, or they have a moment of introspection to the ideas that they have. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, and you said that the facts, the process of searching for the facts is also part of their experience. And when people are talking or are saying that I don't think people are yeah, other ideas. Just a second. I'm not understanding how the idea for searching for the data is equivalent to the process of having an interaction with a person, or maybe having a personal experience as a oppressed person. You know what I mean?
Can you repeat that last part? Something with a person?
If you're the person who has the personal experience, or are you the person that's being, for example, if you're a trans person, you might have the personal experience of being a trans person. And if you have a son or a family member or maybe a friend who's trans, you might have the experience of interacting with a trans person. That's usually what I say when I'm talking about the personal experience aspect of it. But when you're searching for data, I think that's a different thing that most people aren't considering.
Okay, but that searching for the data is a personal experience as well, right? Like you have the personal experience of. Okay.
I mean, you could also say that maybe a scientist, if a scientist is researching for some, is doing a research, you couldn't just say that the research process is a personal experience. That most people won't consider that. I mean, I get what you're trying to say, but semantically, I think most people don't consider that aspect of things as personal experience in this sphere.
Okay, but when I explain it, then they do understand it to be that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're trying to explain, but I'm talking about how you use the word in colloquial definitions, or maybe most people.
Okay, so the only point you want to make is that most people would be confused by that because it's not normally how they would use it.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that it's when you give your idea, it's better to come with explanations with the idea instead of just stating it and maybe being confused and trying to explain the rationales later.
Okay.
That was my.
But I gave that explanation numerous times on stream, right? And it did make sense.
I got your explanation, but when my problem was when you gave the explanation, it came at. You were surprised that no, you first gave a take that you thought most people didn't consider, and you were you should have expected that most people don't see those things in that way, because the club.
Oh, go ahead. You've cut out, so I cannot hear you if you're talking. Cyber? Okay, I'm okay. If that's their main point, okay, because there's not much I can do with this. How do I explain this? So I checked that the explanation made sense. It did. That your personal experience in your fact finding makes sense. Made sense. He repeated that most don't see it that way, or most won't understand personal experience to be that. And it seems like his main thing, the main takeaway here, is that I should come with an explanation ready and expect that most people will not understand what I am talking about, which is fine, because and the reason why I don't find this like super valuable, no offense, you know, Cyber, you've been waiting a long time to say this. The reason why I don't find this very valuable is because I already gave the explanation, right? I didn't hesitate. I immediately gave it. I gave, analogies, whatever. I think this could have been explained, I think this could have been explained over a message in a way that I don't think that the last caller it could have been explained over a message, because I could fit this all into one sentence, right? I think you should have come with an explanation, or you should have expected to explain this, because most people won't understand it that way, right? And I think that you know, if he already understood this when I explained it, probably would have been good to open with that. So I think he probably should have opened that he explained that he understood it, because the opening was and I may be wrong, because I didn't take super notes of this until we got to the end, and I knew that he understood what I was talking about. When he's initially explaining it, it sounds like he has a problem with the idea of personal experience, you know, whatever. So I think opening with an understanding of what I was saying would have been helpful. But okay, so there's that conversation with Cyber. Cyber's mic cut out. I swear to God, I didn't mute him or whatever. It's not valuable, and you did. Okay, cool. Anywho, I don't want to roast Cyber too much, because Cyber is a regular chatter, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we talk, hopefully. Let us continue here. I'll try to ban this person. The most concerning part of this call is just adjusting to the fire alarm sound. Okay. Okay. He forgot the disagreement, CAC W. They just tune out instead of replacing the battery, like Asmongold living in his own filth. Yeah, the fire alarm thing's no good.
So let's say, for example, I was standing here in the neutral, and I heard these reasons, and I heard this reasons, and let's just say, to the best extent possible, I'm sincere, I'm honest, I try to think for myself, I'm not really well read, but I'm a little well read, I listen to what you have to say, I listen to what they have to say, where should I go? I have no dog in the fight, I'm trying to figure out what's true.
Us trying to convince each other, like, what is your goal? Because right now, because I don't know what you're adding to, like, the social...
Absolutely. No, I didn't ban Cyber. I banned the... this website that's linking a bunch of emojis for a dating website thing.
Nothing. I'm adding nothing.
So then why are you like, because like this question just opens up the floor for like transphobic people to spread transphobic rhetoric. So like, why would we do that? Like, what is the point of this? Why would you risk adding transphobia to the world when like you just like didn't need to?
So do you think these questions are better off not talked about?
No, I think they should be better facilitated.
What could I do to facilitate the question better?
Well, have a clearer goal in mind. Like I've asked you, like, what's your goal? Your goal is just nothing. Like, no one's gonna convince a transphobic person that trans women should be able to compete in sports if they were gonna.
What? I don't know about that. If so, there's no hope for like a huge chunk of society that's transphobic, bro. Again, the more these folks talk, I feel so bad for her because she seems plenty reasonable. You know, I don't with this. Been listening and watching to the whole stream today. Sorry for not chatting sooner. Was sanding a bench for a project. Welcome back, Book. Hoping everyone here has been having a good stream so far. I hope so too. She needs to know if he's an enemy or not. You know, you guys have really good words for this, and I always worry that my words won't be sufficient. I shouldn't have that worry. It's like an imposter syndrome. But I have so much problem in our general Western and specifically American society with the way these people communicate, with the dismissiveness, with the othering that they do. I have a huge problem with it. I'm not convinced that just from what she said that the lady on the other side, who appears to have left now, is transphobic. And maybe part of the... Oh, no. Okay, there she is. She just turned around. I think you're making her out to be far worse than she is, dude. And there's so many problems swirling in my head with the way that people like this communicate. And I'm seeing it as a general trend. It's like a mind worm. You know, these people are copying stuff they hear online and they're coming off just super awful. Even my little sister has been on this kick lately. I have had such a fun time with my little sister, like poking at her a little bit every time I meet her to get this little animal out of her, to kind of confront it and shut it down, because she's starting to get like this too. She never cared about trans shit or whatever, and she's copying what she hears other people say, and she's just super like gung-ho about all these different topics that she knows nothing about because she's fucking 15 years old. Like, I just, this copying and stuff, dude, I I don't know with it. Seems like these people think everyone who is already woke always was, and everyone who isn't will never be. That's another problem with it. Yeah, it feels like there's an inevitability baked into this, a kind of like fatalism about things. Confusing. She's kind of saying that we should never talk about disagreements because she disagrees. No, I think she wants to have it in a way where like they're talking down to and constantly educating the other side, even if she doesn't say it. I think she's imagining like, I should be more careful because Butter is going to still be in here, ontologically evil or not. Like, I want to be very careful because I feel like it did learn something from Butter, and I am trying to moderate my opinions a lot more. But like, again, this personal experience thing I have with these folks and the way they talk and constantly seeing it on this website and in my real life, like, they don't want to have open discussion about this stuff. They want to teach the other people about it, but they also don't have a willingness to teach. When given the opportunity to explain their positions, they don't. So you have this awful combination where it really does feel like they want a forum where the other person is talked down to and changed, but they're unwilling to be the facilitator of change. And it's like, oh, well, fuck, that's a tough fucking place to create, dude. I too like to poke my little sister. It's morally neutral, especially when they're 15. Jesus. Perhaps you would get less friction framing all of this in a positive instead of shedding light on how this lady is stopping the conversation, only using her as a segue to good behaviors. Yeah, I mean, the problem is the good behavior, I think, is to not be super confrontational about your strongly held beliefs about this shit. But it's not convincing to anybody. I don't even think anybody listening right now is in this position, so I don't know who the fuck I'd be speaking to. But yeah, you're right. It would be better to segue to good behaviors. I think a good behavior is to explain your position to people and don't expect that they're going to change their mind, but just explain it. But the problem is that's advice that I don't even follow a lot of the time. I don't want to explain stuff to people unless they want to understand it. And a lot of the time, like, the person you're talking to isn't really going to want to understand it, or they're going to want to argue. And that's not something I enjoy. So I feel really shitty if I tell you guys you should go out there and like try and explain shit to people all the time, when it's like, that's not what I do. I avoid the conversation. I think that's a way better way of handling things. But you multiply that over the entire society and you're going to have more problems, you know? So I don't know. It's like, it's a weird position, you know? It's a weird position. Social media is currently like, I feel like the people I like the most act like me. So unsurprisingly, like Trash Taste podcast, they talked about this political stuff and whatever, and they're like, I genuinely just disengage from topics that revolve around these particular issues, just because like I have my beliefs about it and I think they're more or less in line with like lefty stuff, but like I don't want to talk about it because it causes nothing but problems. Like I'm more or less the same way. Like I really don't want to talk about this stuff, but like I don't think I could fix this, bro. I don't think if you're like this, I can say something that's going to change your mind, frankly. And if I could, it would involve a long process I'm just not willing to go down. If you could, Booksmarts, my parents would have succeeded. Jesus. The stereotypically feminine approach is listening and support. It's hard to forcefully convert people with logic if you don't be passive to listen to where your target is coming from. I don't know what any of that, but, you know. Anywho, I'll just continue.
To be able to compete in sports. If they were going to be convinced of that, they should have already been convinced by that. It's been a big topic. Clearly, I'm not going to change my mind because I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, like let me be transphobic real quick. Like, you don't have a good goal.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
But like, that's exactly what I'm saying. But the approach that she has is being a fucking jerk about it. And I don't know, like, I'm not being a jerk from the other side or on this side. I just feel like there's a way to do this without being a dick. And I just feel like she's being a dick.
Question: are you convinced that her definition of transphobia is like to say that the exclusion thing was the thing that got me?
Like if her definition of transphobia is correct?
No, it can be anything anybody wants it to be. It can be a pastrami sandwiches if someone wants it to be.
Oh, wonderful! Another message from Butter. Something I can see that most debaters don't understand the difference in skill set needed. Hold on. There should be commas here. I just don't know where they go. Let me just read it all at once to see if I can figure that out. Something I'd concede that most debaters don't understand is that, okay, maybe something, oh God. Just read it all at once, Booksmarts. It'll make it easy. Something I'd concede that most debaters don't understand the difference in skill set needed for a heated debate and actually changing minds. Okay, so most debaters don't understand the difference in skill set needed for a heated debate versus actually changing minds. Yeah, probably not. Yeah. And there's so many reasons for that. Like, part of it comes down to Steven's position, for example, that like, if I blow you out in a debate, I'm going to appear stronger and you're going to appear weaker to your audience. So if I just focus on blowing you out, and he does this less now, he did it more before, and I think other people do it more now. But if I just blow you out, then other people will see that and they'll gravitate towards me, or at least be dissuaded from following you because you're not the strong leader anymore. Which is not the same as convincing people and is a very different skill set. Sorry for the technical issues, but my conclusion is that you should use a different word. I already know what your conclusion is. I already wrote that down.
I feel like. Could you rephrase your question?
Yeah, so she gave 3 criteria.
A pastrami sandwich. Does someone want it to be?
Anybody can define anything the way they want to define it.
Anyone could. No.
They can't define anything they want.
Just define it as a pastrami sandwich. That's a joke. Like, that's literally a joke. Like, I'm sorry, that's a joke.
Anybody can define anything the way they want it. There's no.
No, that's not how words work. Words have meaning.
But she tried to look it up in Google, and you told her that wasn't how to adjudicate the meanings of words.
My point in that was that Google definitions cannot adequately.
Okay, now this is just a debate between him and them, which maybe he wanted it to turn into. I don't know. I haven't seen a bunch of these. Okay, see, this is what frustrates me. You don't need to know the host's history to hear the passive aggressiveness and condescension in his voice. He talks about being a pastrami sandwich as if that's the pro-trans are. Yeah, okay, well, you know, at this point, we're fucking so deep into this shit that, like... But what you're pointing out now is not justification for how he acted at the beginning. Like, hold on. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We'll view that real quick, and then we'll understand the rest of this. This is all I'm referring to.
And count back to 5, and don't move into
competing underneath their identity that they very solidly align with. Like in sports.
Okay, why do you think?
I believe trans women should be able to compete in sports because there's specific criterion that trans women have to meet in order to be able to compete under the woman category.
In which sports?
I'm not an expert on all sports.
I'm not an expert either.
But I do.
In which sports? I'm not an expert either. So far, so good.
You know, for at least the Olympics, there are requirements for trans women because when trans women go on when trans women go on hormones, testosterone drops in them. So a lot of the natural advantages they may have being born in a man's body are depleted, like the extra strength testosterone gives you, and so on and so forth. So they have to be below a certain testosterone level. They have to be on estrogen for a certain amount of time, and even the rule where you have to be below a certain testosterone percentages have stopped cis women from competing in sports. So they're very like hard set rules. There's no
cis woman meaning what?
This was a question that triggered the fuck out of
cis
her.
Women. Women who are born as women.
Women who were born as women, okay.
Cis women, yes. Cisgendered is when you're born in the correct sex. So, like, I was born a woman, I identify as a woman still, I'm cis. If I were to identify as non-binary or anything else, I would not be cis. How are you gonna ask this question and not know what cis means?
And this is where the aggression starts. He's gonna walk on, totally fine. This is where that starts. That's all I'm pointing at. Okay, where were we?
Paid on the male lacrosse team, and then
in other words, explain it in a way that
to be able to compete in sports. If they were going to be convinced of that, they were words have meaning. It's like this.
And you have literally no reason to be doing this whatsoever.
There's very clear parameters that you can work within. You might disagree on specific nuances, but the overall, like, you can't just describe anything as anything. Words have meaning for a reason.
Like man and woman.
Yeah, trans are women. Like, I don't. See, you keep trying to get people to caught up. What is your point?
Correct gender, begging the question, accidentally non-PC. There's a lot of accidentally non-PC. There is the conflation of sex and gender. But, Butter, I love you. I'm listening to you. But being on camera, being put on the spot, having the adrenaline going, it's a very complicated topic. If you're not well rehearsed in making the points, if you're not calm about it, very easy to mix those things up. I think that's indicative of why there's confusion in people on different sides of this argument. There's a lot of misunderstandings. Therefore, we shouldn't be so quick to label people as transphobic and whatever when they may just be ignorant, right? But anywho, putting that aside, like, I can understand her mixing things up because of the stress of the situation, whatever, too. You know, I'm reasonably understanding of that.
Point. Like, what's your point? Like, it's kind of a joke because you could just said.
I know your point. You just want to try to catch us in a contradiction, and you have literally no reason to be doing this whatsoever.
Yeah,
you're trying to prove a gotcha. Ooh, you have no idea what you're talking about, silly liberals and your silly trans people, instead of just not being a dick.
Yeah.
I know you guys are like, what's the point of it? My point for coming over here and participating in this is because I'm very open-minded and I like hearing other people's points of views, and I'm not very, I don't just shut people down when they have an opinion and start calling them names. I'm not here.
Because she just called her transphobic.
Here to promote transphobia at all. That does not say, are you transphobic or not? In no way am I transphobic. I'm just stating my opinion, trying to have an equally conversation of a debate where we can just say how we feel and move on with our lives. I don't think anyone should be attacking anyone.
Did you agree with what she said?
Oh, absolutely.
You want to add it? If not, that's okay too.
No, but I think people's emotions get really heightened during topics like this. That's all.
Just because emotions are heightened doesn't mean points shouldn't be listened to, because I see both of you. None of you are listening to our points. You're turning to each other, you're whispering, you're laughing, and I see both of you. Don't make that face, because I literally see what you're doing. I'm not an idiot. And second of all, I can probably...
I mean, to be fair, they do be turning around and laughing and shit, bro. I do be saying that. That is true.
describe transphobia.
But does that then mean that they haven't listened as much as y'all? If I was to put it on a spectrum, bro, I don't know.
Because
do you not agree with her definition?
Oh, I completely agree. I'm just adding to it. So transphobia is systemic. There is a system set in place to put trans people down, to kill them.
Oh my God, she started snapping. Butter. This is another example of why I don't think I enjoyed this lady.
In prison, and to completely eradicate them. And in your agreeing or in your disagreement with trans women not being able to compete in women's sports is...
No offense, Butter, but I am so good at clocking people that I'm not gonna get along with, bro. That is all this is proven to me. I had that motherfucker figured out so fucking fast too. My psychoanalyzing may not have worked on all the points, but it worked for the purposes that serve my life, dude. That's for sure. What is that quote from fucking Up in the Air? We're gonna get DMCA'd, but it's okay.
Bingo. Asians.
You can't be serious.
You never get behind people traveling with infants. Never seen a stroller collapse in less than 20 minutes. Old people are worse. Their bodies are littered with hidden metal, and they never seem to appreciate how little time they have left on Earth. Here you go. 5 words, randomly selected for additional screening. Asians. They pack light, travel efficiently, and they got a thing for slip-on shoes. God love them.
That's racist.
Unlike my mother, I stereotype. It's faster.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. It's not about being correct. It's not about that there's some fundamental difference or whatever. It's about stereotyping can get me more efficient results in my life, and I will do it for all sorts of different things. And I did it here, and it fucking worked, bro. It fucking worked. DMC, no. Lamau, she's getting heated and way worse as the convo goes along. My defense would be if you get heated in live convo, it's way easier to continue heating up. Yeah. Yes. 100%. But again, we go back to my point that like how you're acting under pressure, under heat tells me things about you. And I've learned what I need to know I'm not necessarily going to enjoy this lady.
Boosting that systemic idealism. And when I say that you're a transphobe, that's something in yourself that you do need to work on, because that
Can you define that? Can you define that?
What, underline?
No, that I got from what you said. I thought your explanation was excellent. But transphobe, because I got her definition. What's yours?
Transphobe is what I said. So transphobe is someone that is adding to a system to put other trans individuals down, whether it be conscious or unconscious. There's some sort of bias that you definitely do need to work through and actually listen to something we're saying.
Where are the other chatters? I'm low-key having to like filter out what you're writing because you're saying like random stuff bad. You're kind of saying random, like everybody else is kind of talking to me and you're just kind of out there a little bit.
It doesn't matter if we're getting heightened in emotion because you're passionate about something. That should make you want to listen more, and it shouldn't make you want to smirk and act like, oh my goodness, you contradicted yourself, la 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 la.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So you strongly agree. You're cheating, you're off the line, but that's okay. You're strongly agree and you're strongly agree. What would it take you to move to the agree line? Let me go for, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 because I haven't.
You asked me this already and I told you nothing.
Okay. What would it take you to move to the agree line?
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Would you say absolutely nothing?
And again, we have this from both of them.
Absolutely nothing. I just said what I had to say. Okay.
I would be willing to revise my opinion with, new information that comes out, new studies, new statistics, saying if there is actually a true advantage that trans women have over cis women in sports. But as of right now, there's nothing that is prominent, like as in what we know, that would change my position right now.
Why do you think you should be the one to facilitate this conversation when you don't even care about sports?
Oh, Jesus Christ, I swear to God.
I know nothing about sports.
Yeah, so you don't care about sports, so why?
Well, that's not entirely
do
true.
You care about trans women and trans
Well, wait a second.
women?
Let me answer your question first. I actually happen to know a lot about one sport, but it's a very fringe sport.
But you don't care about sports. Sports.
Correct. I don't care about any sports with a ball.
Do you care about trans women?
What do you mean?
Do you care about trans women and trans women issues? And
like, give me what do you mean?
And protecting trans women. What do you mean? What do I mean? It's a straightforward question.
That's actually not a straightforward question.
Do you care about trans women? Do you care about the issues they
Do
face?
you love black people? What do you mean, like all black? Like what do you mean by that? Do you love black people? She pulled a Jesse Lee Peterson, bruh. Oh, you're hurting me. Dear Lord, as much as I still defend this, the way they're handling this is so not it. I mean, to be fair to you, and if I go back to my notes, I know for sure that you mentioned this. Like, I think you mentioned, like, it's not the productive. Yeah, so it's not the best or productive. I mean, you already said that, so I got you covered, homie. Like, you know, that's certainly held true through this conversation. It's not the best or productive way of having it. It's only getting worse.
You care about being a good ally to trans women? You care about trans women?
I was up with you until you used the word ally. I care about, so the answer to the first question is yes. And the answer to the second question, it depends what you mean.
It depends on what I mean by ally?
Yes.
What do you think ally means? As someone who's not leading top, some of you don't know what ally means, but someone in the field, what do you think ally means?
So let me just say, often we use words that we think we know what other people mean.
I know what the word ally means. I'm asking.
Right,
ally,
right.
Allies, an easy word to understand. Ally means.
At your biblical age, are you
55.
Biblical? Are you telling me?
What do you mean biblical?
It means you're older than the Bible. Do you really not know?
What the fuck? Now they're just straight up big assholes, bro. I just can't with this. At your biblical age, you mean like 55? No, I mean you're old as fuck. Like. Oh man, this is why people don't like you guys. Man, if there was less of this going on, I wonder how many people would be okay with moving from conservatism. That's a really crazy statement to make. I get that. It's just something I wonder in my brain. If like democratic socialists and woke people and whatever were just much more like kind of like the Christian ideal of like loving and understanding and compassionate and patient and whatever. If those were all qualities that like the left shared around issues like this, I wonder how many people who don't give a fuck would just pick that side because it's more inclusive and the people are nicer than the other side. You know, because this is just way less appealing to me than like, well, women are women. We know what women are, right? Like, they're just trying to change shit. Like, I don't know. Like, when you're a dick to me, the other side only needs to offer me like the smallest modicum of something that makes sense to me, and I'll just pick that over this. That's not my beliefs on this. Of course, I'm like pro-trans and whatever, but like, I can see how easy it is to just be persuaded to the other side because you're being literally pushed. It's not even that you're being pulled nearly as much as you're being pushed to the other side on topics like this by people like this. It's just really bad, dude. The sad part is in their minds, they are trying to avoid the gimmick, even though they are literally playing into it with the attitude. Yeah. Conservative in Canada win most elections, Booksmarts, after the Liberals. Hard to ignore. Sure. Just talking about my country in particular, of the US. Yeah, I truly dislike the hosts and would defend their hostility, but they're just being insulting. I can understand their hostility. At this point, kind of. I don't understand. I'm not understanding of the extent to it. And I wouldn't defend it at all. I think it's indefensible. I don't think this is what you should be doing if this is your advocacy. I think it's really bad. It's indefensible to be behaving this way. I personally think. I wouldn't defend it, at least.
Not that old.
Do you really not know what ally means?
It depends what you mean. If you mean, different people mean different things by ally.
Then come back to me.
Like, does it mean somebody willing to...
I'm asking you, what do you think, like, what's your definition of ally?
Okay, I'm more than happy to, yes, I will answer.
And like, we're turning this into a debate with him when it's, you know, I don't know.
To that question, we'll go back to the claim. You have my word. I will answer that question. So I'm just going to wrap up. You have my word. So you guys, there's nothing to get you to change your mind, and absolutely nothing. I want to make sure clear. Is there anything that would get you two to move to the slightly, either to the strongly disagree or to the slightly disagree? Like, is there any piece of evidence that you would have to hear or reason or argument?
I think I would definitely be open to...
Oh, defend was the wrong word. I agree. I would say it's understandable and predictable. You're right. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. But like, if you said defend, to be honest with you, I could understand that. I can understand how other people would defend it. Like, especially one of these people being trans, it might be like a very emotional, you know, topic, and it might be defensible from that perspective and whatever. So like that's why I didn't rail too hard against, like, you know, if you personally believe that. It's just not what I personally believe. But yeah, it's hard, dude. Terrible
to changing
practices,
my opinion,
yeah.
or even just hearing other people out.
So what would it look like for you to move to, you have to play by the rules of the game, which means you have to stand on a line. Yeah. So what would it take for you to move to the slightly disagree? Evidence, reason, data, like what would that look like?
I'm not sure, but I would like
to note that I think for a trans woman to compete in women's sports, she has a biological advantage, and then for a trans man to compete in men's sports, she has a biological disadvantage. So I just want to make that point that I do think that's something to consider, and I don't agree with attacking people personally, whether it's that he's old or that I'm sitting here smiling. I don't think that anything to do.
And look at that. Like, we keep hearing it being brought up over and over again. These personal slights that they're doing on this side are having such a big push effect on these folks. Like, making fun of him because he's old, making fun of them because they're laughing, calling her transphobic, accusing them of not wanting to listen to the other side. Like, all of this stuff is just not helping you. It could even be the truth, but it's not helping you, right? Like,
with this conversation has to do with how you treat other people. And if you're going to sit here and say you accept all people, then you need to sit here and accept all people.
I did not say I accept all people. I don't accept bigots. I don't accept racists.
Old people.
Yeah, old people like you because you're an ass. I accept older people who are open-minded, like my parents, per se, who are actually older than you. And I accept people who are willing to actually open their minds up.
I just said I'm very open-minded. Okay.
So you're accepting of people who are willing to open their minds, but yet you are not willing to open your mind for evidence that would take you to go to the agree line.
I'm not willing to open my mind to be a bigoted piece of shit. No.
Jesus Christ. I don't think that was a good follow-up question from him, I will say. I'm going to flag on the play for that. I think he should have focused on her. Like, okay, but she's saying that she's going to be open to this and whatever. So, like, why not try to convince her? I understand you have your problems with me, but, like, she is somebody who is saying that she's very open. She's not old. She's a young person. Like, I think she would be, you know, pretty receptive to what you're talking about. Like,
no.
What is the point of this guy doing this? I think he just sees, well, so it's tough because I think his goal is to make content here, honestly, and to maybe show like which side is more reasonable or the reasonability of people more broadly. And in making the content, he may have one side or the other that he moves in, and he might be railing against them. He kind of is for this side, but they're also provoking it, so it's tough to know how much of that's warranted or not. But I think the idea of this is just to see where do you stand and what would it take for you to move. Like, honestly, if I did this, I think I would be a lot more affable, I think is the word. I think it would be a lot more affable than this guy and just try and like not trigger the fuck out of anybody on either side and really